Osborne head teachers have expressed grave concerns about the impact of the new Ofsted framework on staff well-being, but also on the punishing impact that they will have on schools in deprived areas. Will the Minister meet with me and these head teachers for a roundtable to discuss how can afford to consequences again?
Mr. Speaker, I'd be very happy to meet with the Honourable Member. The new framework has been designed to support the well-being of heads and to give a clear full view of school performance. Perhaps continue that discussion.
I do with her, I think for she's done for children of families in her constituency. We have determined shortage hugs are left every family at the community connections to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 25% of social festival that go now is got small problems. Now, the school has made a bid to go reopen, so the Minister, please ensure that the school everything needs to reopen doors.
Mr. Speaker, I was concerned the school did just last Monday. Bring a solution and of course, I'm thankful, Mr. Speaker, that children are actually back in school on Tuesday. I'm very happy to be on about the issue, of course, it's the legacy of the party he member of and full party member of.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome experts and answers and 3% million that's given to schools to set up. However, struggle to get ODSI as some speakers wish they had host areas. Could Mr. say that incentive way to encourage these people to turn down Cornwall to plus of it? Mr. Speaker, we would like to invest £429 million in the new speech and we're paying areas adjacent to this, which will mean the government can be or very closely think how ensure there are no good spot in the school a child has access to support.
Order, the Prime Minister, I will take a brief statement. The subject we're about to discuss is the utmost seriousness. This discussion be focused on the facts and the issues at hand, and not some personal attacks against individual members. On certain criticisms be made of the government collectively. The scheme made from Rapture 1.24 makes clear that any accusation against members of Barking or misleading can only be made as a substantive motion. They may not be made as part of the next stage of the statement. A House rule like this is in place to ensure that members focus on the substantive matters under discussion, and if debate is needed on individual conduct, that must be brought to the proper term with notice. I encourage all members to engage in respectful debate, and our constituents will expect. I therefore no statement. Prime Minister Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to provide the House with information that I now have about the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the details, I want to be very clear with this House that while this statement will focus on the process surrounding Peter Manson's vetting and appointment, at the heart of this, there is also a judgment I made that looked wrong. I should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. I take responsibility for that decision, and I apologise again to the victims of Peter Jeffrey Epstein, who were clearly failed by my decision. Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday evening, 14th of April, I found out for the first time that on 29th of January 2025, before Peter Mandelson took up his position as ambassador, the Foreign Office officials started to develop vetting clearance against the specific recommendation of the United Kingdom security vetting that vetting clearance should be denied. Not only that, Foreign Office officials who made that decision did not pass information to me, to the Foreign Secretary, her predecessor, the Deputy Prime Minister, to any other minister, or even to the former Cabinet Secretary, Chris Cornwall. I found staggering, and therefore last Tuesday I immediately instructed officials in Downing Street and the Cabinet Office to urgently establish the facts on my authority. I wanted to know who made the decision, on what basis, who knew. Mr. Speaker, I wanted that information for the precise and explicit purpose of updating this House, because this is information I should have had a long time ago, and it's information that this House should have had a long time ago. It's information that I and the House have the right to know. I will now set out a full timeline of events in the Peter Mandelson process, including from the fact-finding exercise instructed last Tuesday. Before doing so, I want to remind and reassure the House that the Government will comply fully with the whole address motion of the 4th of February. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, I was in the process of appointing a new ambassador for Washington. A due diligence exercise was conducted by the Cabinet Office to Peter Manson's suitability, including questions put to him by my staff in Number 10. Peter Manson answered these questions on the 10th of December, and I received final advice on the due diligence process on the 11th. I made a decision to appoint him on the 18th of December. The appointment was announced on the 20th, and the security vetting process began on the 23rd of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to make clear to the House that for a direct ministerial appointment, it was usual for security vetting to happen after the appointment, before starting in post. That was the process in place at the time. Mr. Speaker, this was confirmed by the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Wall, at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the 3rd of November 2025, he gave evidence. Sir Chris made clear, and I'm quoting now, when we are making appointments from outside civil service, The normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract and takes up post. At the same hearing of the same Select Committee, the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, said, and I quote again, Peter Mandelson did not hold national security vetting when he was appointed, but, he went on, as is normally the case with external appointments to my department and the wider civil service, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Mr. Speaker, after I sacked Peter Mandelson, I changed that process so that now an appointment cannot be announced until after security vetting is passed. Mr. Speaker, the security vetting was carried out by UK Security Vetting, UKSV, between 23rd December 2024 and the 28th of January 2025. UKSV conducted vetting in Norway, collecting relevant information, as well as interviewing the applicant, in this case, on 2 occasions. Then on 28th of January 2025, UKSV recommended to the Foreign Office that development clearance should be denied to Peter Mandelson. The following day, on the 29th of January 2025, notwithstanding the UKSV recommendation that development clearance should be denied, Foreign Office officials made a decision to grant development clearance for Peter Mandelson. To be clear, for many departments, a decision from UKSV is binding, but for the Foreign Office, the final decision on development clearance is made by Foreign Office officials, not UKSV. However, once the decision in this case came to light, the Foreign Office to make final decision on development clearance was immediately suspended by my Chief Secretary last week. Mr. Speaker, I accept that personal information provided by an individual being vetted must be protected from disclosure. If that were not the case, the integrity of the whole process will be compromised. What I do not accept is that the appointing minister cannot be told of the recommendation by UKSV. Indeed, given the seriousness of these issues and significance of the appointment, I simply do not accept that Foreign Office officials could have informed me of UKSV's recommendation, whilst also maintaining the necessary confidentiality the vetting requires. There is no law that stops civil servants sensibly flagging UKSV recommendations while protecting detailed sensitive information to allow ministers to make judgments on appointments on explaining matters to Parliament. So let me be very clear. The recommendation in the Peter Mandelson case could and should have been shared with me before he took up his post. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. If I had known before he took up his post that UKSV recommendation was that development vetting clearance should be denied, I would not have gone ahead with the appointment. Mr. Speaker, let me now move to September 2025. Events then and subsequently show with even starker clarity the opportunity missed by Foreign Office officials to make the position clear. Mr. Speaker, on September the 10th, Bloomberg reported fresh details of Mandelson's history with Epstein, and it was then clear to me that Peter Mandelson's answers to my staff in the due diligence exercise were not truthful, and I sacked him. I also changed the direct ministerial appointments process, so full due diligence is now required as standard, where risks are identified, an interview must be taken pre-appointment to discuss any risks and conflicts of interest, and a summary of this should be provided to the appointing minister. I also made clear that public announcement should not now be made until security vetting has been completed. Mr. Speaker, in light of the revelations in September last year, I also agreed with the then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Warwald, that he would carry out a review of the appointment process in the Peter Mandelson case, including vetting. He set out his findings and conclusions in a letter to me on the 16th of September. He advised me in that letter, and I quote, "The evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that appropriate processes were followed in both the appointment and the withdrawal of the former HMA Washington." When he was asked about this, Mr. Speaker, last week, the then Cabinet Secretary was clear that when he carried out his review, the Foreign Office did not tell him about the UKSV recommendation that development clearance should be denied to Mandelson. I find that astonishing. And I say out of listen, I do not accept I could not be told about the condition before Peter Mandelson took up his post. I absolutely do not accept that then the Cabinet Secretary, an official to politician, in carrying out his review, could not have been told that UKSV recommended Peter Mandelson should be denied development clearance. It was a vital part of the process that I asked him to review. Clearly, he could have told, and he should be told. Mr. Speaker, on the same day as the then Cabinet Secretary wrote to me, so that's the 16th of September 2025, the Foreign Secretary and then Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, provided a signed statement to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. The statement says, again I quote, "The vetting process was undertaken by UK Security Vetting on behalf of FCEO, concluded with DV clearance being granted by FCEO in advance of Lord Mandelson taking up post in February." It went on to say, and I quote, "Peter Mandelson's security vetting was conducted to the usual standards for the vetting in line with established Cabinet Office policy." Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear to the House. This was in response to questions which included whether concerns were raised, what the Foreign Office response was, and whether they were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, that the Foreign Secretary was advised on, allowed to sign a statement by foreign officials without being told the UKSC had recommended to Mandelson be denied vetting clearance is absolutely unforgivable. This is a senior cabinet member being evident to Parliament on the very issue in question. Mr. Speaker, in light of her revelations about Peter Mandelson in February of this year, I was very concerned about the fact that delegate vetting clearance had been granted to her. Not knowing that, in fact, UKSC had granted denial of vetting clearance, I instructed my officials to carry out a review of the national security vetting process. As I set out, I do not accept that I could not have been told about UKSC's denial of security vetting before Peter Mandelson took his vote in January 25. I do not accept that the Cabinet Secretary could not have been told in September 2025 when he carried out his review into the process. I do not accept that the Foreign Secretary could not have been told when making statements to selectivity again in 2025. But to speak on top of that, the fact that I was not told even when I ordered a review of the UK's process is frankly staggering. And I can tell the House that I have now updated the terms of reference of the review into security vetting to make sure it covers the means by which all decisions are made in relation to national security vetting. I have appointed Aaron Fulwood to lead the review. Separately, I have asked the Government Security Group at the Cabinet Office to look at any security concerns raised during Peter Mandelson's tenure. Mr. Speaker, I know many members across the House will find this fact to be incredible. To that, I can only say they are right. It beggars belief that throughout the whole time I've had, officials in the Foreign Office saw fit to withhold this information from the most senior ministers in our system government. That is not how the vast majority of people in this country expect politics, government or accountability to work. And I do not think it's how most public servants think it should work either. I work with hundreds of civil servants, thousands even, all of whom act with the utmost integrity, dedication and pride to serve this country, including officials from the Foreign Office who, as we speak, are doing a phenomenal job representing our national interests in a dangerous world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East and all around the world. This is not about them. But yet it is surely beyond doubt that the representation from UKSB that Peter Mandelson should be denied vetting clearance was information that could and should have been shared with me on repeated occasions and therefore should be available to this House, and ultimately to the British people. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for our side of his statement. His reputation is at stake. Everyone is watching. It's finally time for the truth. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, Downing Street admitted that the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House. The Prime Minister has chosen not to repeat that from the dispatch box. I will remind him that under the Ministerial Code, he has a duty to correct the record at the earliest opportunity. The Prime Minister says he only found out on Tuesday that Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting. The earliest opportunity to correct the record was Prime Minister's question on Wednesday, almost a week ago. This is a breach of the Ministerial Code. Under that code, he is bound to be as open as possible with Parliament and the public in answering questions today. So let me start with what we do know. We know the Prime Minister personally appointed Peter Mandelson to be our ambassador to the United States. We know that Mandelson had a close relationship with a convicted paedophile. We know that he had concerning links with Russia and China, links that had already raised red flags. We know that the Prime Minister announced the appointment before vetting was complete, an extraordinary and unprecedented step for the role of US ambassador. The Prime Minister says that it was usual for this because it was a political appointment. So I will remind him and the rest of the Labour front bench were that Peter Mandelson was a politician who had been sacked twice from government for lying. That meant he should have gone through the full security process. And we also know, finally, Mr. Speaker, when Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting, he was allowed to continue in the role with access to top secret intelligence and security information. This goes beyond propriety and ethics. This is a matter of national security. So let me turn to what we do not know. We still do not know exactly why Peter Mandelson failed that vetting. We do not know what risks our country was exposed to, and we do not know how it is possible. The Prime Minister said repeatedly that this was a failure of vetting, went on television and said things were blatantly incorrect, and not a single advisor or a single official told him that what he was saying wasn't true. At every turn, with every explanation, the government's story has become murkier and more contradictory. It's time for truth. There are too many questions to ask in the time, Mr. Speaker. So I'm now going to ask the Prime Minister just 6 questions, and I've taken the unprecedented step of providing these questions to the Prime Minister in advance. So he has them in front of him. And I have asked these questions to be put online for the public. They and I expect him to answer. The Prime Minister appointed a national security risk to arm sensitive diplomatic post. Let's look at how this happened. The Right Honourable Gentleman told me at PMQ in September 2025 that full due process was followed in this appointment. We now know that in November 2024, Lord Case, their Cabinet Secretary, told him this process requires security vetting to be done before the appointment. He did not mention any of what Lord Case in his statement earlier. So first question, does the Prime Minister accept that when he said on the floor of the House that full due process was followed, this was not true? Secondly, on the 11th of September last year, journalists asked his Director of Communications if it was true that Mandelson had failed security vetting. These allegations were on the front page of a national newspaper, and yet Number 10 did not deny the story. Why? 3. Will the Prime Minister repeat from dispatch box his words last week, and no one in Number 10 was aware before Tuesday that Mandelson had failed his vetting? The Prime Minister said he's furious he wasn't told recommendations of the vetting, yet on the 16th of December, a Foreign Office Minister told Parliament, and I quote, "The national security vetting process is very independent of ministers who are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome." This is the government's stated process. So why is the Prime Minister so furious that it was followed? On the 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister told me from the dispatch box that security vetting he had received had revealed Mandelson's relationship with Epstein. How could he say that if he had not seen security vetting? And finally, Mr. Speaker, Sistema is a Russian defence company closely linked to the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin's war machine. Was the Prime Minister aware before the appointment that Peter Mandelson had remained a director of that company long after Russian invasion of Crimea? Mr. Speaker, everyone makes mistakes. It's how you face up to those mistakes that shows the character of a leader. Instead of taking responsibility for decisions he made, the Prime Minister has thrown his staff and his officials under the bus. This is a man who once said, "I will carry the can for the mistakes of any organisation I lead." Instead, he has sacked his cabinet secretary, he has sacked his director of communications, he has sacked his chief of staff, and he has now sacked the permanent secretary of the Foreign Office. All of these people fired for a decision he made. The right honourable gentleman defends that he, a former director of public prosecutions, is so lacking in curiosity that he chose to ask no questions about vetting process. He asked no questions about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein. He asked no questions about the security risk Mandelson heard. Apparently, he didn't even seek Peter Mandelson before his appointment. It doesn't appear that he asked any questions at all. Why? Because he didn't want to know. He had taken the risk, he had chosen his man, what will had to swallow. It is the duty of the Prime Minister to ensure he's telling the truth, or does the ministerial code not apply to him? I'm only holding the Prime Minister to the same standard to which he held others. On the 26th of January 2022, the Right Honourable Gentleman said to a previous Prime Minister at this dispatch box, if he misled the House, he must resign. Does he stand by the words, or is there one rule for him and another for everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, let me respond to those points. Firstly, when I found out what had happened on Tuesday evening last, I wanted to have answers to the question who made the decision to recommend to give clearance on developing contrary to the advice, why it was done, and who knew about it, so I could provide the information to the House, Mr. Speaker. That is the exercise that was conducted Tuesday evening and day, so I could come here today to give a full account to the House, which I just let out. Mr. Speaker, she asked me about developing security clearance after the appointment. I've set out that I wasn't me saying, so I read out the evidence of the former Permanent Secretary about and the former Cabinet Secretary in relation to that, and I think both I've been to the House are clear enough in relation to that. She also asked why Peter Mandelson failed. Mr. Speaker, it's important to make a distinction between the information provided to review a recommendation. The information in the review must be protected and has been protected, because otherwise the integrity of the test in the full way. But the recommendation must be protected and should not have been protected. Mr. Speaker, in relation to her questions, in relation to the answer about full due process, that was the information that I had that I put for the House and was confirmed by Chris Wilmot, because in September I asked him to conduct a review process to assure me that the process would correctly carry out. He did that and wrote me on the 6th of September, giving me his conclusions. In relation, Mr. Speaker, to reports in the media, Number 10 was repeatedly asked about the facts surrounding Peter Mandelson's clearance, was assured the proper process was followed in that case. Mr. Speaker, in relation to those in Number 10, let me give the answer. Nobody in Number 10 was informed about UKSC's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, to speak clear and for the record, the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary did receive information recently and then sought the necessary and legal advice. Once those checks were completed by the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary, I was told, and in the last 2 weeks ago, it was entirely the right procedure. To get the little advice and then to bring to my attention at the first opportunity. It was right, that procedure was followed by my officials in the last few weeks. Mr. Speaker, in relation to why I was furious about the process, for the very reason, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe I should be given some information at the very outset. I strongly believe were repeated times when I should have been told, on appointment, I should have been told when Peter Mandelson was sacked. The Cabinet Secretary should have been told when he reviewed the process. The Foreign Secretary should have been told before she was to sign a statement to set that committee, and I should have been told by another review of Mr. Speaker. In relation to the point he makes about what I said in February in answer to a question of hers, I make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, I had not seen the security file. I did not know that UKSC, the question of me about vetting, I knew about the due diligence, and that's why before the House I'll tell you about the due diligence. diligence in relation to Epstein. The question asked me about it, and I knew what due diligence said, and therefore I told the House what the due diligence had said. I didn't tell them what Siri vetting had said, because I hadn't seen the file in relation to that. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the particular details in relation to Peter Mandelson, I acted on all the information I have available to me. The simple fact of the matter is I should have more information. I didn't have information. The House should have had that information, and I now set out in full to the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Truth is that my committee did ask. We asked on the record, and we got a partial truth that could hardly be the whole truth. But we were on record asking the very questions the hecklers on the other side they should have been asked. And the answers are there on the record to see just what we got when we did ask. Mr. Speaker, may I turn to my question? A month before Mandelson's appointment was announced, the then Cabinet Secretary advised that the necessary security clearance should be acquired before confirming political appointment. That doesn't seem to have been the usual practice. I'm glad it's changed because it's clearly abused. Because what happened was somebody, probably Peter Mandelson himself, leaked to the press his appointment as US ambassador, effectively bouncing the government into confirming it. But then when the confirmation did come forward about his appointment, it did not make clear that it was subject to vetting in either the offer letter to Peter Mandelson or in the government's press release. I'm afraid to say, doesn't it look like, for certain members of the Prime Minister's team, getting Peter Mandelson the job was a priority that overrode everything else, and that security considerations were very much second order?
Prime Minister. Well, can I thank for a question? The committee did ask relevant questions, and that's why I have indicated it was unforgivable. The Foreign Secretary was assigned to the response to those very questions without being told about the recommendation. The questions were asked. She was asked to advised and asked to send a statement without being told the relevant information. That's unforgivable. As for the point before developing, I've changed that. Now, so it can never happen again. She heard me quote the evidence. A former Cabinet Secretary and the former permanent Secretary in relation to Mr. Speaker. Can I just deal with the third point it makes? And that is that somehow the Downing Street's wish to appoint Peter Mandelson overrode security concerns. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I have been told that Peter Mandelson or anybody else failed security and not being given clearance on security vetting. I would not have a deliberate decision was taken to withhold that material from me. A deliberate decision was taken to withhold that material. This was not lack of asking. This wasn't an oversight. It was a decision. It was a decision taken not to share that information on repeated occasions.
Said the leader of the Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's 2022 all over again. Back then, when he stood on this side of the House, it was Boris Johnson who was accused of misleading Parliament and scapegoating senior officials. The then leader of the opposition couldn't have been clearer. The public need know, he said, that not all politicians are the same. That not all politicians put themselves above the country and policy and accountability matter. So he promised change, Mr. Speaker. He promised to break the cycle and stop the chaos. And he promised the government with, and I quote, more focus on long-term strategy, not the short-term distractions that limit Westminster. I'm afraid the fact that he even had to make a statement today shows how badly he has failed. How badly he has let down the millions of people across our country who are so desperate to change. He blames his officials. He said he had no idea. He gives every impression of a Prime Minister in office, but not in power. Facts remain, even on his own account. The Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, even after he had been warned about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The Prime Minister announced the appointment before Mandelson had been vetted, despite the clear risk to national security putting someone unsuitable in that role. And while his top officials, just 3 weeks into the job, clearly believed the Prime Minister wanted Mandelson to be appointed regardless of what event this turned up. And the Prime Minister relied on the process to defend his decisions. So why did he ask so few questions personally about the vetting process itself? We all know the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knew that appointing Mandelson was an enormous risk. He decided it was a risk worth taking, a catastrophic error of judgment. And now, to blow up his face, the only decent thing to do is to take responsibility. Back in 2022, the Prime Minister right accused Boris Johnson of expecting others to take blame while he clung on. That was not acceptable then, and it's not acceptable now. So I hope the Prime Minister can at least tell us this, and will be listening carefully to his honour. Was he given advice by Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, the necessary security clearances should be acquired before he confirmed the choice for US ambassador? And do you follow that advice, yes or no? Mr. Speaker, after years of chaos under the Conservatives, we need a government focused on the interests of the people, the cost of living crisis, the healthcare crisis, and national security. We need a government honesty, integrity, and accountability. So will the Prime Minister finally accept that the only way he can help deliver that is to resign?
Mr. Speaker, set out in my statement the full facts. And in September, when Bloomberg market light I asked Cabinet to review the process, Cabinet Secretary to review the process. He told me the process was as it should have been, and as soon as the information about security vetting came like last Tuesday, I asked for the facts to be established, I update Parliament. He asked me about the announcement before developed vetting. He said the evidence that I've given to House from the former Cabinet Secretary and from the former Cabinet Secretary. In relation to the Ambassador Simon case, Mr Speaker, when I asked the former Cabinet Secretary to review the process after September 25, he specifically addressed whether the process had been followed by referencing the Simon case letter and assured me that the process was the right process to have followed. So in answer to his question, that was specifically looked at. Chris warned the review was conducted in September of last year.
The Prime Minister has gone on at considerable length about process and procedure, but ordinary people don't really care about process and procedure. They want transparency, and they want to know that they can have confidence in the words of elected politicians, all of us in this chamber. On the question of Peter Mandelson, it was in the 90s that Peter Mandelson had to resign from the Cabinet for the first time because of his dealings with the millionaire Jeffrey Wilson. It was a few years later he had to resign from Cabinet for the second time because of his relationship with the billionaire Hinduja family. Peter Mandelson has a history. Peter Mandelson has a history. And what this House wants to know is why, knowing Peter Mandelson is going back now 30 years, given what has been known, it's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to let me be clear, I'd not going to Peter Mandelson. As soon as further revelations came to light, I did ask the Cabinet Secretary to review the process, so I'd be sure to have this hearing on the 16th of September, setting up the conclusions of that review, and ensuring the process has been followed properly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spoken about the process and the views trying to put that went wrong right. That is to be supported. But he's also asking the House of the country to believe that, notwithstanding a front-page media slash that Peter Mandelson had failed the vetting process, there was nobody in Number 10 or in any government department that even thought to say, is there any truth in this? Could I have a briefing on that? We need to knock this story down. If nobody asked, that is the shameful thing. And if nobody asked, does it not say to the Prime Minister that the operation of his government was seen to be process, strategy, review, never my fault, is not sustainable and is not welcomed by the country at large?
In answer to this question, the SCDA was repeatedly asked in light of inquiries. The same answer came back because a clear decision had been taken that this information was not going to be disclosed. And it was disclosed to me, let alone to anybody else. So yes, repeatedly the FDA was asked. The same answer came back as the answer was given to me. The decision was that I wasn't to know and nobody else was to know. That was wrong.
Finally, on this side of the House, at least, to my good friend, many will appreciate his apology today. But many of us will remain bewildered still by the appointment took place despite the warning that many are sleeping. Isn't the reality this? That when he sought to realise ambition to become leader of the Labour Party, with the little base of the Labour Party, he became dependent on McWeedy and Mandelson and Labour together to organise, fund his election. And when he became Prime Minister, the reward of McSweeney was control of Number 10, for Mandelson the highest diplomatic office. And the message, the unspoken message to civil servants was, what Mandelson wants, Mandelson gets. This has damaged the party that I've been a member of for 50 years. I urge him to take steps to clear this toxic culture out of our party and take the first step by having an independent party to lay together.
Mr. Speaker, can I just deal with what's at the heart of action in relation to an unspoken message to civil servants? I don't accept that. Mr. Speaker, it is simply not good enough on a question of national security where clearance, the recommendation of clearance be denied. For anyone, particularly senior civil servants, do anything other than provide me with relevant information, and that is what happened in this case.
Sir Jeremy Wright. Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very clear about his view of the urgency of his response since he learned of this vetting information. I want to ask about the event of last week. He will know that the Intelligence and Security Committee asked for any information relevant to vetting to be supplied to it in the first tranche of information we would consider. We didn't receive anything about vetting at that time. The Prime Minister has told us now that on Tuesday evening he became aware of the information he has set out. But the Intelligence and Security Committee was not told about the extent of that information. Information the Prime Minister must have recognised was within the terms of the Humble Address and would need to be supplied to the ICC. We were not told by his officials about the existence of that information until Thursday, after it had been published, its existence had been published in the Guardian newspaper. So I'm bound to ask Prime Minister this. If that information's existence not disclosed by the press, would we have been told about it? And if so, why did ISE have to learn of its existence from The Guardian and not from the government?
Thank you for the question. And the answer is yes, it would have been provided to the committee. And I think, as he acknowledged, it has been provided to the committee. The reason for the delay is on Tuesday night I found out simply that the recommendation had been made to deny clearance and yet clearance be given. I want to understand who gave that clearance, on what basis, and who knew about it. I can't make the House and obviously make the information available to the committee, and that's what I asked on Tuesday night my official urgent to do, so the full picture could have been put before both the House and the committee, and I make sure that full picture put before the committee.
Speaker. Many of my constituents are appalled that someone betrayed not just our country but every single victim of 15 was able to serve such prestigious position. Whatever the judgment of security file, that decision to appoint was wrong. And I welcome Prime Minister's owning an apology for the moment. Many of my constituents also like concerned to learn that the single democratically elected official in government was formed that decision. Given this, what undertakings is the Prime Minister into getting across government to ensure that the future to our democratic decision making to full picture for the official judgments.
Minister. Can I thank him? Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why I've asked for the entire voting process to be reviewed by Secretary in full. But I made it absolutely clear to this House and to the civil service that my strong view is that the information was not provided to me, could be provided and should have been provided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants us to focus on process and not his judgment. But this entire sorry episode is the direct result of his decision to make a direct appointment to one of the most senior roles in the SCDO of somebody who was wholly inappropriate for the role. So can the Prime Minister at least confirm to the House that this was a singular error of judgment and that his unpenned corporation has not proposed political appointee for any other senior role in the FCDO?
In relation to the decision, yes, it was my decision. It was an error of judgment. That's why I've apologised to the teams I've seen. I've done it again today and I'm right to do so. In relation to the second point of this question, whether any other political appointments, I will have to just check on that and get back to him because I'm not. There are many appointments made. For any appointments made to the decision, I'll just check for him.
Mr. Speaker, the House and the public understand the importance of independent security vetting and why sensitive personal information must be protected. But they are also shocked that decisions of such significance would be taken without the knowledge of the Prime Minister. I work closely with the Prime Minister and know how seriously he takes national security and accountability to the House. So can the Prime Minister set out what step he will take to remove any ambiguity? So where there are serious concerns, the risks are flat to ministers, ensure that accountability to this House, to the country, is always upheld.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is why last week the Chief Secretary removed the suspended the power of the FDO to make a recommendation to petition contrary to the recommendation of the UK SD.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has twice rebuffed both the Leader of the Opposition, then the Liberal Democrats, when he said that the then Cabinet Secretary's advice to the Prime Minister was to get the clearance before the announcement. So I'm going to read one sentence from a document in Washington from the Cabinet Secretary to him personally. It says, "If this is the route you wish to take, you should give us the name of the person who would like to report, and we will develop a plan for them to acquire the necessary security clearances and do due diligence on any potential conflict of interest or other issues of which you should be aware before confirming which." How does one hear about what Mr. Wall said a year later? That's the advice there. Why did he follow it?
Mr. Speaker, it reads out Ms. Casey's advice. The process that was followed was what understood to be the usual process. In other words, it was subject to security vetting. It is why, when Sir Chris Wilmot looked at it in September, he addressed the question by reference back to Simon Casey's letter, because I wanted to know the process that had been followed was the right process. And that is what Sir Chris Wilmot looked at. He looked at it especially by reference to the Simon Casey letter that has just been read out and showed me that the right process was followed when he reviewed it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anybody who knows the Prime Minister will know full well that he would never, ever deliberately mislead this House. But the reality is this, Mr. Speaker. Ex post facto vetting is absolutely pointless when the appointment is political. The trouble, Mr. Speaker, that we'll face is that trust in the Prime Minister and in politics is diminishing as this sorry saga continues. So in the 17 days we have leading to those very important elections, the main question, those very important elections, what does the Prime Minister propose to do to win back the trust of the country?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to his point about vetting legislative appointments, I don't agree, but I do agree that the due diligence for direct ministerial appointments should be the same as for any other appointments. It really wasn't, and that's when September I ordered that it be changed in order to make sure it's the same process, whether it's a direct ministerial appointment or another appointment. In relation to the country, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we remain focused on the cost of living and dealing with the 4 or 2 fronts we face in this country and to do that.
Stephen Flynn. Through the entire process is that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom chose to proactively ignore the victims of Jeffrey Epstein when he made the political choice to put Peter Mandelson in as the UK's most senior diplomat in the United States of America, despite knowing that he has maintained a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein himself. We have since seen Peter Mandelson investigated for potential misconduct in public office. We, of course, now learned through media that Mandelson had failed security vetting. The Prime Minister blames all of this, all of it, on judgment of others. I'm interested in his judgment. Does he believe himself to be gull, incompetent, or both?
I thank you for a question. I've laid out the relevant facts. It is absolutely clear that nobody is suggesting this information was made available to you. It clearly was made available. It should have been made available. And I've not made it didn't be made available. That is why I set out the facts some considerable detail to the House with relevant quotes from all relevant players in this.
Thank you, Speaker. The Prime Minister has been candid on the challenges in this process. I'm sure he will share frustration across this House that revelations keep coming and this matter keeps going back to Parliament. Now, he says that he has acted to address further challenges in the vetting system for senior appointments. Can he therefore give all our constituents and this House the reassurance that he has no further sense there will be any challenges to any other senior appointments through the vetting process that this government has made?
Mr. Speaker, that is sidewise for a view to clarity the security vetting. I have never believed that to be the case, but I want to be sure about the security vetting process, and that's why I've asked Fraser and Wolf to look at it and give me that further assurance. We'll then pass that on to the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister told us that after he sacked Mr. Mandelson, he changed the process so that now the appointment cannot be announced until our security vetting passed. Why did he do that if he didn't think there was a problem with the security vetting?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in September, it became clear to me that in relation to the due diligence being carried out at the Cabinet Office, Mandelson had been asked questions by myself and given answers which were not truthful. That was exposed by Bloomberg emails. At that point, I became concerned about the entire process. I asked for a review of the process by Chris Warmall, which he carried out, but I also made it immediately clear that I would change the due process so that whether it's direct ministerial appointment or any other appointment, the same process was gone through. And I also wanted to make it clear that I did think that it was right that appointments should be announced before security vetting was gone through in any circumstance, and therefore I changed it straight away.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are deeply concerned about the appointment of Peter Mandelson and they want to see complete transparency going forward. I'm really concerned to read that the civil servants in their Cabinet Office may have had this information about a month ago and it has taken them this long to be able to be in a position where they can share the information with the democratically elected person making this appointment. What can the Prime Minister share with us today so that we don't have to face this type of issue going forward?
Prime Minister. I just add on because what happened was the information came to the attention of senior civil servants who were in fact doing the compliance work on humble dress. When they saw the information about their vetting, they took legal straight away to ask whether it was legal to disclose that to me. They got advice. As soon as the advice was given, they disclosed it to me straight away last Tuesday. It was right and appropriate thing for them to do this criticism of what they did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that last September, MI6's finding Mandelson's compromising business interests was accurate. I measured it myself on September 15th, 2025. He failed his security vetting. We also know from a Cabinet Secretary by the Prime Minister to carry out security clearance of Mandelson before his appointment. It was reported in the Times yesterday that Mandelson was given STRAP, very, very highest security vetting, well beyond DV, despite being failed to DV. It's likely that the Americans will have serious questions about what secret affairs a compromised British ambassador might have accessed. Despite all this, we also know that PM number 10 were utterly determined to appoint Mandelson as ambassador to the DC, come hell or high water. My question is why?
Prime Minister. I've ordered a review of any national security issues raising relation to land out Tuesday, and I'll be update House when that review is complete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Prime Minister for his heartfelt statement. And if a garden party's options got worse, for relying the post of anti-governance, it was vacant for 3 of his predecessors, years and years, starting with Boris Johnson's lockdown breaches. But can I ask the Prime Minister, now that we have the heavyweight Margaret Hodge in post, what plans does he have for this broader policy area?
Well, I'm sure that Margaret Hodge did a very good job in that role. She's done many other roles previously.
First suggested the Prime Minister that Mandelson should be appointed as our ambassador to the United States, or was it just his own idea? Did it never cross his mind that Mandelson was at risk of failing the vetting process? And before sacking Oliver Robbins last week, did the Prime Minister ask him why he overruled the verdict of security veters, and if so, what was his explanation?
I did ask him, and I didn't his explanation. That's why I sacked him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of February, in February 2026, we learned that Peter Mandelson had shared highly sensitive government information with Jeffrey Epstein from former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. At that juncture, if I was in his shoes, I would be forensic in recognising a security risk and wanting detailed answers. What's not adding up for me is why we are now in mid-April before we get this information, and why the Prime Minister didn't drill down to ensure that we had the security information, which clearly we learned that Peter Mandelson had reached.
Mr. Speaker, it was at that point I did ask order the review of the security vetting because I was concerned it had failed. In fact, because of information I was given, it hadn't failed. It had actually given the recommendation that clearance should be denied. The fact that when I ordered a review of UKSB, senior officials in front office didn't at that stage, at the last stage, bring to my attention the information they hadn't told me. It was astonishing because I was ordering a review of the process which which looks though it had failed, in fact had flagged the relevant concerns.
Thank you, Speaker. Further to the point from my honourable friend and member for New Forest West, I think the Prime Minister does it to the House. It tells us what Ollie Robbins' response to him was when said overall that it was in my experience that senior officials are very keen to deliver on the wishes of Mr. particularly newly elected Prime Minister. My concern here is that implicitly, as other members made the point, Sir Ollie Robbins was responding to a desire from the Prime Minister, because it's perfectly clear in all of the newspapers the allegations are out there about PMAS. But the Prime Minister decided to proceed anyway. They wished to deliver on the desire of the Minister. That's why he overruled the advice, and I fear also gave him the Prime Minister a degree of plausible deniability.
Let me answer that in relation to. Sorry, let me start by saying a distinguished career. I must say, I do say that. I still not stand that he should have provided this information. I mean, could have provided it to me. He's giving evidence tomorrow, but I can say to the House that when I spoke to him on Thursday, his view to me was that he couldn't provide this information to me because he wasn't allowed to provide the information to me. Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth because it's very important to give his own evidence. In relation to the question being asked of me, when I said why wasn't this shared with you, I've been asked what question I put to him. I've been asked the answer, and I'm trying to give that answer. I'm trying to give it without putting words into boxes math, because I don't think that's fair for me to say. What he said to me was essentially that he took the view that this process did not allow him to disclose to me recommendation UKSB. No doubt he'll be offered questions about that. That is the reason that he gave me.
There are 61 conflicts raging around the world. I've known international diplomatic relationship being more fractured. CDO is pushing through a 40% cuts aid and 25% cuts of staff, all under watch of the permanent Secretary. So can I ask the Prime Minister, what risk assessment was carried out before he was removed?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with a very serious issue. I asked my team to establish the facts Tuesday night. I spoke to the former Permanent Secretary on Thursday night. As a result, the information I had and the exchanges I had, I made clear that I no longer had confidence in him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem the Prime Minister's got is no one believes him. The public don't believe him. The people on this side of the House don't believe him. His own global backbenchers don't believe him. So does the Prime Minister agree with me? He's not like.
Sorry, we won't use those words and I should remember withdraw it.
Mr. Speaker, I have the greatest respect for you and your office, but I will not withdraw. That man couldn't lie straight in bed.
Mr. Hanson, you'll have to leave. Phil Riddle.
Speaker, when Sir Ollie Robbins came before the Foreign Affairs Committee on 3rd November last year, he was asked by my honourable friend, a member of the Liberal Wolf, whether, in the context of vetting, Lord Melson's appointment was escalated. Society and need to maintain the integrity of the vetting system, so Ollie replied, and I quote, "I certainly cannot comment on that, I'm afraid." Does the Prime Minister not find it perverse that when simply asked by members of Parliament about Anderson's vetting, Sir Ollie declined to discuss the very topic we are now debating in this House?
Well, I've read that evidence, and it makes my strong view that the recommendation of UKSB could and should have been shared with me, and should have been shared with the Foreign Secretary, and thus with the select committee, and should have been.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, the question raised by my honourable member for Hussar, Mr. Speaker, is not pretty poor form that the Prime Minister shells the blame for this, particularly onto Ollie Robbins, the fine and experienced civil servant who was appointed 2 days after Prime Ministers Mandelson announcement. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the buck stops at the top.
Can I say, Ollie Robbins has had a distinguished career, and I've worked with him over a number of years. Nonetheless, he could and should have aired this crucially relevant information with the, before Peter Mandelson took up his post, and he should have done various points after that. It was because of that that I lost confidence in him. That doesn't mean he hasn't got a distinguished career. He does have a distinguished career.
I thank the Prime Minister for the statement. I know the Prime Minister is aware that public confidence politicians need to improve in order to retain the public trust. With this in mind, reform has been accepting donations from billionaires in cryptocurrency, making it difficult to say who actually funds them. As the Prime Minister agrees, reform relying on millionaires dodgy cryptocurrency is a security risk.
Mr. Speaker, we're taking that message in relation to cryptocurrency.
Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, in the readout of the Prime Minister's meeting on the 15th of April on meeting, it says, and I quote, "There is no evidence that the decision to grant DB, despite UKSV advice, had been disclosed to anyone outside FCDO and UKSV until the document itself shared with the Permanent Secretary of the Cabinet Office. Are you therefore saying that neither the Chair of the Joint Committee on Intelligence nor the National Security Advisor were aware of the security risk with our most important strategic ally until the vetting document itself was shared with Cabinet?"
I understand that to be the case. Obviously, I understand it wasn't my decision to withhold it. I understand if I've understood Robbins' position correctly, that argument is he can't share it or couldn't share it with anyone. So certainly wasn't their National Security Advisor. Don't think it was shared with anybody else. But it's a question, as far as I know, it hasn't been until it was seen by officials, legalised, taken and shown to me. It wasn't shared with anybody else.
Thank the Prime Minister for his statement, the clarity contained within that, and for his apology again. Despite protestations of leaders of parties and managers, and include some of these benches as well, I'm sure everybody in this House agrees that the government today should take advice of our intelligence investigation services and act on it. In view of everything we've heard, this is a fundamental question for me. How can government act on intelligence service investing advice if neither are getting to that advice?
Well, Mr. Speaker, in me, it's the recommendation UKC that is effectively the final decision. So, of course, it's known. In the Foreign Office, there is a digital process in which final decisions are taken by Foreign Office officials rather than the recommendation of UKSC. That is what has now been suspended. So in Foreign Office as well, the recommendation of UKSC is what is.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that he is the main character in an ongoing national scam. And given all the blame apportioned in his statement, it is incredible that only one person has lost their decision. Would the Prime Minister also recognise it is incredible to learn that in Northern Ireland, a political appointment was made following the refusal to clear an individual for security access, that they have continued in their post, engaged on issues connected with the legacy of our troubled past with full security clearance, despite security service concerns, and they continue to the day. The Prime Minister ordered a review by Sir Adrian Fulford. Will he ensure it includes within the terms of efforts or separately a deep dive into the appointment of Miranda Anderson, the Northern Ireland Police Ombudsman? Why she was appointed, why the security information was ignored, how this can be the case.
Thank you, I will ensure the review covers all the relevant issues and material and taken to knowledge.
The Prime Minister has the right to expect that his senior civil service will always tell him the truth and the whole truth. He will recall that Mrs Thatcher used to say of Lord Young she liked David because he always brought her solutions and not problems, while her other ministers brought her problems. Does he believe that there is a problem within the civil service, that promotion and advancement is on the back of not giving your ministers problems, and that on this occasion the senior official at the FTDO knew that if he did tell the Prime Minister what he ought to tell the Prime Minister, he was bringing him a problem?
Thank you. Just be clear. We have thousands of civil servants acting every day with integrity and professionalism, doing their very best ability. As I understand what Ollie is saying he couldn't give me this information, was prohibited from doing so. I disagree with him. I think he could and should have given this information, but I don't think that there is any reason to suggest that the civil service for any politics.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just point out that the development process has always been highly protected, because otherwise it wouldn't work. People would not give information to the development process if they thought that any detail of that was likely to be disclosed, or even if the result, the assessment, low, medium or high risk, were likely to be exposed. And that is why the previous Labour government in 2010 wrote into the Constitutional Reform Government Act Section 3 in order to prohibit that discussion. And if you're now saying development is now going to be available to ministers on a routine basis, would it be undermining the very process upon which we depend for our national security?
With respect, I don't agree with his analysis. I certainly agree that information that's provided into the process by the applicant has to be protected, because anybody who's been through the process will know it's an incredibly detailed and intrusive process, and it's very important that individuals give full and truthful account of all the questions that is why that needs to be protected. I do not accept that means that the recommendation of the UKSB cannot be shared with ministers, including the Prime Minister. I think there's a distinction between the two. I accept the first, I utterly reject the second.
The Foreign Office share the outcome of the vetting process, but not the conclusions of the vetting reports. Not just the detail, but the conclusions too. If Prime Minister is going to own a decision, he needs to know what is within it, what changes will be made to stop this happening.
Thank you for the question, and that's why I'll review the entire process. It can be looked at from start to finish, including the question of whether there should be any circumstances in which the recommendation of UKC cannot be followed.
Lisa Smart. Speaker, I'm going to try again. A number of members last question. I'm quite sure I heard an answer from the Prime Minister. Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore the advice from the then Cabinet Secretary, Simon Case, seek security vetting before confirming Peter Middleton as his pick?
I understood the plea. The appointment was made subject to the security vetting. That's as I was told. The question she raised is the question I raised, which is I asked Chris Holman to look at the process, and in particular, he looked at the advice of the Simon Case to answer the question, was the process followed? And he gave me the answer that he thought, right, I've included that process.
I thank my honourable friend for his mistake. For clarity, could he confirm who and when the UK security vetting report outcomes were made available, and also what guidance is given to senior officials on matters that must be escalated to their ministers?
The process was that UKSV informed SEO of their findings and their recommendation, and then there's an escalation process in the sense that it is the FCDO in these particular cases make the final decision, which is what the leader says.
Again, to the real know what this is. The Prime Minister knew, as we all knew, about his representation to who should actually be the ambassador in this particular case, and the exact what's out of cabinet. But more than that, in the public domain at the time, were all his links clear with Chinese companies and in meeting with Xi. Furthermore, his time sustainable, where he stayed there after 2014 in the invasion. Not just that, his meeting with Putin, and of course, his relationship with Deripaska, who was negotiating on the tax levels and the tariffs on aluminium when he was the EU Commissioner responsible. So all that going on, his announcement of this man into the ambassadorial position, why do you think that therefore he did know something about him? He knew he was corrupt, he was corrupting, and he was the wrong choice. So that's why he would turn a case of review, a case of advice, to have the review before he made the decision.
No, that's not the case. The judgment control point was my judgment call, and that was an error, and I apologise for it, particularly to the victims of Epstein. But the vetting process was carried out in the way I indicated to the House. I should have been told at the time of the recommendation. Had I been told, I would have made the appointment.
Today's statement may well be about process and procedure, but surely, Prime Minister, the real issue is why, when Peter Mandelson's reputation was already known, was he ever considered such an important role?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that was my decision. I apologise for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said staggering and unforgivable he wasn't told of the vetting. But what really staggering and unforgivable is that he appointed Peter Mandelson before the vetting. He appointed Peter Mandelson knowing about his friendship with P. Epstein. What's unforgivable is the Prime Minister was more concerned with pandering to Donald Trump, the standing victims in the office. Now, the Prime Minister has not accepted an impulsory from his civil servants. He thinks that the country thinks an impulsory is inadequate from him. Will he take personal responsibility for his staggering and unforgivable judgment resign?
Mr. Speaker, I've tested out that that's what happened in this particular case. I am staggered. I find it unbelievable. I wasn't given the information I should have given.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made the political decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, but central to that decision, along with other policy and political decisions, would have been the Prime Minister's former Chief Staff, Morgan McSweeney. Can the Prime Minister confirm to the House whether Morgan McSweeney passed all his security vetting, and confirm whether or not Morgan McSweeney had handled documents for which he had other than the appropriate level of clearance?
All the appropriate and necessary developing has taken place on the 10th. Never is past that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If, as we've assured, there was no law that prevented permanent Under-Secretary telling the Prime Minister the outcome of Mandelson's developed vetting, then presumably by the same token, there's no law that prevented the Prime Minister from asking. So can you be very clear with the House on one point? Did he, as Prime Minister, ever ask the question, did Mandelson fail his vetting? And if he did ask that question, who did he ask that question of, and when did he ask it?
Peter Mandelson was given vetting clearance. That was the clear position. He was given clearance. That's the facts as set them out.
The Prime Minister has always had with the utmost integrity and honour. He's been dealing with this House, and he's an eminent lawyer who understands the consequences of deliberately coming here to dismiss Parliament. On top of that, he also understands the likelihood of a paper trail unravelling such a deception. So it's conceivable that he would intentionally mislead the House. But does he agree with me that all the documents relevant to this matter must be made public in accordance with the humble address that was passed on the 4th of February, and that no ministers or officials should engage in trying to prevent any of those documents being made public?
Yes, we will put the humble address in full. That is the process that's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said today, I know many members across this House will find this fact to be incredible. He's right, we do, along with his staggering lack of curiosity and his inability to take on board warnings about his good friend Peter Mandelson. Because the Prime Minister was given a due diligence document by the Cabinet Office, which told him several reasons why Peter Mandelson should not be appointed, fired twice from government, is the ceilings in Russia and China, and the fact that he maintained a relationship with Epstein after his imprisonment for key fear. The Prime Minister knew this, but appointed him anyway. Why, Prime Minister? Why?
Peter Mandelson was asked various questions on the back of due diligence exercise, and he didn't tell the truth in those answers. But look, the decision to appoint was an error. It was my error, and I would apologise for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is accepted by many in these benches that the Prime Minister did not know the outcome of the vetting. But the Cabinet Secretary came on Tuesday. She had at least spent a month researching whether or not she could provide the advice that she did, so she clearly thought very carefully of the information that she brought. The Prime Minister then launched an investigation rather than coming straight to the House with the information that she had provided. Was that because the information was insufficient to present to the House? And if so, when was he planning to come to the House?
It was insufficient because all it told me was that the recommendation of UKSV was to deny clearance. What it didn't tell me was Who then provided the clearance? Why did they do it? And who knew? And they were questions that the House obviously want to raise with me. And that's why I urgently asked for those factory establishments that come to the House today and provide the full count that have provided to the House.
Should carry out before someone has, like, frequent and uncontrolled access to top secret material or any access to top secret coded, otherwise known as strat material. The Prime Minister's promised full transparency by asking 3 questions. Did Peter Mandelson have access to any top secret strat material before his DV clearance on 29th January? Did Peter Mandelson have any restrictions placed on his access to top secret strat material during his time in Washington? And if so, has the Prime Minister assured himself that Mandelson did not leak any of this material, just as he had leaked commercially confidential material to Jeffrey Epstein at the Gordon Brown?
I understand that he had access to material before he took his post as ambassador. He did have access after he took up his post, and why I would review any security concerns may arise.
Mr. Speaker, I think we all find it staggering, don't we, that someone felt their security settings still be appointed to such a sensitive, critical role, and it's even more staggering as we've heard that the Prime Minister was informed of that failure. I agree with what the Prime Minister said. He didn't need to know the details, we did need to know that he'd failed at security vetting. In terms of the details, I want to ask the Prime Minister this. If people didn't know what the terms were of security for Peter Mandelson, how could any other state deal with him on sensitive security issues? I understand the Prime Minister is doing an inquiry into that, but it's very important that Parliament has oversight of that issue, because I'm very concerned there's been another failure that much of security interest.
I think in a case such as this, in relation to such a sensitive post, I think it's right somebody should be appointed at all if the UKSC are recommending clearance is not given. So that would be my position on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was privileged to serve as Security Minister, Prime Minister my shadow, and dealing matters of most significant national security, he was straightforward with me as I was with him. So I have to answer this straightforward question. Humbly make it clear that the ISC will see any material related to national security or international relations. In the course of our work, we clearly liaise with the Cabinet Office. When did the Cabinet Office know about this failure in vetting? Who knew? And why didn't they bring that material to the ISC when they found it? Well, we haven't received it when he found out that this vetting had failed, and yet others must have known that it had failed.
The situation was that as part of the work that was being on the humble dress, this information came to light. Senior officials immediately took legal advice on where it could be disclosed. Having got that legal advice, immediately discussed it to me. I think that's the process. I think it has now been disclosed to the committee, albeit I think on Thursday rather than the Tuesday. But that's the process. And just to defend that process, I do think it was right for the senior officials, having got this information, to get legal advice on what it could disclose and do. I think it was the right thing to do. As soon as they got that advice, they brought to my attention.
Lawrence Banner.
Himself and by extension abolishing upon his two houses of which he was formerly a member. Does the Prime Minister agree that the famous Armstrong memorandum on conduct of the civil service was correct and was true in it said it is a duty of the civil servant to make available to the Minister all the information and experience at his or her disposal which may have a bearing on policy decisions to which he is committed or preparing to make, and to give to the Minister honest and impartial advice without fear or favour, and whether the advice accord with the Minister's view or not.
Yes, I do agree with that. That's why this information could and should be shared with me at first opportunity. That was before Peter Mandelson took up his post as ambassador.
The Prime Minister is hiding behind the thicket of legalese and procedure, but he has a track record of appointing Labour's most favoured sons and daughters to plum government jobs and to the House of Lords. In Wales, we know all about Labour's crony culture. The cricket UK Labour's favourite burners of one thing, brought up in the tent in spot of dodgy donations, and now tipped for a peerage. But the timing, Mr. Speaker. How will he explain to this party his role in bringing down Labour's century of dominance and waste in the forthcoming elections?
Mr. Speaker, addressing questions about process in relation to Peter Mandelson, I've said that in some detail. The House and answered several questions.
The Prime Minister saying in Nancy, Peter Mandelson, the new ambassador, that he had unrivalled experience. This was despite the gravity of what was known about his record and available publicly. Is it not the case that Peter Mandelson's political appointment, which was personally decided by the Prime Minister and announced publicly before the security vetting was completed, needed to progress and had to happen? However, it happened because Mandelson's role in the Prime Minister's leadership campaign because it served the interests of one particular faction in the Labour Party.
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that is a reason for withholding from me the information about security clearance.
The result of the Prime Minister's terrible failure of judgment is that for over a year, this country's interests were represented in the United States by someone that our own security services deemed to be a security risk. Will he assure us that an investigation will take place into all aspects where our national security may be damaged, and the result of that will be made available to the Intelligence Security Committee and where possible to Parliament?
Yes, I will.
Leaders who speak to this. One is about process and the other one is about budget. On process, I've been the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister was not told about security event clearance and had he won, he would have sacked him. We don't have a problem with, but the problem is I wouldn't know that who's actually running the country and whether other ministers are checking about by civil servants. On the issue, it was wrong, completely wrong in the first place, to put Mandelson forward as the ambassador. With the Prime Minister right to confirm history that no one his imposition will fail the advanced suit vetting process of all legal appointments that have been made.
This including the review that has happened as soon as I've got findings, I'll share with the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This saga is drawing to a close. It will come to a conclusion with Prime Minister's resignation, whether I can accept that or not. What I can't accept is that ASME secret Sadak till no lies regime. He expects us to believe prevail at the very top of government between officials, not just ministers, but the Prime Minister. He talked a lot today about what he did know and he wasn't told. Well, he knew that Mandelson had a serious human frailty for other people's width. We knew that Mandelson was involved with the Russians. We knew that Mandelson was sacked twice as a government minister. Can the Prime Minister explain what was Mandelson actual qualities that he was pursuing in the role as US ambassador, and what steps has he taken to contain serious and measurable breach of national security at his point of Peter Mandelson facilitated?
I'd make clear it was error to point Peter Mandelson. There is a review going into any security issues may arise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister saying that he should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. In November, of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I asked about who sees vetting and was told by Sir Ollie Robbins. Obviously, the vast majority are relatively straightforward. Ones that require more senior judgment, potentially a discussion about managing and mitigating risks, are stated appropriately. Questions being asked by our Foreign Secretary or Ministers or Prison Number 10 should be a signal to the civil servants to escalate this matter, given the controversial nature of the political appointment. So I would like to ask the Prime Minister that the concerns about link to Epstein, to other countries and things were raised by him in conversations about his appointment at just before the time of his appointment that would have signalled that civil service should escalate this.
Prime Minister. Well, to speak of two different processes, one is the due diligence process carried out by the Cabinet Office in which Peter Mandelson was asked questions. Separately, there was the vetting process in which the recommendation of UKSB was not shared with me until Tuesday evening.
There are two different ways in which a minister can inadvertently mislead the House. One is by the things that they say, but one is by the things that they don't say. And that's why I'm particularly interested in the letter that my honourable friend, the member for Bula Hopkins raised, one from Lord Pace, because that seems to have been written to the Prime Minister in November 2024, advising to political appointment to an ambassadorial role ought to be preceded by full security, letting wait before it was announced. So it was announced by the Prime Minister in December 2024. Did he write on his decision there that he wanted it to be subject to him passing a full security vetting? What did he write on his note?
Mr. Speaker, I asked it to be subject to vetting. It was because of the process in December 25. I asked Chris Warmall to do a review for me of the process, and he did that by reference back to the same case letter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister is aware of the damage this saga has done to public trust in politics and politicians. However, I would like to confirm the next focus, and the focus of the government is on the issues that matter most to the constituents in January, in particular, tackling the cost of living.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Speaker. The focus of the government on the fact we're facing a war on who funds with zero consequences for a country, and we absolutely need to deal with cost of living, which is the number one issue for all our constituents up and down the country.
I have views from the United States administration take a decision in the Foreign Office to persist with Mandelson, our UK ambassador to Washington, DC, after the vetting advice received there.
Prime Minister. I believe that they did. This was UK security vetting carried out in the way I described the House. The issue is that the recommendation was shared with me, was in the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Prime Minister for his statement. Could the Prime Minister provide the House with an update on the proposed legislation to remove peerage from districts peer like Peter Mandelson, who has fallen so far below what is expected of those serving in the House of Lords?
Prime Minister. Yes, in relation to that legislation and works progressing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The risk stating the obvious. The Prime Minister has based his defence today and over this whole saga around his claim that he wasn't told. He wasn't told that Mandelson failed security vetting, and said 11 times in his statement he wasn't told. I'm just wondering how many times and on which specific dates did he himself directly ask for the permission?
That's not a claim I wasn't told, and I don't think anybody is disputing that. The clearance given on 29th of January 2025, that information was not provided to me. In September, I did ask specifically about the process. I did ask about the process. Chris Holder did to me that in carrying out a review, he was not told about the security clearance recommendation was made. I can't both occasions that information should be provided both to me and the then Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. In answer to my honourable friend earlier in the statement, the Minister delayed bringing this up so that he could answer, amongst other questions, why UK SE was overruled. It seems wholly incredible that the decision was made a personal whim by a senior civil servant. Is it not that it was made because of political pressure from number 10 to advance the man who a particular fact in the Labour Party had looked to for foreign leadership for years? So can the Prime Minister explicitly now confirm his understanding of why the decision to overrule UK SE was made?
Prime Minister. Speaker, I don't declare that the view of anyone about Peter Mandelson provides an explanation, not providing me with the information. The recommendation was not granted security clearance. We're talking about a very serious issue and a very sensitive case. I clearly should have been given that information. Whatever pressures that are always there in government every day.
Robert Chair. The Prime Minister agrees that he's furious, angry farmer. But why is it he seems to be angry when he's trying to save his own skin?
Is he not angry about the 600 men across the English Channel on small boats on Saturday? Is he not angry about the people who are queuing up for fuel at forecourts and can't afford the Chancellor's taxes? Isn't the truth his government is now so paralysed that its only agenda is clean up the mess left by the paedophile Mal? He's an anxious
I think of any government that had been provided with this information would rightly be frustrated and angry.
Speaker, I would take a moment in the statement to focus on young men who were exploited, abused, raped by Jeffrey Epstein and his friends. Years of being trafficked for rape, no one to turn to, and years of people not believing. The idea that Mandelson called Epstein's conviction wrongful is disgusting. And I cannot imagine how it felt for survivors to hear that. PM was right to attack him, so can I ask Prime Minister to take the opportunity again to say to those young men that this House believes them and his government has bought them, and is he confident that no person with financial or personal links with sex traffickers would receive a DV in future?
Can I thank right to focus on the victims in this, and that's why I started the statement by making it clear there was a judgment error on my part, and the apology I have made is to victims, because I know the impact this would have had on them who are already suffered very much.
It was an asked question. We did believe received a response. Was Prime Minister aware that Peter Mandelson was the director of the system before he was appointed?
Prime Minister. Mrs. Kerr acted on the information that was provided to me in the due diligence process. The information was dealt with in the security process and not made available to me, nor can that detail be made available to me. It's the recommendation that should have made available to me.
Speaker, one of the things that I find most difficult to understand in this process is that when this scandal erupted in September of last year, and before the Prime Minister came to this place and elsewhere to make statements about it, statements that he must have known would have involved talking about the vetting, why he simply didn't order officials to share the vetting with them? Why didn't he, and does he regret not doing it?
Well, I did ask for more character review. I worked on the basis that all the information would be shared with it. It was only last week that I found out from Sir Chris that he himself had not been provided with the information he should be valuable when it was character review on my behalf.
Sorry, Colbert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take the Prime Minister back to the question asked by the member for Hackney North and South England so long ago, when she asked a quite simple question: why the Prime Minister didn't ask any questions whatsoever about the nature of the security clearing that Mandelson achieved, or why there were any doubt about him? Was he so obsessed with his determination to appoint this tainted figure to be ambassador to Washington, he just wanted to ignore the rest, and the official just went along with it? Why didn't he ask the simple, straight question? Prime Minister.
Peter Mandelson was given security clearance, and that was clear to everyone, including myself. He was given clearance. He was cleared. He wouldn't have done the role he had been given clearance. As soon as it came to my attention last week that was against the recommendation of UKFE, I did ask for the information out before the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed. The Prime Minister has said this clearly and consistently, and take responsibility, including by flood advising. That's the right thing to do. Can the Prime Minister give further assurance that the government will continue to comply with the humble dress in full?
Yes, I thank that assurance we will.
We got to you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister said pacing over the last few months, which I found turned out to around the vetting process of Peter Mandelson. Does the Prime Minister accept he inadvertently led the House of Commons?
I did not lead the House of Commons. I accept the information that I should have had, an information that the House should have had, should have been for the House. I did not lead the House, and that's why I set up the account in full.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloomberg files, which caused the Prime Minister to sack Peter Mandelson, revealed that Mandelson had been leaking confidential government information to convict paedophile during Gordon Brown's government. In his role as ambassador to Washington, there will have been access to highly sensitive and top secret documents. So, knowing that this was his previous behaviour, is there any investigation by the government or security services in potential links during Mandelson's tenure as ambassador?
That's asked for review to be carried out in relation to the material that could cause any issues in relation to national security.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 12th of September, it was revealed in the independent newspaper that Mandelson did not pass vetting by MI6 and therefore by UKSB. On the 16th of September, in the chamber, my old friend, the member for Tiverton Minehead, made the same claim in the presence of the Minister, the right member for Cardiff South and Penarth. On hearing this information, did the Minister or the Prime Minister feel the need to ask if the specific claim was true? And in the response that was given, that DV clearance was granted by the SCO, at KC, how did he not see the clear difference between the question that was asked and the answer that was given? And does he agree with me that, in his own words, the explanation beggars belief?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at various points, questions were asked, and questions therefore put to the FCA. The answer that was the same, because basically was not information could share anyone, including self.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Early day, NBC released an interview with hospice worker Rachel Benedictus, who's 22 years old. She became one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. For 27 years, she has been waiting for the crimes committed against her to be recognised, and that she told NBC, and I quote, "Until we are heard, till sides are heard and believed, and I don't think there's ever going to be justice." Does the Prime Minister agree that we owe it to the hundreds of victims like Rachel to put them first in these days and put it in the story, and that he was absolutely right to sack someone like Peter Mandelson, who refused to believe his victims and he did not care?
Well, I do agree, and I can thank you for making sure the victims are central in this, as should be.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister's been on his feet now for nearly 2 hours. So can I put it to him that the most charitable explanation that can be put forward to explain this sorry saga is that it has been a bad, probably terminal case for 3 months. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've set out the procedure in some detail. Information would have been provided to me. It was not provided to me. If it had been provided, I would not allow Peter Mandelson to see them what they did.
Thank you, Speaker. As we've heard, it's absolutely staggering that vital information on UKSB recommendations be withheld from ministers taking decisions. Can the Prime Minister assure the House that in the review of his commission that we examine whether any other instances in which UKSB recommendations against granting DB status, whether there are any other instances of that over not just the period of this government, the last 14 years, because they have potential to have very serious security implications.
I think that was subject to the review, and that's why I put the review in place.
Pretty Gordon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's clear, Prime Minister, that many of us in this House are totally scarred with this whole mess. We believe that's nothing compared to what being pulled in the doors of Scotland by voters who feel that they expect and would like to expect more from this government after they were promised. We've focused on process today. But Prime Minister wouldn't have had come here, would have had to stand at the dispatch box, answer all these questions if he had not made the decision which he accepts was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson. That's the root of this whole thing. So having accepted responsibility, what did the Prime Minister think the consequence would be for that, and how do we restore faith?
Can I just help the Prime Minister and help everyone in the room? They'll still try to catch my with the Please, let's see the question. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. their judgment on my behalf, but I were not provided with information. Had I been provided with it, I wouldn't be appointed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Scottish Minister said that to deal with an unconventional US administration, he needed an unconventional ambassador. So, Prime Minister, does unconventional now mean appointing a man to a senior position when we know his lies, corruption and misconduct has provided corruption at the very heart of our democracy now? Can the Prime Minister tell us when he first knew with the evidence and the advice and why he not it?
Please, let's call the people in.
I firstly lost just upstairs the House.
Third time of asking. At the time when the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador, was he aware that he had been a director of system?
I was aware of was due diligence, and I've dealt with that. I wasn't aware of what issues dealt with in the security vetting or the recommendation of UKSV.
Thank you, Speaker. The massive problem was a huge failure of the British state, and I welcome the Prime Minister's hand in accepting his responsibility for his part in it. Does the Prime Minister agree that restoring public trust is a mass task and requires leaders on all sides to be careful with their language and to ensure that they understand the process that they're talking about, rather than throw out baseless accusation of, quote, lying?
I do agree with that, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that he should have been shown the recommendation of UK security vetting. He knew he hadn't seen it, so why didn't he ask for it?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the first I knew that there had been a recommendation to deny clearance was Tuesday evening of last week. The security clearance had been given by the Foreign Office before Peter Mandelson took up the post. As soon as it came to my attention, I saw the information up before the House today.
I'm going to take a bit of it and then I'm going to text you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the public watching this matter would be baffled by the speculation of who said what and when. So I think the Prime Minister has come here us today. But no Prime Minister wants or should be in a situation like this. Government processes in critical information are not brought to the attention of ministers. I welcome full review. But will Prime Minister look at the wide relationship between government and systems that trust can be restored?
Yes, we'll look at that. But I do just want to say again, thousands of civil servants act professional and integrity every day on this occasion. This information has been brought to my attention. Had it been, the appointment would not be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this session of Parliament, we've seen the head of the ODR carry the can and resign due to an error by a member of his team. What will it take for this Prime Minister to carry the can?
Mr. Speaker, I was not provided information I should be provided with. Had I been provided, I would have made the decision. It was a deliberate decision. It wasn't negligence, it was a deliberate decision to tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. I thank him even more for the apologies on Mr. Mandelson. And being here today, I want to commit the words once again to record of Virginia Free. I feel particularly Reverend Peter Mandelson. She said, don't be fooled by those in Epstein's circle who say they didn't know what Epstein was doing. Anyone who spent a significant amount of time with him saw him touching girls. You wouldn't want a creepy old man touching your daughter. They even said they did not know he was raping children, but they were not lied. Now, on the House, across the House, this consensus. We need to get to the bottom of this, absolutely, except the Prime Minister did not know about security vetting. Can the Prime Minister please update the House when we have the next round of documents for Hull address so we can get to the bottom of who did know what and when?
Prime Minister.
I thank her campaign on behalf of these victims and many other victims in relation to sexual abuse in particular, and her assistance to work with multiple victims. We are complying with the humble address as quickly as possible, and we'll comply with it fully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Foreign Affairs Committee meeting back in November last year, I asked Sir Oliver Robbins whether the Foreign Office had a different view about who should be recommended for the posting of ambassador. Sir Oliver Robbins said to me that the Prime Minister took advice and formed a view himself and we acted on that view. Isn't it the case that the Prime Minister was repeatedly warned before the appointment that Peter Mandelson carried reputational and political risks, including that due diligence was not exhaustive and vetting was not yet complete, and yet he chose to proceed regardless, and now the appointment of overriding civil service advice putting our national security at risk?
Speak to me, that there's any good reason why I couldn't have been provided with the information that was withheld from me, had it been provided to me, and wouldn't have proceeded with the appointment.
I'll just thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for such a clear and comprehensive statement? I'm sure the whole House is grateful to him for doing so. Listening to part of the old adage about throwing stones and glass houses come to mind, I don't think there are enough glass houses in Scotland to replace the one that they are brick today. However, Mr. Speaker, having set the record straight, does the Prime Minister agree with me that it's now the time to return to the core citizen of government to preserve the country's peace and security?
Yes, I do agree that there needs to be a fact that we're facing war on the front and a conflict by which the government is green.
The Prime Minister has told us that the Cabinet Secretary gave him bad advice, Peter Mandelson lied to him, and the Foreign Office didn't tell him anything. He's really in danger of being known as the mushroom Prime Minister. Kept in the dark and fed, I don't know if I said, on the strict on us. His question was not that he wished to remain dark. He knew in September there was a security vetting, and yet he never asked about it until April of this year. Surely that's an indication that despite having to be kept dark, he didn't mind anyway.
Minister, what I did was ask for the process to be reviewed, and Sir Chris Wilmot carried out that review, which transpired last week, so that information withheld from him in the review. So I asked for the review, I did ask questions, he gave me his conclusions, but neither he knew nor I knew was that he too was not told relevant material in the course of that review.
As Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister's statement, and I've sat here and I've listened today to one Conservative member after another preaching at us about standards of honesty and integrity. The Prime Minister reminds whether these are the same Conservatives who voted to change the rules of standards investigations in November 2021 just to get their colleague, Owen Paterson, on the hook. And can you remind us whether or not the leader of the opposition chose to abstain in that debate?
Reasonable people of including. If the Prime Minister knew and he inadvertently misled Parliament, then he should resign. He didn't know, and he's running in competition on bottom government and really should resign. And if he's lied to yet again, then he's simply too gullible and lacking basic curiosity to say the Prime Minister. Is the Prime Minister so detached from reality that he's the only person who can see that?
The information was withheld from me. It was held with Cabinet Secretary conducting a committee review on my behalf. That came clear yesterday. South to Parliament.
On the 4th of February, at column 780, my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, asked the Prime Minister, did the official security vetting that he received mention that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Prime Minister, yes, it did. What on earth was it he received that he was talking about, which the right honourable lady referred to as the official security vetting? He said yes, he had received it.
The Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a great sympathy for the Prime Minister. I truly do, because he said very succinctly how he followed the processes and procedures. But I remember the bar we talked very every exchange our profession. And if you become a client and there's something suspicious, then you contact the ethics line. As a member of the Ban King's Council, that would have been a trait that he was all too familiar with. So can the Prime Minister answer the basic question for the British public? Why didn't he take that basic step?
Developed clearer by the Foreign Office before he cut post. It was only last Tuesday that I found out that that was against the recommendation of UKSV.
Joe, where is it?
The Times reported last week that he repeatedly sought assurance from the FCDO that Peter Mandelson had passed security vetting. Is this correct? And when did you seek these services?
Speaker, he got the clearance before he would cut his post as ambassador. That clearance was given by the Foreign Office. I found out it was against the recommendation on Tuesday evening of last week.
Two questions. Was the decision not to give Mandelson the view of the head of security in FDO, only if that's what he was? And secondly, what information did the Prime Minister know of the second opinion was it, that meeting an appointment process, that I quote, an appointment cannot be announced after security vetting in the past. It seemed to me that this decision was made if the Prime Minister did know that Peter Mandelson had failed the vetting process. But what information did the Prime Minister know then that made him review the appointment process?
Well, the decision to grant clearance made by the FCA after in September, it became clear to the answer to due diligence that Peter Mandelson were not truthful. And that's why I had to play the various reviewed ideas and also been the approach in relation to when vetting checks are carried out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister really saying that in the appointment of Peter Mandelson, he didn't himself consider that there might be issues with his vetting process, given his track record? And isn't it even more incredible that he then didn't query whether there had been any issues at vetting process?
Patrick was given balloting clearance before he took up his post as the ambassador. That was a decision taken by FCDO.
In September, the Prime Minister said at this batch box told the House he had full confidence and he found a man's relationship with Victor beautiful Jeffrey Epstein was public knowledge. The Prime Minister knew and backed him away. How he came to have no idea that his twice fired government minister had failed MI6 vetting, despite journalists led directly to Downing Street and very simple. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister appointed answer because he owes his job to him. He appointed him, he defended him, and now claims so nothing. He is gaslighting the nation. Just call this sample what it is. The Prime Minister is a best liar, and if you hadn't seen that.
Say to me, I'll name your wife and go out, fam.
Leave. Not leave. You've been down there. Give me option, please. I'll give you 5 very quick. Move before I read it. I'll give you an option. I'm going to let you know it's my duty to carry out and control this house. All done. Absolutely not. Right. I am Zara Sultana. Minister, I beg to move at the name the said member be suspended the House. Education. The question is, the Zara Sultana be made and leave this House. All those in favour? Aye. I'm sorry to do this. I really am. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 months ago, the national newspaper ran the story that Mandelson had failed security vetting. So how is it even possible that no one in number 10 knew until last week?
A number of errors were made. Questions were asked of FCDO, and the answer they gave was the same. They did not disclose me or anyone in number 10 that UKSB had advised recommended against clearance.
When the Prime Minister asked his officials in January 2025, as he surely did, that was an element of surprise in his voice. So, to actually pass his security clearance, what was the scenario then unfolded? Did Darley Rubens declare, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, Minister, I'm not at liberty to say? Did he actively seek to mislead Prime Minister by simply saying, yes, Prime Minister? Or, as seems more likely, did the scenario never take place, as the Prime Minister ever thought to us?
Mr. Speaker, what happened in January was that developed vetting clearance was done by foreign officers. That wasn't part of the matter. It was last week I found out that the circumstance I now sat the House.
Speaker, in the box news of Prime Minister dated 11 November 2024, the former Cabinet Secretary Simon Case advised the Prime Minister that before appointing a political appointee, he would get security clearance before announcing. The Prime Minister ignored that advice. The Prime Minister's response in that box note is redacted. So I ask him a very simple question. What was he up on that box note, and will he publish what he said?
Mr. Speaker, I made clear my position was the appointment subject to develop vetting. I can't in all conscience remember what exactly was in the paper. He's asked me whether the process subject to developing. That's why I asked Chris Wilmot to look at the process and reference back to Simon Hayes.
I'm running the table this.
Foreign Office raised severe concerns regarding Mandelson to invest in China due diligence report he received before the appointment was announced. The Prime Minister, however, brushed the concerns aside and that Mandelson is ambassador nonetheless. Given what due diligence exercise had already planned, it was sure to predict Mandelson would fail security team for the reason. But number 10 had already told Foreign Office before starting on the post to see the appointment, notwithstanding these issues, as it really did by putting in place the safeguards. So how can Minister basically by sack a lawyer and brilliant public servant?
Because it didn't my attention, they should have my attention. Had he done so, I wouldn't be.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister Temple knew about Sistema and Mandelson, but the Cabinet Office due diligence report sent to the Prime Minister 24th on 11th of December 2024 said Mandelson the meets to director of the Russian government Sistema, which is its majority shareholder of the TI. The offence logically, Mandelson remained on board until June 2017, long after Putin's annexation of Crimea in 2014. So will the Prime Minister finally confirm that he knew that Mandelson was a director of Sistema long after the invasion of Crimea, but appointed him new?
Let's make it clear, I did not win the due diligence report. I made clear to the House, no time today, I've actually made clear to the House on previous occasions.
Speaker, I can send you, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is going to run out of city if he runs out of people to join them. The issue is that the Prime Minister has said that he will never turn on stuff, and you should never turn on stuff. Well, Suray scapegoated, Tim and Can, so someone fought out, when must we act, and now we've been set. The Prime Minister accept that the bus stops with him. This is his fault and the honourable thing.
Mr. Speaker, the information was withheld by me, by FCDO, and the circumstances out of the House.
My question to the Prime Minister is a straightforward one. If the way the Emirates Parliament know about this issue before us.
No.
To override the outcome of the vetting process, the SCDO must be under pressure from someone. It tried to ambassador for high response of behaviour, or Prime Minister placed the piece on a proper process. So whose idea was it, and who was paying pressure?
Can I just check the idea that any pressure is a good reason not to disclose to the Prime Minister that UKSB recommended against clearance for a very senior sensitive appointment? Simply don't accept that that's an adequate reason. What are the pressure?
Not good enough. The Prime Minister is suggesting the idea security services are concerned about supplement that put out the boot 2 weeks ago, despite the fact on the front page of the national newspaper in September. My question is not about vetting file because we know the Prime Minister is going to give. Sent to the vetting file, any day is made aware, any member of security services raising concerns about the appointment of Mandelson.
Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker. One of you was security clearance be given by foreign officers where to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in my valley across Ireland across the UK will be discussing the event this time discussing this issue which should have been put before the first time came in press. Does the Prime Minister understand that every time we go through this, we destroy the reputation of this place, no matter who government it is, party we can stand for that, and my neck, so this is not pretty button. This is about protecting the reputation of this place. Do you understand?
That I wanted to give the House all relevant information which I've been at this afternoon.
Good job.
So we've now established that the Prime Minister did indeed know that Tim Mandelson had been director of the SEMA when he hit him. Why on earth would the Prime Minister be so reckless with our national security to do that?
Speaker, I made it clear that I knew was in the due diligence. Also made it clear that the CEO granted a security clearance before the matter took his head.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a simple question that we still don't have an answer to. Did Peter Mandelson fail his extradition because of his relationship to Jerry Epstein, or was some other reason as yet undisclosed?
Mr. Speaker, the information that's fed into the review and the reasons for the review is protected because otherwise this is not a Peter Middleton issue, the integrity of the process. What I don't accept is that means can't be the recommendation that comes out of it.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to mention the difference between the due diligence information from the Cabinet Office and the security vetting had in place when they appointed Peter Madison on the 18th of September.
I did know the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After a year of legal scandal under the previous government, the Prime Minister promised integrity and accountability. But my constituents in Trafford Avon are not seeing change. They are seeing more of the same, a continued government where warnings are ignored and standards safe. Why should anyone believe that he is still capable of delivering the change that promised?
Right. Mr. Bright, major relevant inquiries made, so I put the whole picture before the House. The approach that taken as much in the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a humiliating day for the Prime Minister and the House and the whole country. And even still, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister being open with us. He's relying on some later inquiry when the Cabinet Secretary told him in writing in the official briefing that he must seek a vetting prior to the appointment of political appointee. That's true, isn't it, Prime Minister? Can you give a straight-up just once?
The process was was subject to vetting check being carried out. Had I been made aware of the recommendation of the UK SP, I would have made what I did after then was to look back at the process, which did according to by reference to some case. He assured me the process has been carried out properly.
If Ortley Robin could and should have provided this information to the Prime Minister at the first opportunity, but as he said today, all his centralised capital and Antonio Romeo, the Cabinet Office officials sat on the information nearly a month before bringing it to Prime Minister when Guardian started asking questions on round 10. So surely if he wanted to accept any legal advice to do what he's saying, to look at obvious, he's sacked Ollie Wins for bringing information he did. Why is it in post?
Mr. Speaker, they acted entirely appropriately. They came across the information as part of the address exercise. They took legal advice on that could be disclosed to and disclosed it to me as soon as they got legal advice. That was the right thing to do.
Mr. Speaker, on the 4th of February, Peter Madison was notified by the appointments in change of the FCDO that requires strap access in addition to TV. Started the role on 10 February. On what date did Peter Madison receive strap access?
I don't advertise some date, but I'll endeavour to find out.
Mr. Speaker, gives way on Peter Madison was maintained friendship in the 50th deadline, close relations both China and Russia in terms of business, country government goals. What I really want to ask Prime Minister is this. What are the unique defining human qualities of the man just described to you that he should be politically appointed to the US ambassador? And why now is he still defending them by process and that they're calling what's wrong and taking responsibility and resigning?
I'm not defending him by process, I'm defending the process of the House.
Mr. Speaker, if possible, the Prime Minister will know who regard the gods themselves. With that in mind and holding those powers down, it may wait more than a week or almost a week into this House when the public will be expecting answers much later.
Prime Minister, because who took the decision, the basis upon which they took it and who knew about the decision, secretary to have the House, which is what I'm talking about.
Mr. Speaker, this House and country is being asked to believe that though he is the Prime Minister making the most critical diplomatic appointment that the United Kingdom can make, that he, Prime Minister, in the midst of the raging controversy of the depot, never asked if his nominee had been security vetted. Isn't that staggering and incredible? And when it comes to our national security advice, what is his role? What does he know? Could I speak to that?
The attention on the process began very much September 25 when Bloomberg emails were published. That is when I agreed with the Cabinet Secretary to carry out a review of the entire process. And I set out some this afternoon.
David Reid. The Prime Minister has blamed officials this bargain. So think about it. You know the names of FTD civil servants that made the decision to override UKFB on 29th of January 2025. Yes or no? And has made a decision to bend them all from UC pending full independent inquiry. Yes or no?
Speaker, I set up to the House this afternoon. I have ordered a review by Sir Rachel of security vetting, so that if any further changes are needed, we can put in place.
Speaker, a stand-up to Mendelssohn nursing clearance was conditional on him being accompanied to meetings with former clients such as Palantir. Will the Prime Minister clarify why there is no record of his and Peter Mendelssohn's meeting with Palantir in Washington, and will he tell House what it's all about?
Speaker, I was routine to give a visit. I was in the US.
The Prime Minister is pleasingly telling us that he was not told or was allowed to be told. But what culture has the Prime Minister created around him and our civil service that no one felt they could or should tell him this kind of information?
I remind him that the last 2 weeks, senior officials brought this to my attention, which is what they have. And for the Guardian, they brought to my attention on Tuesday evening. This is what led to ask for the Christian state to stay down.
Was promised to end the chaos and to restore safety and integrity to government. Does he think that appointing a man who called a convicted child offender his best pal and whose connections with are already well known is consistent with that promise? And if it is, will he step aside and let someone else end his chaos and restore honesty and integrity to government?
Mr. Speaker, I've accepted that I did already appoint and apologise to the victims as I must and as I did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 4th of February, my friendly opposition asked the Prime Minister whether the vetting process disclosed information about Pepsi. The Prime Minister answered, yes, it did. In his response to my honourable friend, the before his test, he said, I'm confused between vetting and disclosure. Then he answered to my friend, the honourable member, the South West, and he said, new difference. If that's what misleading the House, what is?
Well, the vetting process, the due diligence is part of that process. Rather than, as it were, sort of technicality, I give now the information that I had about what I knew from the due diligence. It was clear what the leader of the person was asking. It was not asking. I knew there was a due process, due diligence, and that's what I told House about it.
Prime Minister promised that the Tories government would gun out and restore public trust. Yet this whole Madison saga has reinforced the belief that on beyond that no government or politician can change. And the Prime Minister is saying my situation, I annoyed the then Cabinet Secretary to get the security clearance before confirming our ambassador.
Let's struggle with this on a number of occasions.
Right, the complete liberation of the exchange of that.
Before I call the minister to make a statement on recent anti-Semitic attacks, I should inform the House that in some cases charges have been brought, and those cases, including the attack on the Hassler Community Ambulance Service at Manchester Synagogue, are therefore sub judice. With respect to more recent incidents in Benton and in Finchley, arrests have been made, but charges not yet brought. I remind honourable members that they should not refer to details of any specific cases currently before courts, and they should exercise caution with respect to any specific cases that may subsequently come before court, in order not to prejudice those proceedings. We have been there in this sense.
Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement about the appalling incidents of recent days targeting Jews and opponents of the Iranian regime. I will begin with the facts. Counter-terrorism policing have confirmed that they are investigating a series of arson attacks and incidents that have occurred in London over recent days. These include an arson attack at a synagogue in Finchley on Wednesday, the 5th of April, a suspected arson attack targeting premises in Hendon linked to a Jewish charity on Friday, the 17th of April, a suspected arson attack targeting a synagogue in Harrow on the evening of Saturday, the 18th of April, a further incident in the early hours of yesterday morning outside a residential premises in Finchley and opposite a synagogue. These events follow the arson attack of volunteer-led ambulance service run by the Jewish community in Goldseen on the 23rd of March. And last week, there was also an attempted arson attack on a Persian-language media organisation that has previously been the target of serious threats linked to the Iranian regime and their proxies. 8 arrests have now been made in connection with that incident, and 4 people have been charged. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Jewish communities across the UK will be distressed and dismayed by these abhorrent attacks. And I know that I speak for honourable members right across this House when I say that there is no place in British life for anti-Semitism. Attacks on British Jews are an attack on all of us. We will do whatever it takes to stop the cowards and the thugs who seek to intimidate our Jewish communities. Now, the police response over the weekend has been decisive. 15 arrests have already been made. In addition, a range of capabilities have deployed to deter potential attackers and to reassure communities. Over the weekend, the Metropolitan Police significantly increased the number of officers in and around North West London. Uniformed and plainclothes officers have maintained a strong presence around Barnet, and additional stop and search powers have been introduced across the borough. Response vehicles and counter-terrorism policing resources have been deployed alongside local policing to respond to potential threats. Now, to ensure the police response is a sustainable one, the government has already committed an additional £5 million for this financial year to support the deployment of specialist officers across the country to support vulnerable communities and Project Servitor. That is in addition to the record £73.4 million annual funding for protective security of Jewish, Muslim and other faith sects. This morning, I visited Finchley Reform Synagogue with the Deputy Commissioner, a local MP, member of the House. Our community leaders saw firsthand the strengthened police presence and the resilience of those affected. I reaffirmed our commitment to protect all those who have been targeted. The government's commitment to supporting British Jews is an enduring one. We're taking first steps to root out anti-Semitism where it appears across public life, from our public services to our universities, to charities and beyond. We'll back up our words with action. This includes launching an urgent review of anti-Semitism within the NHS, introducing mandatory training and investing £7 million to tackle anti-Semitism in schools, colleges and universities. This is a whole of society effort grounded in close engagement with Jewish communities. We are determined to tackle the issues that have a daily impact on the lives of our Jewish communities. An amendment to existing powers will allow police to deal with repeat protests by taking into account the cumulative effect of protest activity. And the Home Secretary, Lord MacDonald, undertake a review of public order laws to ensure people can go about their lives without fear of intimidation. The government has also set out its vision for a fair, tolerant and decent country with recent publication of protecting what matters. Our action plan to tackle threats to social cohesion and to counter the scourge of extremism. The plan makes significant commitments, including £800 million to expand the Biden Plus programme to 40 new neighbourhoods, plus new investment in community resilience, schools linking and local media. This vital effort requires to work collectively across government and with professional partners and will be driven forward by my honourable friend, Community Secretary. Furthermore, we are actively protecting Persian
tolerated. The chair reserves the right to remove disruptive persons from the hearing. The U.S. Capitol Police are on hand to assist with the task. I thank them for their service. One housekeeping note before we get started. We are expecting to be called to the House floor for votes around 10:30. Well, as long as we can up until those votes, and then I ask members to come back as soon as they can after voting. Upon conclusion, I also want to ask members, when you're entering and leading the chamber, because there's hearings going on all across the Capitol, because it's time of day, please go in and out through the side door. Those doors make a lot of act, and you come in and out, so ingress and egress through the room. All right, with that, I want to welcome our witnesses and thank them for the service to our nation. We are meeting today to review the PGOS FY27 budget request. Each Each year, the budget presentation gives us the opportunity to take a hard look at the threats we face and our ability to deter and defeat them. It helps us decide a level of investment that will actually secure our homeland and protect our interests across the globe. Here are the facts that underlie this year's budget request. We are confronting an unprecedented global threat environment with multiple adversaries working together to undermine our security and that of our allies. They are building alliances and supporting each other with drones, munitions, missile technology, and energy supplies. And China is leading the charge against us. As you can see from this graphic, 25 years ago, the PLA was just a defensive force with little ability to project power beyond our borders. Today, PLA is a modernized military force capable of projecting power well into the Pacific. The rapid military buildup has delivered thousands of new ships, subs, missiles, and space assets that severely challenge our ability to safeguard national security in the Indo-Pacific. China continues to invest heavily in PLA military modernization, announcing another 7% increase in defense spending this year. As a result, they are spending more of their GDP on defense than we are. In fact, as you can see from this graphic, all of our adversaries are spending more of their GDP on defense than we are. Meanwhile, our defense spending as a percentage of GDP has been steadily falling since World War II. That yellow line that you see on the graph coming across that bar represents 4 to 5% of GDP spending. History has shown that meeting or exceeding that level of investment ensures we can truly deter our adversaries. That's also the level we're asking our allies to meet. For years, we've chosen not to make the same level of investment ourselves. Since World War II, defense spending has shrunk significantly as a percentage of federal outlays, as you see from the red line on that chart. Nonetheless, non-defense spending, on the other hand, account for over 85%, and it's been increasing for the same period of time. This underinvestment in our defense has had very real consequences. Our defense industrial base, long the envy of the world, has atrophied significantly. We're no longer capable of manufacturing for our warfighters at scale or speed. Just look at shipbuilding. China builds 47% of the world's ships. The U.S. builds 1/10 of 1%. We build fewer ships in Croatia or the Netherlands. Our global munition stockpiles are low, and we lack capacity to rapidly restock magazine depth. We have very little industrial capacity to mine, refine, or process critical minerals. As a result, many of our defense supply chains are reliant on the very adversaries we seek to deter. Beyond the impact of our industrial base, the adequate investment in our defense has resulted in a vicious cycle that pits sustainment against modernization. For years, administration after administration comes to this committee with budgets asking us to decommission weapon systems that they admit we still need, or to cut funding for training, parts, and supplies, or to put on needed maintenance to the facilities where our service members live and work, or to reduce the number of military personnel. These budgets have asked us to meet these sacrifices and accept the near-term risk so we can afford to reinvest in military modernization, which is something we desperately need to do. But we in Congress consistently rejected this mutually exclusive choice. Instead, we divided up the limited budget we were given and made a worse choice. We underfunded both sustainment and modernization. The result is we don't have enough munitions, ships, aircraft, or a common system to ensure dominance against every adversary. And ships and aircraft we do have suffer from unacceptably low mission-capable rates. Fortunately, that's up to change. This president has requested a historic $1.5 trillion budget for our national defense. For the first time in over 40 years, we've been presented a budget that accounts for the true cost of American deterrence. This budget fully funds both sustainment and modernization. It provides 20% increase in operation and maintenance, including a 20% increase in core readiness programs like flight hours and combat exercises. It includes a 115% increase in funding to repair and improve facilities for our service members and their families. It increases military end strength by 44,000, provide for a historic pay raise for our service members. It calls for an unprecedented 76% increase in procurement and 64% increase in research and development. This will enable us to truly catch up in our modernization effort by quickly building munitions, aircraft jets, land, space, and autonomous systems to replenish and expand our arsenal. It directly confronts challenges in our defense industrial base with over $100 billion in investments to revitalize manufacturing, expand domestic and allied critical minerals projects, and secure our supply chains. Finally, this level of investment gets defense back to 4.5%. That's where we need to be if we want to truly deter conflict. It also ensures that America leads by example as our allies heed the President's call to increase their defense spending and improve their military readiness. I would also note that it's critical that we do not reduce deterrence while we're asking our allies to ramp up their own capacity. And that's something we're paying a lot of attention to this committee. Before I close my remarks, I want to highlight the bravery, dedication, and professionalism of our warfighters throughout this conflict with Iran. Their tremendous work to achieve the very clear objectives of this operation has given the President opening he needs to negotiate a true and lasting peace that will ensure Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, thank you for being here. I look forward to hearing how this budget request will ensure our military can preserve American deterrent for generations to come. And with that, I yield to my friend, the ranking member, Hill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opening remarks. I want to start by agreeing with you on the last one. Our troops have performed incredibly well in the last 15 months. They've been asked to do more than anyone expected, and they demonstrated the incredible capability of the United States military. We should all recognize that. Even if we question the strategies and decisions behind it, our troops deserve nothing but our praise for the incredible job that they've done. It's not perfect. Certainly, mistakes have been made. We have demonstrated to the world we have a highly capable military. And I hear, Chairman, the need for an increased budget. I think there's a whole lot of needs across the United States of America that would have the same attitude about healthcare, about education, about infrastructure. But the problem is we have a $40 trillion debt, and we insist on cutting taxes for absolutely everybody, so we reduce the amount of revenue that's available to that. We also have to have a national security strategy that lives within a sound fiscal picture. Most experts would say that the most profound threat to our national security right now is exactly that. It is a fiscal picture. How are we going to continue to be able to afford to fund the things we fund as we run the debt ever higher? The other thing we're worrying about is the Pentagon has not yet passed a lot. If we give them a roughly 50-60% increase, is that money going to be well spent? We have every reason to doubt that. I will say, I praise the chairman, this committee, and bipartisan, bicameral way, tackle problem about position reform. I think last year's bill put us on a good trajectory to get to the point where we can activate faster at scale. I also believe the Pentagon, and has been working on that with meetings with Deputy Secretary Feinberg, who's focused on that, but we got a long way to go. Can the Pentagon really absorb another $500–600 billion, depending on what the supplemental and reconciliation acts are? I don't think so. We need to pay as much attention to how we're spending the money as to how much we're spending. We seem to do that. But the larger problem is the strategy that has been put forth. So I looked through the Secretary's remarks, and I've heard you give speeches before about how realism is our strategy. And I find that absurd in given what we are doing. You can say a lot of things about the strategy, but all realistic. We started a full-scale war in the Middle East against Iran to try to reshape the Middle East. Now, we can talk about that a bunch of different ways, but it is the exact opposite of realism. In fact, starting wars in the Middle East get out of control and lead us to have far greater costs for the benefits is one of the cornerstones of the unrealistic strategy that the administration has criticized over and over and over again. And here we are, full-scale story. We've seen the cost of that. Certainly at the top of that list is 13 service members killed and hundreds wounded, but it goes way beyond that. Thousands of civilians have been killed. Over a dozen countries now have been dragged into this war in one way or another. The Israel-Lebanon war has exploded since this war started. We now have a conflict between Shia militias in Iraq and Kurdistan that is straining to annihilate our relationship with Iraq and also causing greater chaos throughout the Middle East. We see the impact on the economy. Certain here at home, gas is up by over $1. The impact of the fertilizer increase is going to come later as food prices skyrocket. But what has happened to us is a small part of what's happening to the rest of the world. Certainly the Middle East economy has been tossed up in the air, but dozens of countries are rationing gasoline as we speak and experiencing extreme economic pain because of this war. There's nothing realistic about that. And one of the big questions that we need to get answered today is, where is this going? What is the plan to achieve our objectives? We've seen the cost. The cost is very, very high. All we keep hearing on the objectives is we keep seeing all of the parts that we have struck. And again, that is an incredible accomplishment from a tactical standpoint. I think the proficiency of our military has been on display. But we're not in this for a tactical advantage. We're in this to finally change Iran. And we say today, Iran's nuclear program is exactly what it was before the war started. They have not lost their capacity when like pain and still have a ballistic missile program. They're still able to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and have the ships capable of doing that. What is the plan to get that to change? And most disturbingly, the president keeps telling us that over. Well, a week ago Friday, the president announced that Iran had agreed to give up their nuclear program, give up their ballistic missile program, decide to prepare to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The only problem with that is literally not true. He was completely making up. Was that Iran hadn't even agreed to meet with us. As became embarrassingly clear as the day spun out and poor G. Vance keep going back and forth to the airport. We never even had a meeting. So wish fulfillment is not really a strategy. I mean, maybe the president thinks he's doing some sort of Jedi mind trick and you can tell Iran, you will give you your weapons, automatically will. But that's not working. So what we need to hear today is what is going to work. We have 50,000 troops in the region who are still at risk. How are those tactical victories going to translate into some sort of strategic success? And by the way, this is one of the things that realism recognizes. You can win a whole lot of little small battles and lose the war, which is why we don't stumble into the war in the first place. At the same time, we're doing all of this on our own as we increasingly push away all of our allies. Sometimes just because we want to do what we want to do, we don't want to have to consult them. Sometimes just gratuitously insulting. I mean, in the middle of this war, we were asking NATO to come join us. The president took time out to insult President Macron and his wife. Okay, how does that help us to try and belittle everybody in the world? And also, people who are criticizing NATO of this war, I will remind people that NATO is a defensive alliance. What that means is every country in it pledges to defend a country if attacked. And we were attacked on 9/11. That's what NATO did. It's been Article 5 and 20 years to fought beside it. NATO is not if any one of the countries decides to unilaterally and unwisely start a war precipitously that everyone else is supposed to join. That's not the way it works. So berating and belittling an ally after we did that, driving them ever further away from us, how is that realistic? Not only are we going to try to reshape the Middle East, but we're going to do it alone by pushing everybody away from us. And we have other tools in our arsenal. You see that there's numbers on the budget. The State Department is really important. Development is really important. These are ways to achieve our ends. We have moved away from that. We've gotten rid of the entire USAID, literally causing starvation of children in countries where we had pledged to provide food, causing massive healthcare disruptions. But literally gotten because we cut that off. In diplomacy, we sidelined in the entire world. France and the UK have 44 different countries that have interest in trying to open up Strait of Hormuz. We've pushed them all aside. And then we've, of course, our own diplomatic corps. We have very, very talented State Department. I praise today our military, and I will stay by that. They deserve that praise. Our diplomatic corps deserves that praise too. But we should all decide in favor of the real estate guy. We're going to go negotiate all the deals in the world. Which today, by the way, has yielded exactly nothing. So it's realistic about starting a war in the Middle East, going it alone, and pushing aside all diplomacy and all development, all other tools in our arsenal. And on top of that, of course, we also want to dominate the entire Western Hemisphere, including apparently annexing Canada and invading Greenland. How is any of that realistic? And then the administration comes before us and asks for what is a hopelessly unrealistic budget in this environment. Back in that chart there, when we were showing how much money we were spending on defense, we had a budget. We had a surplus in a year. We don't have that anymore. So call this strategy whatever you want to call it. Please don't call it realism. It's not. Forgive me, it reminds me of one of my favorite lines from Princess Bride. It's a tense morning. I want to lighten it up a little bit. The guy keeps saying inconceivable when things happen. Finally, the guy says to him, you keep using that word. I don't know what it means. I don't think we know the word realism means. So please, we not have to realism conversation. Let's have a conversation about what the strategy actually is. I'm sure you have a different definition of it than I do. But as I look at it, strategy seems to be to use as much violence, as much threats, as much coercion as possible to bring the world to our will. I think that is a very dangerous strategy, because with the oldest cliches in the military, the enemy gets a vote. And we may think we can stand up and talk tough and talk about how strong we are and how we're burying our enemies and they're begging for a deal. We do that all day long, right? But the enemy gets a vote. They don't have to do what we tell them to do. And meanwhile, that coercive, violent strategy undermines our credibility, because the chairman is absolutely right. This is one area where I strongly disagree with folks on the far left who say that we don't really fix anything after the U.S. malign influence in the world and all has been. I don't agree with that. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, a variety of transnational terrorist groups, including, yes, narco terrorists and human traffickers over here, they all try to weaken us. All right? They don't want rules to order. They want to play by their own rules. They want to push us aside. We want to be the side that stands for the rules. But what we're saying to the rest of the world is stick with us because we're a better bully than China. We coerce countries more effectively. That undercuts the very message of trying to spread, build coalition. We need to be successful. I also worry about the values that we're showing the world. When the president threatens to kill off an entire civilization, that is a message coming out of the United States of America. If we are going to be this big, powerful force that throws our weight around the world wants to know at a minimum that we're doing it for the right reasons and with a sense of values to protect people, not to destroy entire civilizations. You all hear that, and we all go, oh, God, you don't really see it. That is so reassuring, okay, that he's just making it up. Supposed to be the United States of America. I grew up on stories of the U.S. at the end of World War II, in the country that the Germans wanted to surrender to, not the Russians, because they knew they could trust our values. We seem to care about those values. No rules of engagement. Give them no quarter. All right? That is not who we are supposed to be. And just one final point on that: the girls' school that got hit in the first days of this war. There's absolutely no question at this point what happened. We made a mistake. And that happens in war. We identified this target based on earlier charts, and yet 2 months after it happened, we refuse to say anything about it, giving the world the impression that we just don't care. We do not care about the casualties and the chaos that is caused by our war, and we should care, even if we want to try to keep that war. Now, I agree with the chairman. We need a strategy. We face the most complex environment that we've faced in a very, very long time. So we really want to keep an administration. Don't get the realism, just something stuff. What are we really going to do to meet those threats, to deal with challenges we face? And I'll close just by saying, one of the other ironies of this course is we have a great example in the world right now of what our strategy should be and where our values should be. And that's Ukraine. And I'm curious, here we roll up the red card for Vladimir Putin. We belittle and insult President Zelensky in the White House. He has no cards, right? Well, here we are a year after that. Looks like he had a couple cards to play. Ukraine is actually winning against Russia. Ukraine, a sovereign democracy standing up against a brutal, oppressive, coercive dictatorship. And we can't even bring ourselves on a consistent basis to say we are with Ukraine and we are against what Putin is doing. Stand up and support them. So I want to see that strategy to be complex threat environment that we have. But simply saying that we've already won and voting, bragging, trying to belittle and insult the entire world, that's not going to get us to the posture that we need. So I hope we have a conversation of how we can build a strategy that makes sense and is actually realistic. With that, I go back.
I thank the team members of the statement. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. And we have the Honorable Pete Higgs, Secretary of War, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they're being accompanied by Mr. Jay Hurst, Acting Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller for the Department. I also want to welcome the Secretary of War, Jeff McCarr here. Glad to have you with us today. That Secretary, we'll start with you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee, we appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 billion fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Department of War. President's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferment of long-standing problems as well as positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan King, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller, or Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership to carry and a stronger, prouder, and more secure America. I think what our troops have demonstrated to the world over the last 15 months are a reflection of that. The nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America's last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we're focused on offshore and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns and degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting a defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. You ask anyone at our Pentagon, urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people keep proud of, one that is nothing less than unrelenting fury in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the President will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and continue to reverse 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% lower enlisted, and budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations. Transform the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. For the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business skills for things like critical missions and capabilities, we sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great factories, and a massive reinvestment in skilled American workers who serve the industrial muscle behind our rears. Let me briefly provide you some concrete high-level metrics what's accomplished over just the past few months. These announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I would refer you to the screen. The Department has helped stimulate more than 200 private investment deals in 39 states and 186 and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs in defense. This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, these private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our department, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This is never done before, and it's long overdue from a bureaucratic model to a business model. Anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet the threats today and tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, help to ensure that our warfighters are able to defend the American dream, all American made. Together with the help of policies, updates, and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across the country, and once again, forwarding a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, delay production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We're firing out the American economic engine at every level of defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure the department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our forces from the front lines to the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. Speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome to discuss. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks. President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had courage to assure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. He's ironclad in that. We're the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point, the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans. 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to conflict. Lest I remind you, my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in, on an existential fight for the safety of the American people. Iran did not have nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump would have the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished. So I thank you again for the opportunity to address the committee. I ask that God continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those who have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to answering the questions of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee. Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here today alongside the Honorable Pete Hexeth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force, and I'm continually inspired by our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guard members, and our civilians standing watch our nation, supported always by their families. Each and every one of them could have chosen another path, but they don't. They choose to serve and do something more important than themselves. And every day they meet the nation's challenges from combat operations to critical support roles with the courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of our joint force who passed away during my time as the chairman, including 14 who passed during Operation Ebb Fury. As the Secretary said, we're deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As the chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks to those leaders who make the nation's hardest decisions, and offer my military advice privately. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress a truth at every turn. My blueprint for this role is General George C. Marshall. His commitment to the civilian for the military and nonpartisan military remains a constant standard and something I borrow from often. I strive daily to emulate his candor, delivering the facts to our leaders and telling them always what they need to hear, not always what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with absolute dedication as the demand of our profession. I sit here today before you representing our incredible joint force, and I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and Congress that I will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example as by providing clear and candid, nonpartisan military advice and working together with our civilian leaders to ensure that our military does the things that we must do, being prepared to deter and defend our nation and if called upon win our wars around the world. America's joint force is operational at its core, purpose built for the realities of a complex and ever-changing world. We are organized, trained, and equipped to execute the most demanding missions across the globe with unrivaled precision. Over the past year, our warfighters have consistently demonstrated exactly what it means to be the most capable, adaptable, and most professional military force in the world. Our shared goals are to ensure the joint force maintains strategic initiative and advantage, projecting American power and responding to global challenges on our nation's terms. During operations Rough Rider, Midnight Hammer, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, and Epic Fury, the Joint Force executed globally integrated operations and missions alongside our interagency and international partners. And once our civilian leaders made a decision, we make those missions our own, demonstrating the unmatched capability to seamlessly synchronize our capabilities across all domains, from seabed to cislunar space and higher. We're able to accomplish these complicated missions and work because we draw from a deep, enduring reservoir of training, professionalism, and commitment. Our operational tempo is high, but we're designed to sustain and rebuild our strength continuously. We build readiness every day. We train professionals every day. We learn and sharpen our edges every day by being learning leaders. And I'm incredibly proud to be a member of this joint force team, proud of the team, and proud of the commanders. As the chairman and ranking member said, we live in complex and dynamic times where global risk is scaling. The complexity of today's modern battlefields demand our constant adaptation, innovation, and partnership with the Congress. As a joint force, we're up to the challenge. We're built for this environment. However, continued success is not guaranteed by past achievements. It must be secured through forward-looking partnerships with Congress. And to drive this pace of change and maintain our superiority, we need timely, predictable, and sustained investment. Resources we discussed today are critical to modernizing our force and ensuring that whatever threats emerge in the future, that your joint force is ready to meet those challenges to protect our interests and defend our nation. As Secretary, the President's fiscal year 2027 budget supports the Department's goals of recharging the defense industrial base and the national industrial base, ensuring our military is ready, securing our military advantage. Within the joint force, the uniform side, our priority remains the same, ensuring our warfighters are properly armed, will be integrated and ready, while always taking care of our people. And what truly sets our people apart from other militaries around the world is the 1.8 million members, enlisted members of our force, who maintain readiness beyond reproach and are the envy of every other nation. I'm joined today by the senior enlisted advisor to the Chairman, Dave Isom, who's here with me today representing the 1.8 million members of the enlisted force. He is a great American, not an American. While we face a dynamic and dangerous world, I have the absolute trust in the extraordinary men and women who come and volunteer to serve our nation within our joint force. They execute the mission quietly every day, and coupled with the American spirit, outthink, outcompete, and relentlessly innovate, we will maintain our decisive edge, but doing so requires your partnership. We stand ready today to answer our nation's call. It remains the honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside the members of this joint force. And as we sit here today in this important hearing, I ask us all to remember our deployed teammates who are out there right now doing our nation's business. And may we again always remember our fallen, who've given us a gift of an incredible example, and their family members who continue to show us what courage and grit look like. Thank you again for your enduring support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General. I recognize myself now for questions. Secretary Hayes, thank you for undertaking the Arsenal of Freedom Tour and the great work the Department is doing to help enhance our capacity in our defense industrial base. Could you tell us how last year's reconciliation bill helped enable what you have been able to do, and what you think this year's FY27 budget request will do on that front?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your leadership and your support on that topic. I mean, coming in this position, we felt in a lot of reforms doing this committee and advocate for a long time. Okay, some of these would have run with them, and our department have run with those. And that reconciliation bill last year was kind of rocket fuel to initiate President Trump's priority in this department. So we felt in our department that was focused on a lot of wrong things, going the wrong direction. And reconciliation, we were able to put, 22 billion shipbuilding, 22 billion to Golden Dome, 25 billion to munitions, establish drone dominance, which we're continuing to do this day in this next budget fund. So getting in front of that budget cycle, which has been notoriously unpredictable, out of the continuing resolution of FY25, to fund this and a historic bill FY26, laid the groundwork for this historic budget to ensure that we're not kind of cold dark here. We came into this administration. Reconciliation was a beautiful tool. We were able to use that one beautiful bill to fund the priorities of this department. We spent $4 billion on barracks, started immediately digging after the quality of life barracks. Because of the austerity of the Biden administration, we traded off of maintenance, trade off of quality of life to fund other things operationally. This budget stops that cycle and both invests in sustainment and modernization, which is something that's critically important. So without that reconciliation bill, I think, Mr. Chairman, we've been in a very different place. So thank you for that.
Well, as you are aware, the expansion of the defense industrial base is the principal focus of this year's NDAA. So in addition to enacting this budget request that's been submitted, we want to work with you to enhance the department's statutory authority to improve the capacity of our DIB. What additional changes in the law, such as additional multi-year block buy authority, would you recommend that we pursue as NDAA?
A few aspects of the acquisition transformation has been undertaken by Undersecretary Duffy, acquisition sustainment. So there's aspects of that we'd like to codify even more. You mentioned it. Multi-year procurement is incredibly important, and one of the most important parts of this bill. When this committee and Congress funds those things, companies are already breaking ground on tens of billions of dollars of new ones. You named we've got 14 in our ammunition council that we're focusing on certain ammunitions, 14 that are critical. PAC-3s, SM-3s, SM-6, THAADs, Patriots, Tomahawks, AMRAAMs, JASMs, you name prisms, you name them. We're building it too low level. Now the companies are going to pay for those factories and those production lines. And when Congress gives those 5 to 7 year demand signals, well, then fund it not just, hey, can you get 10 more per month? Can we 2x, 3x, 4 production? Pay for it now. Companies invest accordingly. So it's a critical act of some of what we've done so far. We need more of this 5 to 7 year investments.
Right. General King, what does the $1.5 trillion budget mean for the warfighter and our ability to project forces and secure our interests around the globe?
Chairman, in my view, this represents a historic down payment on future security. If the budget is approved and ultimately deployed, as we look at the character of warfare changing very, very fast, we'll stay in to this budget by our civilian leaders will allow us to start getting ahead of where technology is evolving. And as mentioned, character of warfighting is changing pretty quickly. Mass, simultaneity, autonomy, undersea, space, cyber, information, all of those ways that are now manifesting themselves on the battlefields around the world require higher end of capital investment And that's why we're grateful for the opportunity to have this budget made to the joint force. So it's important down payment on the future here. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I yield the rank member any questions you may have.
Thank you. Circus, you with the conversation here. We have not yet received from the Pentagon the cost of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as possible. Certainly the mission spended, but also underreported is a fair amount of equipment, including TC-130s, the rest are down to Aaron. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming sometime soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately, still we're spending about $0.5 billion on Operation Net Fury. So that's munitions. Part of that's obviously OM and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will cover Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
So you're saying the full cost is $25 billion?
Yeah, that's our estimate for the cost.
Okay, interesting. I'm glad you answered the question because we've been asking for a long time. Everyone's given us the number. So if you could get details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect over on the war. It is worth noting every president prior to this one, including Prime Minister, also proven Iran would begin nuclear weapon, actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. Also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment, in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay stuff upstream. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. Worth noting, of course, the strait is open for the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is saying, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this legal kinetic action into an improvement in nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, we do premise the question that there's Operation Midnight Hammer is a very effective.
It ain't done.
Ultimately, under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallet of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program. So if we're going to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal, our view, the president's view, is that was a free bad deal. It gave them one money off the future. We talk about negotiated deals, allowed them to fund their proxies and spread them on Hezbollah all around the region, build out nuclear aid bills.
What are we going to do?
President Trump's been clear about it, from the building Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer now to this effort to recognize that you have to stir down the kind of enemies have been on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table getting it up in a way that
they haven't broken yet. We haven't gotten there yet. All the
nuclear facilities have been obliterated, underground, buried, and watching 24/7. We know where any nuclear material
we claiming time for water down here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was in threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated.
They had not been up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield, thousands of
Operation Hammer accomplished nothing substantive. Left it exactly the same place we were before.
So much facilities bombed and obliterated, their ambitions continued. And they're building a conventional shield.
Let's try again.
The North Korea strategy. You know it's very well. The North Korea strategy use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they can slow up their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, put an act to in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners.
And yet they still haven't been up there.
Was brought to what we done.
So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice was Ukraine had no critical supply. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine to see Ukraine's going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and here in the city, is that Biden, no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine. To now come, never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out our, let's talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there's a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
So you didn't expect Ukraine to go that way. I'm asking you as much cheats.
I think Canadians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is not paying for any that we provide.
All right, thank you.
Now, I want to invite everybody. Everybody won't get their questions, so we want to be strictly the 5-minute rule today. So with that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, for your leadership working with President Trump. As a grateful father of 4 sons who served overseas in Iraq, Egypt, and Afghanistan, I especially appreciate War Secretary Hexeth and Chief of Staff King for your confidence, service, and success. Military families have never been more appreciated than today, and our enemies and dictators now understand peace through strength. Dictators historically are on the run. With your leadership, President Trump has given Syria a chance with President al-Assad replacing dictator Assad from Damascus, who now lives in Moscow. Dictator Maduro is correctly in Manhattan jail, as you successfully revealed in Caracas that the war criminal Putin air defenses do not work. The Chinese Communist Party radar failed, and Cuban mercenaries were expendable. The Cuban dictatorship is failing, and ultimate mass murder dictator Khomeini is dead. In Iran joined 35,000 people he murdered this year. With your leadership, American morale has been higher, and hopes for freedom of the oppressed people of Iran, Cuba, Russia, and China have never been higher. And it's just an exciting time to be here with you. And Mr. Secretary, we continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries. They expand their capabilities. The largest military built up in this time in world history by the Chinese Communist Party. How critical is it that we continue, as at Savannah State, South Carolina, to develop the plutonium processing so that we have modernization?
Well, Congressman, I appreciate the question on nuclear modernizations. Budget funds $71 billion to modernize the triad. I know we had neglected to do, and nuclear triad underwrites everything. But I really appreciate your opening statement. I think something that obviously the media want to cover and want to talk about is the historic record-breaking surge in recruiting in our ranks. 30-year record in recruiting of Americans wanting to join our joint force, wanting to put the uniform on. We're meeting recruiting goals halfway through the year. We couldn't meet our recruiting goal under the previous administration. Under Joe Biden, Americans didn't want to join the military. We couldn't get it. Now we have to turn people away and push them to the next fiscal year. That's why this budget grows our force by almost 8,000. Ultimately, additional troops into the force that we believe we can recruit. That's the best vote of confidence I can imagine.
Well, even better. Hey, Mr. Secretary, you're really understating. Leaving no airman behind. Hi, one inspiration on Easter Day. God bless you all and what you've achieved. With that in mind, too, King, with your military perspective, War Criminal Putin is losing in Ukraine as his 30-day special mission is now 4 years of, as the Secretary has identified, courageous Ukrainian success led by President Vladimir Zelensky. I appreciate NATO and the EU have unified for Ukraine as the U.S. ranks 17th per GDP assistance for Ukraine. Ukraine is frontline stopping war from Putin from resurrecting the failed Soviet Union, rigging elections in Belarus, invading Ukraine, keeping troops in Moldova, and the invading and rigging elections in the Republic of Georgia. As we transition to great responsibility to our NATO allies, how do we ensure seamless integration to a deterrence during the shift?
Congressman, we're very fortunate to have great leaders out in the European theater right now. General Growich and his leadership team are committed to ensuring that integration and transition takes place in a most combat-capable and effective way. Very entrepreneurial leaders out there across components with General Growich, and he's doing a great job out there, as the committee knows.
Indeed, as we conclude, historically, President Trump and Secretary General, you have united the Middle East nations unprecedented to ally with the United States. You have united Latin America unprecedented to ally with the United States. You've united Indo-Pacific unprecedented to ally with the United States, and united NATO and EU unprecedented to ally with the United States. You're achieving peace and restoring true strength. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary General King, this morning's Wall Street Journal headline reads, quote, Trump tells aide to prepare for extended blockade of Iran. Examiner described again thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about prolonging the blockade and they continue to drive up air costs all over the world. Given ever-changing messages from this administration on war strategy timeline, I really honestly don't expect you to confirm or deny the general story. But one thing is clear: the number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz has dropped to the lowest level since the war began. And commodity markets stopped listening to happy talk, and crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 down, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend Mr. Garamendi is in California. It's close to $8 a gallon. And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this was done to American consumers, farmers, and small businesses, I want to talk, folks, for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other bad demands. Mr. Secretary, you put out a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was number one, with the second largest, most powerful military in the world, of course. Russia's nuclear force clearly number two in terms of threat they pose to the homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, was ranked number 3, and Iran was described as, quote, and accurately, after my hammer, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in fact. And this was before February 28th, when the decision was made to go into the military strikes on Iran. So today, we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-Pacific, where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have 1 carrier strike group in Japan, Washington. And the imbalance in terms of just, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, I mean, it's just blindingly obvious in terms of what the war is doing. Gerald Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. They've gone through fires, plumbing problems, again, an extended deployment, which, in my opinion, is hitting rating as hard as anything I've seen in the time I've been on this committee. So, General Kang, I mean, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, I'm assuming that we get some NDA here. Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific, which is the gap that exists here today. They've got to go back into heavy repair availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of just, decisions about where we're putting people and then putting really the most powerful part of our Navy. So can you explain again what that means in terms of the situation in PACOM, where China is watching? We saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the bill that's happening out part of the world. How does that align with the national defense strategy, which was just put up by this administration in January?
Well, first, I want to echo your comments on Fort Stryker. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well on a historic cruise, doing incredible work for the nation.
How does that balance for the
Well, I'm happy to answer the way I think about this. National security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but the president will employ national force power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers these readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure he's done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks.
Well, today the trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades, which is quote from the Defense Strategies report. It's not, in my opinion, common sense.
Inspired. As you can tell, look at the die, votes have been called, so we are now going to stand in recess to the end of the vote. I to take 20 to 25 minutes, but we're not in recess. here, we'll come back to order. Secretary, can you hear my voice clearly? Jim, can you hear my microphone now? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hegseth, your written testimony on page 20 includes a statement concerning the importance of FISA in Section 702, which is incredibly timely because this body will be voting today on 702, which could be expiring this week. You say this vital tool keeps Americans safe, provides critical intelligence to our warfighters. You seek to a rigorous system of oversight by all three branches of government to guarantee the protection of the constitutional rights of the American people. I'll give you a moment to expound on that because this is very important because there are several people who right now in this body are going to be considering their support for 702 reauthorization.
Thank you for the opportunity, Congressman. Yes, this department strongly supports reauthorization of 572. And it is not hyperbole to say many of the most important missions we executed could not happen without the intelligence gathered through 572. So we urge members to support that so we can continue to do the good work of the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments that Iran was never permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. There have been many comments that have been made concerning allies who have not assisted or supported the effort. There have been many allies who have been essential for us to be able to execute the functions, both for Night Hammer and for the current ongoing operation. I'd like to ask you to speak for a moment about the essential aspect of the allies that are supporting the effort. There are bases that are necessary, are forward operating facilities, both our allies in the Middle East, both our NATO allies, those in Europe, throughout. We would not be able to undertake this cooperation without the use and support of facilities that we have in our bases in NATO, Europe, and the Middle East. If you could for a moment expound on the integral nature of our facilities that include those bases that are located within our ally.
Congressman, from a purely military standpoint, allies and alliances are important. They allow us, you did a better job than I could on articulating the importance of access, basing, and oversight considerations. Who those allies are and the quality of those alliances are left our civilian leaders, but certainly we appreciate those allies who've helped us and assist us along the way.
General, you would describe them as having been essential.
Sure.
Because it's very important. I mean, we want to be certain that each adversaries and allies, especially those that are essential. The King was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, he received a standing ovation when he implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it assesses Russia will remain a persistent, manageable threat. Specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently the president will continue to draw down authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced Pearl, the Prioritize Ukraine requirement list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA, there is the $400 million that is included in the European capacity building within defense security cooperation. General, the last time we went on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, there was a vote in the House, over 300 members of the House of Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently we're doing, operationally support Ukraine?
A few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our security assistant group Ukraine to assist with some information sharing matters.
But would this continuous and ongoing and settle for Ukraine? U.S. support.
So much of the relationship.
California, give me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kennedy, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for service and bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage, tactical skill, and they've done incredible things that our country has asked them to do. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question, and never have been. What is in question is the purposes and strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department, and you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what's happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is serious self-inflicted ruin to America. It will take years in a new administration to recover from the great damage to our standing in the world, as well as the economy and our military. We must remember that 30 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world oil. But this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expanded at an alarming rate. Depleting magazine levels below is not necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been moved, sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered. Supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost replaceable aircraft, radar systems, strategic systems have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Iran is intact, with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild the military industries, also as is Iran's coordinating with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and the stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you've been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed the war with tactical success, the strategy has been astounding incompetent, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman, with a personal attack on the Secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He said
Thank you.
will.
No, it's the time you're doing.
It's the Jim's time. He can use it as he said and add extra 5 seconds to Mr. Gary's time.
Thank you. You and the President are ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been a standing example of incompetence. This war, of course, is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the President's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living. The President has got himself and America stuck in a quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He is desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed. And you have.
10 years back, I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, witnesses joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, first, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, let's start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of tenets. I think most of those is presence. And we know that the United States has the Marine Corps Amphibious Group Marine Corps Expeditionary Unit that provides us that presence. We know there are over 2,000 Marines and combat unit that are aboard those vessels, and they let us do a number of different things. That's the crisis response team that gets to go around the world. And as we speak, we have 3 armies that are deployed around the world. Fortunately, it's an anomaly. It should be standard. Secretary Hegseth, the President and combatant commanders need maximum flexibility to respond in multiple places at multiple times to combat and deter these threats. I just want to get your perspective on your goal to make sure you have persistent 3.0 RQ presence, and to look at how you're going to make sure through our shipping planes that we assure that we have adequate number of amphibians being built. I think that number is probably right around 40. And then what are going to do to make sure, too, that the ASUB, the operational availability, is going to be at the level where we maintain our RQ 3.0 with the effort we have to put into maintaining these ships.
So thank you for the question. Ultimately, we support 3.0 argue. That presence right now gives a lot of flexibility, and this budget supports moving in that direction to ensure that this administration and future administrations have that kind of strategic flexibility with the incredible capabilities RU provides. We saw it in Southern Spear, saw it on the Maduro raid, we see it right now. It persists capability. So I do find shipbuilding investments to meet that as well. But if I may, I did get a chance to question the state from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrat at the beginning, that came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire back in Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous issues and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have right now, the way you stain the troops, and you tell them 2 months in, you should know better, shame on you. Calling to a quagmire 2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, they succeeded. Success on the battlefield creates strategic opportunity. The courage of our president to confront and include Iran, and you call quagmire, hand propaganda to our enemies. Shame on you for that statement. And statements like our reckless star troops. Don't say I support troops on one hand and a doomed mission is a quagmire. That's a false revelation. Who you cheer for here? Who you win for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And use it there. Go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and historic stakes the president addressing, which the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, the president stared the daddies to get a better deal than anyone ever had and ensure Iran never had a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission despite your talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, can I quickly go to you? We know all about the need for exquisite platforms, but we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threat, we have to make sure we have those extendable and critical platforms. We know those age capabilities are key. We have to open them up quickly because that's the fastest way for us to deter peace through strength. Give your perspective how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in hand for our warfighters.
Sure, I think it's critical. And when I look at what OSW above us is doing, the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary W, and frankly, the National and Defense Industrial Base is all rallying around the need to scale, along with new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the joint force. A key is capacity.
Here, I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Nicholas. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our Defense Industrial Base and our industrial base has declined greatly over time. It's the shipyards, it's many things that you already spoke about. My community was to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers with critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of them overseas because it was cheaper. Well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I championed a provision in the 24 NDAA entitled Enhanced Domestic Content Requirement Major Acquisition Programs. Had to do with industrial base meeting things here in America long before this administration came in. The goal was to strengthen our supply chains and have that critical oversight, push for great investment, which we're doing now in these major defense acquisition programs. So we passed it in a bipartisan manner because we knew that this was critical and things can happen. And we hope here we are. There was a reporting requirement, and that's called on you. The Secretary of Defense will establish an information repository, issue rules, create a fallback process to govern Department of Defense. We wanted to better understand much of what is being done here, but it's not being reported back to us. I sent to your office on January 8th, followed up on February 4th, years overdue on this report that will give us insight onto how we're addressing it. We hear what you're saying, but can you commit that we will get that report to us in the next 3 days?
Unless Jay has additional details, I'll make sure we look into it. Whatever we get to you as rapidly as possibly, we will. We'll also check with the new leadership and make sure they're complying as rapidly as possible with every aspect that could apply to shipbuilding. That's been our focus on the exam.
It's not shipbuilding, major acquisition programs across the board. This is incredibly important, and they are ignoring this, and 3 days is being generous, certainly. Second issue is, you talked about championing the American worker and how important this is. Yet, in a memo on April 9th, you terminated all collective bargaining agreements across the DoD, taking away from hundreds of thousands of workers at DoD their collective bargaining rates that they voted for. There was nothing to indicate there were any issues with any of the bargaining agreements, yet you decided to take away from them. The last 2 years, we've increased the wages for those warfighters, incredibly important this year, up to 7%. Yet on the other side of this, you talk about supercharging the defense industrial base. We are in this. How do you want to say, yes, we support the warfighters? They can't do their job unless we build things they can use. That no evidence to prove that these collective bargaining agreements are a problem anywhere across the Department of Defense under Democrat and Republican administrations. How do you kind of square that circle that you care about this, yet you take all their boys in the job?
Well, certainly, the workers that whether they're contractors or civilians that do the work for us, Americans are going to say, we've invested more in merit bonuses for civilians than any administration previous. So if you're doing great work, you're saying you're going to have more opportunity. But without your ground in those shipyards and other factory floors, there were issues with collective bargaining to restrict the workforce and our ability to move faster. In that case, we made a decision to provide additional flexibility.
You didn't take away from the shipyard workers. You took away from the Department of Defense employers where there hasn't been any issues. Let's be clear. Those are independent contractors. They have their collective bargaining agreements. The ones that work for you.
The ones that work for us, yeah, like anybody else, based on their performance, and if they're performing well, which I'm sure they are, as you presented, they will have a job in the department.
Where is the aid that you took away the collective bargaining right? Why did you do it if it wasn't a problem?
I stayed up front. It has been a problem. There are plenty of cases where it's conflict or inside our own department or collective bargaining have led to arrangements and agreements that minimize the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the point of their impact. That's what we're focused on, and that's why we made the change, which we very stand behind.
Well, I yield.
Gentleman knows back here. Now, this gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hexeth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industry base. It's particularly important for emerging technologies. For years on this committee, my office had led the effort to ban procurement of Chinese communist drones, would pose a significant national security threat. And last year, after years of work, this committee finally passed my Countering CCP Drone Act, or Section 1709 of the NDAA, which was fully implemented in December. How does the FY27 budget scale the production and deployment of drone systems to ensure the U.S. has this decisive advantage against our U.S. enemies?
Thank you for the question. First, thank you for your work on that. Critically important when you look under the hood of the ways in which China is trying to use critical elements of our defense industrial base supply chain against our capability in the future. Could hamstring us with options for if you're president. It's staggering. So drones is one that not only have we recognized it thanks to leadership and leadership of others, we are supercharging this budget. Conservatively $54 billion in drone and own dominance and counter UAS. Jay just said to be a piece of paper. If you had all of it, could be closer to $4 billion. We started a defense autonomous working group, autonomous work group, to focus on this. We're going to do even more. We'll shortly announce sub-unified man autonomous warfare. Drones are so central to the future of warfare and where we get them from that we have to be able to both make exquisite ones better than anybody else and also the attritable swarm and the ability to defeat them ahead of our adversary, learning from battlefields like Ukraine and Big Fear. So thank you for your leadership. It is front and center in this budget.
I very much appreciate all that the department is doing under your leadership. One of the concerns I have is research indicate that while DJI, which is a communist Chinese drone company, is prohibited from seeing new FCC authorizations, there are still DJI products such as the DJI Avata 360 widely available in the U.S. through major retailers. These received FCC authorization before my provision in the NDA was fully implemented. So my question to you is, we need to close the loophole to protect our national security. Will you commit to working with this committee and my office to ensure that these products that pose significant risk to our national security are no longer permitted, given the evident threat CCP pose to U.S. national security?
Congressman, yes, the department will commit to working with staff and looking at that loophole we are aware of. I missed in my first response. Of course, that $54 billion is American-made dominance. That is exactly where they need to be, and that focus is.
Great. Another emerging technology that's very important and has a strong tie to my district is quantum computing. China continues to invest heavily in quantum computing, sending and secure communications for military advantage. I represent Rome Force Research Lab, which is a hub of research when it comes to quantum. Secretary says, how does the budget proposal position the U.S. to maintain leadership in operational relevant quantum technologies?
Country that dominates in quantum will dominate the future in C2, in comms, in every way we fight. And so this makes the maximal investment possible here at home to ensure that quantum compute, and working across the agency, by the way, this is not just the DOW, it is an interagency issue, to ensure that we've got the ability to scale and compute adversaries who are raised for the same mode.
General Kane, throughout time in Congress, I've pushed for the department to optimize its approach to quantum and develop a strategic roadmap. In your opinion, which quantum capability areas offer the most immediate benefit to the joint force and should prioritize investments moving forward?
Probably so they're working crypto and quantum to make sure we can see, sense, understand, defeat, protect our own stuff. So that's where I'm most interested in it right now.
Great. I also want to use my remaining time. I just want to invite both of you to visit Fort Donald with 10th Command Division deployed in the U.S. Army since 9/11. In the first Trump administration, I had the honor of hosting President Trump where he signed the NDAA in my district, and it's a privilege to represent them. So I encourage you to visit that installation before the end of this year. Thank you very much, and you'll back.
Jenny yields back here. I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Bolton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. You and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions to the Bush administration and give them blind shit for Iraq?
Well, you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq war, which the president want to call stupid war, and it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea. Tough question. Let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
First of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or not.
Do you think president
I've been in every meeting.
I understand.
The chairman and everybody else, as decisions were made, and he got every perspective possible.
I'm just asking what your perspective. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you think it's a good idea or not?
As I've consulted the president, do I think it's a good idea to confront nuclear bombs in the hands? Imagine the world would like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's
just imagine.
By the way,
if they had one,
every
previous administration,
including the first Trump administration, prevented them from having nuclear weapons. So listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been astounding military success.
So we win the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you think Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, I would say the blockade they hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports.
Okay, so we blockaded their blockade. They blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying tag grit, or if the President Madison said, well, the British burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well. Chairman Cade, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the strait?
Sir, thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. You know, in this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents.
Okay, just
yes, sir. As always, my point in this, as I explained, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered with the associated risks with those options and considerations therein.
So, Mr. Secretary, did you consider the risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And plus, this department
the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf to Singapore weeks before the war started.
We have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at classified level.
Okay, so
would
the battleships help with this?
You're talking about a prospective future battleship which you welcome to the fleet.
Okay, you're supportive of the battleships.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much Iran profited from your administration lifting sanctions on Iran when you started the war?
I can tell you, Iran's financially destitute right now.
Okay, well,
with
they're about $14 billion.
Fury. They're at a point where between the blockade and we went to the militarily, they don't have any, they can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to the military and eventually they're at a
$14 billion.
very options.
How Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like win?
Not. We're ensuring and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. But at the end of the day, this also costs us. If this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time, so this could go on 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What does that the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, unlike foolish previous administrations that won't go on for years and decades.
Let's say $100 billion.
It's hard to imagine how those things happen. You were part of that. So is I.
I'm asking you what your war costs the average American taxpayer.
What did the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon they wield?
I'm just asking if you know the cost of the average American. It's about $600. So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, so the constituents you want to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have extra $600 lying around to pay for war. I think it's the question we all ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th at the press conference, you said we will give them quarter no mercy. In order for quarter no survivors, is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand it's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
The Department of War fights win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be
okay, just to be clear, you apologize to members of Congress to be tried for sedition or remaining to follow law. When you tell them to commit war crime, you stand by yourself.
Insinuating the laws we're getting
from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our investment in space, Golden Dome, and their modernization, all which are critical. And also, understand we're going to start some reduction of Q9 Reaper drones, which you, Mr. Secretary, and Ms. Secretary share my state of Tennessee. And we know the 118th they're winning the National Guard field and conduct many of the missions, and they use it with great precision. So thank you for that. Secretary Hicks, you commissioned as infantry officer in U.S. Army National Guard 2003. You been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Guantanamo Bay. You and over 2 Bronze Stars in combat infantry and Joint Commendation Medals, Army Commendation Medals, among other recognitions. You've seen military action from both an operational and service member perspective. Have you ever seen operations with scope and scale and complexity of Midnight Hammer, Operation Absolute Resolve, and Operating Egg Fury?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Congressman. Not only have I not seen things like that, if you ask, earnestly owe our formations right now. You talk to colonels and majors and staff sergeants and 2-star generals, and you ask them about the environment of our military right now and its capabilities right now, compared to under the Biden administration, under Obama, they will tell you it's night and day. Even the ranking member acknowledged the troops performed incredibly over the past 15 months and demonstrated to the world. These are not new troops in a lot of cases. These are the same troops with new leadership. Under President Trump gives them every authority. Under Department of Interior, they have what they need. I have operators looking at me saying, for the first time ever, we have everything we need to accomplish the mission, both equipment and in authorities. That matters when you go 30 hours around the world for hammers. That matters when you go downtown in Venezuela, grab the indicted dictator of a country in the middle of the night, most fortified location. That matters at the outset of the Iran conflict. It matters during Operation Rough Rider, which is the reason why the Houthis aren't in this fight right now, because they experienced 58 of the American military under President Trump. That matters in the Caribbean, and our fighting designated terror organizations. This military is unleashed, and morale is at a level that this country has not seen for decades and decades because of the leadership of President Trump and because the War Department allowed them to get back to basics. No more distractions, no more debris, simple accountability, training, standard lethality, and respond to it. And it's that response that manifests highly historic, successful military operations led by our incredible joint force, who are grateful to have commanders that has their back.
Okay, for that, our nation, myself, and all of us are incredibly grateful. Secretary Hicks, General Crane, with your vision and steadfast commitment to our nation's service members, you have both overseen the beginning of generational transformation of our armed services. This budget was reflects that commitment by building and sustaining our defense industrial base, increasing service member pay, housing benefits, robust funding for Golden Dome missile defense, basic capabilities, and emphasis on peace through strength doctrine outlined in the National Defense Strategy. Based on the Defense Department's recent track record of successful missions, can you share some examples of military action that illustrate exactly how your leadership and vision of the Department of War is translating the peace through strength doctrine into an operational reality and what psychological impact that may have on our near-peer adversaries such as China and Russia. And I'd like to get both yours and General King's perspective. You can take the second.
I'll be brief. Establishing deterrence with the core pillars of what we have to do. After Afghanistan, after October 7th, after the war in Ukraine, after Lloyd Austin went AWOL for a week and no one seemed to care, the world would notice that. Through the action we've taken swiftly, I just laid out, the world recognized that American power is back and willingness to utilize it, show that we can achieve these three strengths.
And in terms of our adversaries?
Yes, sir. You know, when we look at the totality of actions that we've done over the last year, one thing leaps out at me that I think is clearly and unambiguously seen by our adversaries or those may consider it, and that's our ability to integrate and synchronize a whole range of capabilities that we have in the joint force, information, cyber, deception, jamming, air power, sea power, land power, et cetera. And I think that ability, and I'm so proud of our joint force. Those units.
Our General from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, General Kane, Mr. Heseth, and others for being here today. I associate myself with the comments of Member Smith and Mr. Mendy, so that I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. Mr. Heseth recently realized that we have something in common. I'm also a fan of Pulp Fiction. And no, the movie is not an accurate portrayal of the Bible. You know what I'm talking about. This president and his administration have claimed to be the most transparent of all time. With that in mind, I'd love to get some straightforward answers today. Some studies show that the Trump administration's war of poison has cost the taxpayers around $1 billion every day. In addition to spending taxpayer money on a war they don't want, it also drives costs. Cost of gas, well, the cost of living is skyrocketing under the administration's policies. To me, I assume to American people, it isn't clear why we started this war, how it will end, and what anyone gained from it. Mr. Heseth, about how much money has been spent on this war to date, and how much more do you anticipate spending?
Well, as our control layout, the estimate is less than $25 billion at this point for expenditure. And the question I asked this committee is, what is it worth to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, considering the radical ambitions of that regime? Almost every member of state at some point has said, whether
thank you for your answer. I'll present my question. Thank you for your answer.
Trump's the one willing to make sure it doesn't happen.
Supposedly, we had taken care of the nuclear capability last time. And now it's war we're at again, because obviously we said we did, but we did. Wait. I remember my time. You know, the cost of oil and gas has gone up as a direct result of this war, and the American people are feeling that pain at the pump. In an attempt to alleviate the high price of gas costs directly by this president, he lifted sanctions on Russian oil. The way I see it, this is a massive gift to Putin and Russia's struggling economy. Mr. Heseth, is there any concern that easing sanctions against Russia will allow Putin to continue funding Russia's illegal war against Ukraine?
Well, we've seen Russia's and Putin's inability to make effective battlefield gains, just like their inability to defend the regime with the billions of systems the Russians sent to Venezuela in order to defend it, which defeated in 15 minutes. So Russia's military capabilities are no match.
And you believe easing sanctions is helping Russia?
Well, we have the energy team of the planet
Chile, yes, no. It's not deja vu. It's a simple yes, no.
The energy dominance this administration has unleashed.
Last week it was announced that the Department of Defense is no longer requiring service members to get their annual flu shot. This is an easy one for you. It's a softball. Don't screw it up. The right now is to, and I quote, restore freedom for our joint force. This has been a requirement since 1950 because it's effective at preventing the spread of flu among our troops. It's not telling you what requirement as you like to lean on from much of your rhetoric. This decision is actively making our military less safe and less. Mr. Heseth, at this time, our plans are the plans to remove mandatory requirement of other vaccines like measles, mumps, and polio.
We made very clear in our announcement that it applies to service members having choice to obtain the flu vaccine.
Don't you think that's a little reckless?
No, I think allowing well-informed Americans to serve our country to make choices is not reckless. And command will still have latitude, say, for a submarine or something else to make a decision for a unit of whether it could be mandatory in a particular circumstance. Overall, troops earn the right to be able to choose about something like that related to their health.
Mr. Heseth, I stand by what I said last time you were here. You were incompetent then, you're incompetent now. You're the gift that keeps on being when it comes to incompetence. That's the chair I yield back.
Gentleman yields back to your gentleman from Mississippi, Ms. Katie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, don't you think it was extremely reckless to mandate COVID vaccines for the healthiest and most unlikely to get COVID and kick them out of the service if they did not comply with a legal, crazy order from the previous administration? Don't you think it was reckless to require that those soldiers and Marines, sailors had to take COVID vaccine?
Thank you for the question. Not only I think it was reckless, but we point the nature of emergency and lack of actual data on. We think it was not legal. And as a result, we're working very hard to ensure that any service member who is pushed out is brought back in. If forcibly pushed out, back pay and rank and everything that comes with it, those soldiers in truth of conscience have to make that choice. I think the best troops in the force.
Listen, I'm grateful that we have two great National Guards sitting at the table today. As a long-time serving Guardsman who just retired, I'm so proud of y'all and what you mean for a total force. It's not a National Guard, it's not a reserve, it's not an Army, it's not a Navy, it's a total force, and thank y'all for recognizing that. I just want to go back to some of the Iran stuff. I don't know, maybe they're in a different world I'm living in, but from where I live since 1979, Iran had been at war with the United States, although we refused to acknowledge it. Whether that's Hezbollah, whether it's the Houthis, whether that is Hamas, whether that is trying to build nuclear weapons, exporting terror everywhere. I know for a fact when I was in Iraq, those tours, that EIPs made by Iranians killed our troops. I know for a fact that many of the munitions, I know for a fact many of the militias in Iran that were shield-based were there to attack Americans had a willing knowledge of the Iranian government. Do you agree they've been at war with us or still at war with us in the world since 1979?
Of course, 47 years from Beirut to Baghdad, Iran has sought dangerous weapons in the world to try to achieve death to America. And they were to get the most dangerous weapon in the world, a nuclear weapon. They would most certainly use it. Besides this level of seriousness, that President Trump was willing to address it. And that's what I think somebody's body misrepresents. North Korea is the lesson. Every thought North Korea should have a weapon. Under the Clinton administration, they had so many ballistic missiles that ballistic missiles should allow them to blackmail the region and the world to say, we're going to get you, and you can't do anything about it. Under this administration, weakened by the 12-day war, what happened with Midnight Hammer, the President made a bold choice on behalf of the American people to say never will Iran, with their view to American death to Israel, have a nuclear weapon. They have it, use it, and he's taking that bold action away. The American people, they understand the nature of that threat, and they do.
Humanitarian. Wow, I've been around a long time. Can any other military in the history of the world pull Venezuela, Midnight Hammer, and Epic Fury the way that our great warriors that defend and protect power of our nation? Are you aware of any other nation in the history of the world that could have done that?
I'm not there, and I remain very proud of the Joint Force. I'll say we're a learning organization, and we're going to continue to look at things that go right in any operations that we're tasked to do, and we're going to get better every day. So we do not want to sit on successes and some future successes. We know the nation and the citizens to constantly improve, no matter how well something goes. So I'm incredibly proud of the Joint Force. That said, I'm going to work out, and they come back after that, they go to a team room and start debriefing to make sure that we do it better next time, whatever it may be.
And my final point, I just want to talk about what stroke genius it was, to blockade the ports of Iran. And that blow, economically, to their entire economy, to their leadership and everything else, it's going to take a little bit of time to play out. But that was so smart, because it is more effective than any bomb, and those bombs are effective and not ever continue. But until we kill their will to create a nuclear weapon, they will always be nuclear threat because they advanced for so long. But that blockade was so important. And it amazes me, we're talking about high prices when they were $2 a gallon more just 4 years ago or 5 years ago in the previous administration. That I go back.
Jimmy Newsback, you're recognized as a gentleman from California, McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You testified that it was $25 billion cost in terms of the munitions we used and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and today's dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircraft, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days? That number right now reflects the total cost of the including buying today's dollars, the new weapons and replacements, and including damage share. That's your testimony. If there's that, I would defer to the council on that. And how much are you seeing in terms of, asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission for this committee? If and when a supplemental is submitted, the majority of it would not just be for Iran munitions related to the entirety of what we want to get on, and not what you submit. It would be within Iran, it would be less than $25 billion. There's a lot more we would ask for beyond. You're saying it's $25 billion. I would just, if you come back and revise those numbers, because all the experts are disagreeing with you when it comes to today's dollars and damage, but you'd revise it. How much it costs American taxpayers in terms of the truck to Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number? In terms of the missiles we used? As I said, that situation remains under investigation. We don't know how much it costs the taxpayer cost of that. It's a reasonable question, sir. I mean, the taxpayer money was there. You know how much it will cost Americans in terms of the increased cost in gas and food over the next purpose of the Iran war? I would simply ask you what the cost is. I would simply ask you. You're getting a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be until the English what it costed to prevent Iran getting a nuclear bomb. What would it cost? What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't a nuclear bomb? What would you pay? Do you not know? You don't do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food and the American people are going to be? What is the cost of Iran hold that to do with nuclear weapons? It's $631 million, which means an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear run. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge economic cost? You have an incredibly economic team that manages this better than what the previous administration did. The previous administration did. You don't know what the administration did with COVID. You're not this administration about the economy. You're not as saying credible. You can do the analysis and how much it's costing the American people. It's not give you say it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. There's what it costs you to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iran school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your $25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certainly, many here will find agreement. There were still 404 pounds lower than uranium, correct, when President Obama after the JPOA. Not accurate? Amounts and tips are classified. Okay. Will you acknowledge there were 970 pounds of uranium enriched after Trump tore up the JCPOA? JCPOA, terrible deal. About Iran had a nuclear bomb. You deal with vague platitudes. I'm asking about numbers. I don't know what gas costs. Don't know what food costs. Don't know what the operation costs. You know, I get sound bites. But how about numbers? Do you know how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA? Okay, know that this was stated early on. The price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, anywhere else in the country because the whole policy your state pursues. You know what? It used to see that type of stuff worked. And then you started to lose the people that you campaigned you wanted to be for. Because you said you wanted to get us into bad wars. You said you would bring down prices. You know what I said for? I said for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm saying for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of the angle base. You know who knows that? J.D. Vance knows that. That's like
from Nebraska, Mr. Layton.
Thanks, Chairman. I thank all three for being here today. It's so privileged to be part of this committee. We're the Cyprus committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAs with large majorities year after year. And in support of the Republican first year or Democrat first, where Americans trying to ensure their country is defended. And in that spirit, I compliment the operations in Iran. I served earlier in the Air Force. We were attacked repeatedly by proxies in Iran. Every deployment I was on there, the number one threat. I was located at those friends like at Clark Towers. I knew a nuclear weapon would have been an existential threat for country. And if we had a military in New York, they would have done it 2 months ago. So that's for operations. I think it's good we got a bureau. You know, I would say it would be important to get the representative government that really won our election there. And I had to play one day with another day, but the bureau was after our country. Support our 5% GDP spending. There's no way to modernize our nuclear force sixth-generation fighters take care of our uniform without being at 5% GDP. Also in spirit, I share a Viper's concern with the fire ranks that sit the Pentagon. 4 service chiefs, for example, the Coast Guard. We have a huge bipartisan majority here that confidently Army Chief of Staff and Secretary of Navy. Not just it may be constitutionally right. You have the right to do these things, but it doesn't make it right or rise. Now, my question's dealing with housing allowance. So I've been working the last 2 or 3 years. Our housing allowance is underpaying people in certain areas. And the department that has a Secretary's administration going out for a while, they take out 5% of housing allowance of other needs. That's underpaying our system of living off base by 5%. We just fixed a $2.1 billion line item to fix housing allowance. That money's moved. Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how to fix this? Because we have shortfall in housing allowance, and we try to fix it out here. I'd like to get it fixed.
Congressman, I agree with you. I think that is precisely the kind of quality of life issue that's been ignored time and time again. Oftentimes, with conditions of trying to do stuff off with something else, but I 7% pay increase, that's just doing 6% from E603, it's 5% from 04 all the way up. But closing that gap, TRICARE reimbursement is big, and we're going to look well. If we reimburse TRICARE lower than Medicare, and then no one wants to take TRICARE, and now you don't have a real network of service members. So the places where we pinch pennies to try to eke out additional budget space have really hurt service members. So we're working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they are asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think it's already addressed to agree, but I just want to emphasize, we did put $4 million in for Ukraine. We had to execute it. It's support for citizens here, and overwhelming support. Also, I ensure the Baltic Security Caucus, they put me into the Baltic Security Initiative. These people love America, love freedom, more than anywhere I've ever been. And they need us. You're on front lines for Russia. I have a question, Chairman. We did 20 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the Looking Glass mission. 1991, turned that off because the Cold War into our favor. I think we're back to where we were at. Russia's threat, just being a nuclear war advanced hours. I think we need a Looking Glass 2 and restore that nuclear mechanical survivability that gives us tricks. Russia need no matter what we do, we can launch 100 ICMs. What vision for the Looking Glass 2 of the following?
So as you know, we're looking at all 3 legs of the nuclear triad to make sure that the most critical backup on our nation's most important day is reliable, redundant, and workable. So we'll take a look at that. I know the team already did analysis on all the from NC3 to the end state, but what I want you to know is the most important thing is the ability to execute if we have to, and we can.
You know, 29 years we had a plane airborne, was still on board, and it gave the Pentagon, White House, surround the assurance that we had a backup. I think we're the future.
Right,
just look at.
I just flew with them, and they're great.
Gentleman's time expired. Chairman, now gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keaton.
Mr. Chairman, I want to talk briefly about the current U.S. doctrine and conduct of the administration in a particular event and a series of events. As everybody in the dais and witness table is aware, the Department of Defense Law of War Manual specifies that any order kills direct persons in a legal order constitute a war crime. It isn't suggested. It's a specific example to show a clear-cut example of what's entailed in our own manual. With that in mind, let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew did a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish on board. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating 200 miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It hit once, was hit again, not one shot, under interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hood over their heads, seized and scrubbed their devices, and then held for days. Ultimately, the crew was released, but there was no evidence to support any narco activity or any charge that would be against them. So to recap, the scud vessel struck it again, set fire to it as it was sinking. As public reports even drank their beer. We detained survivors and we let them go. It should be eye-opening. Let's go another example. The double tap or 2 strike attack that took place on September 2nd in the Caribbean. The vessel was struck, disabled, and struck again, killing all but 2 survivors that were left clinging to the wreckage. And this is the thing. We know this happened. We know how it happened. And the Defense Department still refuses to release the follow-up video of the killing of the survivors, even though we released the initial one to the public in major news networks worldwide. No difference in sources and new videos. Still not released to the public. Of course, the clash was severe at the time and perhaps been forgotten. And predictable, but ignoble displayed character from this administration. Fingers were pointed at one another as everyone government to cover an tacit acknowledgement that this was an issue potentially violating international law. Now reviewed what's been available, the phony rationale these attacks are about fentanyl traffic. When we know fentanyl comes from China, India, to Mexico, then the baseless argument this is about narco-terrorism. You know, I believe a word. This was to create leverage for regime change in Venezuela. And now the president acknowledged that was about oil. Beyond the need for justice exercising American values, it's important for us to discuss what the U.S. belligerence and the world stage means to our security, our ability to marshal cooperation with our allies, and most importantly, not to normalize these actions could endanger the lives of our own service members put in similar peril. Let me be clear about one thing. Where these particular strikes discussed here, the one that killed 11 off the coast of Venezuela, was 178 other killings. With each of these extrajudicial killings, the administration is pirating American values. We'll continue to investigate this. We will. It'll come forward in the future. Some days those that can video will be released. But we've got to stop also using our precious resources that are being taxed so heavily all over the world on actions that hurt our military. They hurt our military and they hurt our standing internationally, and they're hurting our standard here at home. I hope that we can move forward. I hope we can review whether these are justified, because I found no justification. We give classified information on the second strike. I can't discuss it, but I must tell you, it's the most convoluted bullshit I've ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what makes American a difference make. This is what we're...
An incredible array of false accusations.
And I leave back on time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Jim from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Secretary Seth and General Kane and Mr. Hurst, for your bold leadership and for your time today. I really appreciate it. I can't tell you how awesome this hearing is today. It's fantastic. From someone who stepped for 4 years during the last administration, this is a great day. Despite crazy and disrespectful comments from some in the room, the Department of War is back. Today is when the career discussing American power and dominance, national security, and making America great again. There will be differences in the way we go about that, but at least we are not wasting all of our time talking about a restructure of the Department of War into a social experiment that appeases the far-left agenda that existed the last 4 years. Thank God those 4 years, the disastrous administration are done. On behalf of someone who served 25 years in active duty and almost everyone I know currently serving in uniform, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for saving the department. Okay, my question. The U.S. Special Operations Command budget has been relatively flat over the past decade, failing to keep pace with inflation and reducing the command's purchasing power 50%. I was disappointed to see Com's F-27 budget request was only $223 million higher last year than level, dropping even further from already less than 2% to now just above 1% of the department's overall budget. All of this comes despite being increasingly asked to do more. From 2023 to 2025, there's a 35% increase in combat command and SOC capability. Last year alone, SOCOM was unable to satisfy roughly 70 mission-specific requests due to resource and capacity restraints. Secretary Hexeth, I have appreciated the opportunity to meet with members of your team and leaders like AIW Solid Candace and SOCOM Mayor Admiral Bradley, and we work to grow the SOCOM pipeline for future fiscal years. Can you discuss the critical role SOC play in underpinning deterrence, and do you agree with the urgent need to grow the SOCOM budget accordingly?
Well, thank you for words, and I wholeheartedly agree. When you look at the burden that SOCOM shoulders on behalf of the joint force, it's incredible and significant, and so many things we've accomplished would not have been possible without the leadership of Admiral Bradley, General Braga, and others in that community and what they do. I recognize their desire for increased funding beyond what is in 427. We have and will continue to look at that. That's happened. Some of the other things inside the budget, drones, quality of life, will be things that are applied to that community even more so, I believe, to ensure that they're taken care of properly. And then there's still questions that are outstanding also to examine. So we're committed. We want to work with you. Where we missed something, we need to get it right because they're at the front lines.
Okay, these are my next question. I don't answer so quickly. This year's budget request of $54.6 billion for the Defense Autonomous Warfare Group is a first step to American drone dominance to integrate Thomas and systems across the joint force. We talk about that a little bit here. However, my concern is only $1 billion of this proposed funding is included in the base request, with the remaining $50.6 billion dependent future reconciliation package. I understand flexibility of the price. Our main concern is the potential gaps created if such package fails to occur. Funding of the is not included in future budget request. And like I said, I'm hoping SOCOM is a big part of this. To avoid critical capability gaps, how is the department plan fully fund DOG at $54.6 billion in reconciliation stalls? Department or does the department intend to transition funds for autonomous requirements into the budget for future years? And additionally, as you mentioned, how the department should SOCOM receive and execute portions of the funding to meet future mission requirements?
It's the right question, and we're handling with the committee to LB, the White House, to ensure that reconciliation package properly colored and so that it is passed, so that critical money get there. So we're not looking to FY28 or FY29 because we need those abilities right now, which is why I appreciate the chairman's open question about reconciliation. It's a critical vehicle in this calendar year to ensure this department is fully funded to meet the threat of the future.
Thank you once again. You guys are an incredible job. I appreciate your leadership. Thank you for your time today. I'll go back and share.
Gentlemen, you're back, young lady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Van.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you gentlemen for being here today and for the opportunity to have a faith-based conversation with each of you. I have many questions, unfortunately, to start with some that disturbed me, Mr. Secretary, from your opening remarks. In your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, you reserved more words and more time and more vitriol to condemn Democrats than you did for she and for Putin combined. It's telling to me that you decided to use your words and your time for that. It turns out the Democrats, each Democrats Congress, are patriots as well. We serve in our uniformed services, we admire and love our uniformed services, and we love our country just as much as Republicans do. In fact, I and Representative Reagan, who you just spoke to, led the numerous pay raises you now sit there and led as your credit for. We led the loading of BAH, which then you ended up poaching and using for other things. This body led and authorized Ukrainian funding that is now being withheld. You also, in your opening remarks, strangely admonished us here for being patient with the result of your 2-month war. A war of your suggestion to the president, a war of her choice. A war you executed without congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be shocking, Mr. Secretary, that we have questions and need to constitutionally our right to do so. So to be clear, despite a brilliant performance by our men and uniform, despite thousands of faculty successes, our men still have nuclear material, still has air defenses, still has MOs, and still has the fleet. So despite the fact your recent comments indicate operation period finished, it's clearly is work that needs to be done. As mentioned, today is indeed 6 days. So Mr. Secretary, how many more months, just order of magnitude, do you think they're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think they're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, as the president has stated, you never to your adversary.
Sure, that is the line that you always
made their military, you control the trade. How long you would be committed to this?
And next thing that you mentioned in your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, is that you called up on which is down to the examples of the Afghanistan War, the Iraq War, and Vietnam War. Those are stunning examples to me of something that didn't go our way. We had the opportunity to execute on those wars well, but we didn't accomplish a mission, in my opinion. I think you would be on that as well.
My point is that it's not those efforts.
That's exactly. Is this war shaping up to be that war? Because as
we're keeping up the same kind of Democrats in this wars who they send them the thing, my mind, the box is
about country and nation and not about parties.
Democrats wanted to social engineer the Department of War. We've done that minute, but we're objecting power. And
clearly,
that's what we've done.
I'm going to claim my time. General George, let's talk about a guy who's a patriot. Somebody who every single person here in the dais and down there in that audience and out there in this role has shit admiration for. Why did he get fired?
As with any Muslim officer, first of all, I thank you for their service. And also,
my impression is you thanked him by a text or a phone call. I didn't even move to his face.
For these officers, we never talk about the of the removal, but every one of them, including myself, those that serve the pleasure of the president. Ultimately, I expect these officers don't reveal. However, I will know it's very difficult to change the culture of the department that's been destroyed by wrong perspectives.
So you think General George destroyed culture?
there are we've
I guess it looks
off
as
in
if
the
being,
administration.
how do
Doesn't
I
need new
answer,
leadership.
how do I explain why I fired those secondary remarkable men?
We need new leadership.
And your answer is a very immature way of responding to my request. My next question has to do with remaining time about the fact that there are orders you've recently given to Navy detail officers to command billets in special operations where they, people you're detailing, have already received bad performance reviews. They received negative fitness reports. They are truth to that standard.
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
Have you ever ordered the Navy to add officers who ever screened for special operations major command to the promotion as flag officer?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
All right, I took that for no. Thank you. I yield.
If you yield back, for everybody's well awareness, it's my plan at 1 o'clock, or approximately 1 o'clock, recess for about 10 minutes, give the witnesses a chance to address their and visit the restroom if necessary. With that, we will now go to the gentleman from Florida District. Minutes.
Thanks, Chairman. And Secretary, are you aware that Iran, either through our intelligence or they still said they had 5 kilograms of enriched uranium of about 60%?
We're aware of what they have or what they have, and we know they have all that is classified.
Fair enough. And if indeed they had 5 kilograms of enriched uranium, how long would it take to weapons grade?
Quickly enough, that a serious national security problem for the United States.
If I did days or a few weeks, would that be inaccurate?
You might be somewhere in the ballpark.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you just hit that from ChatGPT. Good. Okay. So it's not classified, all right? We say that our primary mission in this war is to deny Iran the capability to develop a nuclear weapon.
Yes.
And would you say that a regime that's capable of killing 35,000 of some people in a 2-day period, are they capable, if they had to deliver systems, to carry out their threat, destroy Israel, and also harm the United States of America?
Any regime willing to kill 35,000, and we get maybe more 40,000 of their own citizens in cold blood, would most certainly be willing to use the most dangerous weapon in the world, especially as history teaches us, when a nation says they will do something, you all listen, and they hand out to a record death to Israel if they got that nuclear weapon, history tells us they would use it.
Well, Hitler said he was going to kill the Jewish, he was going to try to limit the Jewish population and Jews from the face of the world. Nobody really believes, but he really tried to do that. So when somebody tells me for 47 years they won't kill us, I think I want to take them at their word. And so would you also agree that now another goal of ours, to make sure that Iran never blockades the Strait of Hormuz, never has control of the Strait of Hormuz, would that be an objective of ours?
What they're doing right now is affecting piracy, it's terrorism, it's threatening international shipping. And our blockade is signaling the world that we actually control that strait. And I would ask the committee, what would this have to look like if Iran had nuclear weapons? Imagine if Iran had nuclear capabilities, what they would do to build over any advantage they have, from proxies, funding international terrorism.
Secretary, so not only would they do that, but imagine if we had not become energy independent. Under the Pearson administration, we're hampering our ability to be energy independent under the eyes of the Green New Deal, which is sanity, by the way. I'm going to go back a little bit in history. We were bombed, Pearl Harbor was bombed on December 7th, 1941. Do you know how long it took the United States to have its first major victory in World War II in the Pacific Theater?
Number of years.
No, it was actually 6 months. It was the Battle of Midway, right? It was a turning point of World War II. Can you imagine? You had some Democrats asking the best Secretary of War, all right, gee, it's in 2 months. Okay, we haven't won this war yet. But then, we didn't win a major battle for 6 months. Your job, the job of the military, what you've done in the first 2 months is extraordinary. And so, again, from my California, do you know how much money we spent on Ukraine? Helping Ukraine?
Under the previous administration?
No, right now, now.
Upwards of $300 billion.
Probably about $3 billion. Yeah, I don't hear anything about, gee, how much money we spent on Ukraine from the other side. The difference between them and me is this. I support the United States and their effort to help Ukraine against a dictatorial, aggressive power like Russia, which is our second greatest adversary. But I also support our efforts to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And so you'll always have my support. And I'm pretty interested in that. I also support our efforts in what we did in Venezuela. We still have to go a little bit further because the prince of that regime are still there. And we need to provide freedom for the people of Venezuela. And also, one thing, for me, I guess what I'm looking for in this war with Iran is to make sure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. We have established an inspection protocol to make sure they never get a nuclear weapon, and that we control the strait and never control the strait.
Gentleman from Colorado, Ms. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your attorney, correct?
Okay.
Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not ready to every professional position that he's held.
Well, hell, he did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He was served duty on behalf of the Navy.
Title of senior advisor, you gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very rich and advisor of mine.
He travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore's long-term friend, a great patriot.
He travels with, doesn't he? Correct? The public Instagram just this. Say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings and advises, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings.
Yeah, well, he maintains desk and office in the Pentagon, does not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big guy.
You directly commissioned Mr. Parlatore in the Naval Reserve, the Navy commander in March 2025, do not?
I'm very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by his PO.
Full service members don't vet.
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by his PO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but he's a fan.
I'll tell you, I didn't do.
Does great work. Does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor, right?
I'd check.
You know?
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material didn't have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed him as special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together.
I'm asking a simple question. You're a special sensitive advisor. Do you have security?
No, you're playing gotcha game like you do on TV everywhere else. You're trying to thread together details that represent something else.
You're concerned about my question, aren't you, Mr. Secretary? You know where it's going, don't you? I think you do. So, Mr. Parlatore represents foreign government. Says a private law practice, do you know?
From what I understand, is the practice does a lot of great work for service members of the military and other.
He maintains a private law practice. Does he represent foreign governments, foreign persons in a private law practice?
I don't.
You know. Somebody sitting in means that's what you don't know. Does he represent senior officers who are currently on consideration for promotion by you or your office?
The only big person that makes determinations about senior officers is me.
Answer the question. Does he represent senior officers who are under consideration for promotion by you?
Yeah, I'm one that makes decisions about.
Does he represent Undersecretary? Does he represent?
Represent anyone? He's a legal advisor. Always has.
He has clients, does he not?
He's a legal advisor to me on reserve duty. Always has been. He does
Is
fantastic
it true
job.
that Mr. Parliament was removed every claim of time? The truth that Mr. Parliament was removed and staged by the White House last year?
I don't know what you're referring to, but not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of it. Was it that you were also removed from the same investigation? The answer is yes.
No, not aware of.
You're not aware of it. That's interesting. Well, it's true that Mr. Parliament terrorist President Trump.
I don't know what you're referring to, but no.
Is it true that Mr. Parliament was accused by President Trump as lawyers of lying?
What you're accused is a line of question. It's going nowhere.
Well, it's going somewhere. This is why I'm answering the question. Was it true that he was accused of lying by President Siegel?
I'm not familiar. You never give me.
Right here. I'll look at a statement from the President.
Blow up a quote and claim it's something, and that's what you're doing.
Secretary Hicks, what I'm really concerned about is purport to have a faltering loyalty to President Trump, and yet you are continuously.
You hear a lot about President Trump.
You're
You wasted 5 minutes. A huge waste of 5 minutes.
I'm laying my time. You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's
Colorado time. Go ahead.
You are repeatedly going behind President Trump's back, appointing people who he is accused of lying, who the White House is
Gentleman's time expired.
You are not as
Generally,
President Trump.
Carolina Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I request unanimous consent and a number of documents of the record. Of which statement from first was a statement for Corey Mills for Sergeant stating his forms and accounts of military service are falsified. The second document is a picture of Corey Mills wearing Bronze Star from 2019 before he ever got a Bronze Star. The third document is a document that conveys a Bronze Star medal and his life-saving care to the wounded, and according to the soldiers who witnessed it, it never happened according to the men who were there. Next document is a transcript of a conversation I had with Brigadier General Arnold Gordon Ray, who confirmed that he did not review, did not read, did not physically sign the form DD 638, form 638 that Mills submitted for Bronze Star to be. He said, quote, I didn't look at it. I asked to review email that he sent to Mills staff about authorizing his signature for a form he did not review, and he said that he would not share it with me. That's a future subpoena. I'd like to record a picture of Corey Mills. Says this is the second time he got blown up, but he didn't tell people that the blood on the pant leg in this photo of the blood of Sergeant Ray is not Corey Mills' blood. As same series of photos he shares, he said he was quote blown up. Our image is a Humvee that exploded with severe damage. That is not his Humvee. His Humvee reportedly was 3 yards away and suffered no damage. Was not blown up. This is a copy of Corey Mills' marriage certificate with a 9/11 Amman, a 9/11 Moss, entered for the record and redacted, with family name redacted and protected. This is a picture of Corey Mills with a reported right in Holger and Afghanistan, which of course is nice. And then last but not least, I would like to request unanimous consent and enter into the record restraining order against Corey Mills for dating violence. Thank you. I just buried my father on Thursday, Mr. Chairman. My father died of shrapnel in his body. He had 3 tours of combat, 2 in Vietnam, 1 1965 during coup d'etat of the Dominican Republic. And I take stolen valor seriously because we have an amendment uniform that has given lives. And an individual that steals stories of dead soldiers or injured soldiers have no right to serve in this body, let alone on this committee. So I take it very seriously. I want to thank you, Mr. Secretary, and folks that stood under you in the Department of War as my father lay dying on April 14th. There was only one thing that calmed him down and gave him the courage to pass on to the next life, and that was for me to read stored testimony from different soldiers we didn't have, or friendly reviews didn't have been doing a lot of research. My father's service, which is when he received his reserve cross with the device in 1968 and died. He rescued 3 men in that battle, in that firefight, for a 2-day period. He rested dead or alive on his own. He stood to take fire over and over and over again. He called on artillery, head artillery, to his position, 100 meters of his position. Men have never made it out of Vietnam alive. In fact, his mandate officers kept him back in many cases because he was on suicide because he was just so dangerous out there. He gave lives to so many soldiers. So as he was taking his final breaths, I was provided by the Department of the Army's testimony of soldiers we have. And diagrams information was the one thing that calmed him down, so he could actually knowing he was a war hero and knowing that she was loved him. And it changed our man's life. And it changed his life in his last moments, his last breaths, his last hours. And for that, I am so grateful for the ship that rung at the Pentagon and Department of War. I have heard from people in the way they're trying to innovate and trying to change the way we do business there. And I'm glad that you're hiring people. There are people that are getting in your way, they need to go. And if she's a bring, whether it's building, whether it's cyber, whether it's AI, whether it's public-private partnerships, we've never seen a secretary at the Department of War who has been as innovative as you have. So I can't say enough good things about you right now. I was impressed. I was concerned of troops on the ground and around early on, and I was impressed with where we are today, how those soldiers were evacuated that got flight that crashed. But everything I have seen, you have surpassed all of my expectations. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And God bless you.
Jenna, yield back. Now, Jeff from me, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. I'd like to use my time to drill down on an important decision concerning America's surface fleet. That is the view of the DG 51 Fleet Reacher. Everyone in this committee knows that the Navy's struggle to successfully design, manage, and build new class of ship. To name a few examples, I'll highlight the 12 combat ship, the Zalmo-class destroyer, and the recently handled Constellation class frigate. By any measure, the Early Bird class destroyer has been a highly successful program that continues to live the Navy. Our surface cannot depend on. So the Zalmo-class destroyers were going to replace the Early Bird. The ship was interesting capabilities, but the Navy rushed construction before the design was complete and it lacked a workable weapon system the Navy wanted to help it with. So the Navy scrapped the program 3 ships and went back to DG. I'm my 8th year on this committee, and the entire time I've been in conversation with Navy publicly and privately about the latest Fight 3 destroyer and how critical role it will play, and now is playing for the surface fleet. And even before we deliver one to the fleet, the Navy will be playing the DGS. I'm skeptical about transition to yet another new class for ship control of laid out already. From my perspective, we have a crew haul from our Bird destroyer that is described by CEO after CEO again and again and again as backbone of the Navy's surface fleet. But now I'm even more skeptical. Proposal about the reduction of the destroyer on just one ship. Scraps the future destroyer proposes a 17 billion plan to build just a still new battleship, a class of ship Navy decommissioned in 1982. Mr. Secretary, when you visited Beth Ironworks, you discussed this budget proposal with builders. You said, quote, we're messing out on DDs. It's a workhorse, and it's a damn good workhorse. We're right about DDGs. They are a workhorse. They're cost efficient, really effective, and fear our enemies. And wondering why would we move on so quickly for a relatively new Flight 3 destroyer that's a gold standard ballistic missile and drone defense capabilities. Ship that's proven itself time again, recently in the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, and Taiwan Strait. I understand the Navy wants to feel like some missiles, but no further than 3 Zomwall ships the Navy has in fleet, but then refitted with vertical longitude capable of delivering hypersonic missiles at a great payload at over 17,000 miles this year. Perhaps more troubling to me is that the battleship plan proposed moving out of pace. That is, I think, extremely dangerous, which is high risk, lower reward. To begin construction so quickly, reading right through design, is well documented that expediting design and rapidly moving construction is the great recipe for failure. This represents an unacceptable cost to taxpayers if it fails and leaves America less secure, or leaving less prepared. I understand the proposed battleship was a bit of a dream child of the recently appointed Secretary of the Navy. I want to remind everyone here that recent history is eluded, with failed efforts to replace existing successful programs that remain the best class worldwide. This isn't the failure of shipbuilders or sailors. It's a failure by leaders to learn a simple lesson. If it ain't broke, won't fix it. Sincere hope is that you, Navy, and Congress will pump the brakes on this battleship. Take the time to get it right, whatever it is. And for now, focus on workhorse you can depend on. America cannot afford a reserve fleet without a backbone.
I very much appreciate that perspective. And the idea of divesting of an asset that's in right now is not just a Navy problem. I mean, we've seen the same on MQ-9 and our Apaches and 10s and stuff that war fighters need to rely on, which is why divesting Invest, which was sold to the previous administration because of continuing resolutions and insufficient budgets, created a gap. Now you're getting rid of very things that you need right now, and you don't have available things in the future that you say you have because of the ways the department did business, always overall, always delayed. So there's one destroyer, one Ullybrook class destroyer in the budget because I have to even sit up and say here and how many years behind are on the backlog building the Ullybrook class destroyers. So the bulk of the money goes into shipbuilding to fit that, ensure new systems build more faster, then can go on additional, either it's this class or next class.
Or also, I'm claiming to say in my seconds here, kill with the pace, move through design to construction so quickly as proposed for this budget.
General Times Fire does announce earlier we're going to recess until 10 minutes past the hour of 1. We will call this hearing to order. We now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Trail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary General, thank you for your service and your continued service to great country. Mr. Secretary, a few weeks ago, our Commander President signed an executive order over research on psychedelic medications, hovering over advanced space as well as active members. Could you, under awareness, and the health and well-being of my service members and veterans, very near and dear to my heart. We lose ourselves in Veterans Day. We update to a year. I would see that trajectory go to zero. Do you, at a high level, is the Department of War interested in kind of coming in with VA, HS, NIH, and pushing this for research?
First of all, thank you, Congressman, for the work you've done. There's more passionate advocate for them, and it's great to see you in the Oval Office with your brother and with so many other SEAL who are this happened, saved my life, or gave me a new lease on life. I've heard that time and time again, that particular approach that the President has approved through the EO, and I think our department is not only to be flexible look at new options and alternatives. I think if you talk to Secretary Collins, VA, the partnership we've had is that deep as a partnership between part of our and VA has ever existed. So we've got regular meetings between us as secretaries, but all our chiefs and the down committees to ensure the flow is consistent. But if there's something the VA is doing, we should look at, then it enables our system members better at their job. We're going to entertain. So well, thank you for your advocacy, and we'll take a look.
Thank you very much. The 281 put this together. I've had the opportunity to travel country, travel the world, visit our troops, either opponents or opponents, and I have to say, the morale, the well-being, just sheer excitement our service members see and how they're acting today. It makes you act our generation, if you will. Just to see it forward when that Tesla for temple is on. I think it's a correlation to leadership there as well as the president. Can you, from your perspective, I'm assuming you see the same thing. And I think that blue line to pop, and our service members are absolutely leading from front, and the world has noticed. Until I'm not seeing it just from my own eyes.
No, you're not, Congressman. I think when I say I would encourage every single member of the committee, talk to lieutenants, captains, majors, colonels, sergeants, and staff sergeants, sergeant major, and specialists. We're doing the job right now on the front lines across the country, and they have seen sea change in environment, and morale, and spirit in the formations. And it isn't some secret sauce. It's don't treat us as a tradition, your social exercise, or your social engineering approach. Just let us do our job. Let us get back to basics. Let us train, choose people, elevate people, simply merit and merit. That's motivating for people. That's why they join. That's why they do really difficult things like you did. With the families for a very long time, trying to defend kids and grandkids, but don't want to have distraction to run the side. So we talk to me, they're so grateful for that. We're just getting back to the basics of readiness, training, accountability, discipline, or fighting. Commanders, leaders, unit, and those watching across the country ask folks who serve who've been in it how they do it. And they say, under President Trump's leadership, fundamentally different. And we don't even talk about the border, which is now secure. There's the recruiting success, fitness, and combat standard that have been restored. We're everybody at the same level. Sounds like basics, but it all translates into morale. And then morale translates to readiness, it translates to capabilities. And then you have Commander-in-Chief unleashed into mid-success. And the world pays attention to what American military capable of doing. It's on the shoulders of leaders like you who didn't previous generations of what doing. So thank you for your
Thank you, sir. And for everyone in the room that's informed, God bless each and every one for your service as well as your families. Mr. Speaker. Everybody. I'm sorry. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you might reference San Diego, the largest military community in the country, now has our chiefing 2,500 San Diego Marines are off the coast of Iran. Many other San Diegans in war have gotten 48-hour deployment notices. So this war in Iran is not the rebel. For me, for my constituents, it's deep personal. As you also know, on Easter Sunday, President Trump threatened to destroy Iran's bridges and power plants, writing, quote, "Open the fucking trade, you crazy bastard, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch." And 2 days later, President Trump, quote, "Whole civilization will die tonight, never to bring back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." My office phones have been ringing off the hook from so many military families concerned about President's mental fitness and what he's to serve as our commander-in-chief and that handing their loved ones into harm's way. Our troops who have shown incredible bravery and tactical proficiency deserve to know that leaders are focused and simple. So, Mr. Secretary, you are with the President a lot. It pains me to even ask this about the President, but my constituents' lives are at stake. Do you believe that the President is mentally stable enough to be the commander-in-chief?
Did you ask the same question, though, by 4 years?
Mr. Secretary, Joe Biden is not president. Mr. Trump is the president for a year and a half. I'm asking you now.
Not even engaged with level of disparagement. You're putting on the commander-in-chief. Indeed, every single day.
Mr. Secretary, Biden is not the president.
Disciple commander-in-chief we have generations. And you might ask that question after you and your other Congress Joe Biden really speak.
Mr. Secretary, as you know,
Secretary of Defense when you are weak.
Mr. Secretary, I will in my time. So, Mr. Jimenez should be taking leaders at their word. So there is reason that we should not be taking our leader at word.
Iran should not underestimate the will of President Trump and the United States military to achieve our mission.
Okay, well, I know this is not a partisan thing, and many Democrats have, many Republicans have the same question. Marjorie Hillary said it's control and keep on insane. Candace Owens said the 25th Amendment needs to be voted. Megan Billy, Tucker Carlson, who used to work with Axstones, Stephen Grimlifts, could go on. So how would I explain to my constituents that while they are in our way, their commander-in-chief is posting the unhinged posts?
How do you explain your constituent what happened October? What happened in Afghanistan? Or what happened with the Buckler withdrawal in Afghanistan? How do you explain we restrict the medals? Did you say that to constituents? July is the sleep of willing.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, how is this next post? How can I lend this next post to constituents? I'm doing so. This is really bother, but my understanding is that this is quite offensive to Christians. So how do you explain the post?
You explain post. We have an incredible commander-in-chief.
Okay,
our troops first time here, but you hear about groups.
This is about our groups. This is about our groups. This is about who is committing our troops and our troops and trust their hands into harm's way under strategy. The mental stability of our commander-in-chief is deeply important to our troops. It's deeply important to the country. It is important I remind you that when our concerns Democrats came together, and he was not our many president. So I encourage you to have the same courage that Democrats have. Mr. Secretary, you keep saying that he is the best commander-in-chief we've ever had, the best troops. 13 Americans have died. More than 380 have wounded. The Strait of Hormuz was open, now closed. Less than 9 99% traffic through the strait is still not going despite the ceasefire. The Iranian regime is still in power. It still has nuclear material. Wars cost Americans billions of dollars. And checker, if you think that this is what we look like, then maybe we'd be questioning your mental stability. Maybe you are the one responsible for this failure, and the president should be raising you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being with us. I believe representing Virginia, 2nd Congressional District, Hampshire Notes, home to one of our ECAS Navy. And I believe attending the FA Station Command on Friday, which are for the squad of the 18th. But what an awesome event. And just the leadership that was there to listen to them say firsthand just about the morale of squadrons that currently deployed on the USS Ford, specifically talking leadership of our children towards the business of the Navy aviation. They're like, completely the morale's amazing because they're doing it for the spirit mission where I live, they're tired of fixing for the husband, also begging to find a way back in the cockpit, but he's jealous of what he sees. So it's just that mentality. Thank you for that. I know they're doing it and keeping them engaged in an important part of the fight. Along the same lines about naval aviation, we'd love to hear, Mr. Secretary, your thoughts about the future of naval aviation. I know that this is budget hearing, so last year's budget we had $900 million, so we're looking forward to getting the FAX program, and those for 27 requests was reduced $140 million, and continuing to Air Force $5 billion for their F-47 program. So of aircraft carriers with that mobile series or Ps. What are your plans for the future of naval aviation? I take screen my daily week is May of 35, sending on our Eco Master Database and FAX is our next generation striker, but just love your plans and timelines for the future of naval aviation.
We'll create your comment after further movement on utility of the F-18s, which are still flying critical missions right now. Our carrier do a fantastic job. Yes, correct. By the FAX, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, it's a matter of trade-offs, industry, and designing capabilities, ensure we're not slowing things down at the passive of. So I think awesome things. I'm sure it's a critical capability that we define the future of naval aviation. That's
right, but you covered it. We don't need excess spacing and overflight off of a CSG and a CVN, so it gives a Secretary President option. So I just want to echo the thanks for the Joint Force, on behalf of the Joint Force, for all 3 DSGs that are out there getting after it right now. I should share your hub is jealousy. Just with the force and how much appreciation, especially for.
Thank you very much, General. And Mr. Secretary, again, representing a big Navy district and having just a concern for the Navy, did you shed any light on why the Secretary of the Navy was relieved and what the time plan looks like for permanent leadership? That's one of the reasons why we struggle with even I think the basing decisions and naval aviation, which talk more about just contributions for aviators. But did you shed any light on that issue?
Well, the President stated, Secretary of Force says, applied out the individual it was time for new leadership and direction as far as running fast with those decisions that we're making. It's hard to facilitate policy, and sooner you and I, especially general officers, as you're evaluating whether bring with the mission should be given, you may change if they're not the same civilian and the same age.
Any timeline do you replace or have used the
Right now, we're acting now. It was Dan Haas job, the number 2 would be acting for now. Imagine we'll you.
And the general, I know you're a my graduate, and I know this you're watching the part of the access going on some Virginia military civilian Virginia. And I was wondering if you had any other discussions about how we can remove some of our military actors from these prisons state politics. I think you're right for further discussion. We had some Army RTCFs for the commission of that specifically, but we've seen to shut down, defund, place over visitors. Any thoughts on how we can more effective those schools?
Well, man, you sort of started warning the land on the importance of saying politics as a chairman, and not intentionally or inadvertently step into a local matter where I did not. As Secretary said, people are policies are things that we don't do in a joint wars. Appreciate all of the missioning sources that are out there.
Thank you, Chairman and Member Smith, and thank you to the witness for being here today. This meeting is being asked to consider a $1.5 trillion DOJ prize that final wins in this program with people, leadership, readiness, and just required to make them effective. Winning leaders were removed abruptly, or merit assumptions are disrupted without clear explanation. Congress have responsibility to understand rationale and operational consequences. So, no focus on situation 7. And to start, no one's disputing that senior officers serve the pleasure of civilian leadership. The issue in front of this is whether the decision to remove General Randy George strengthen the Army or create an avoidable disruption during active operational period. General George, who also served as commanding general 1st Grade BLM, has been serving for 4 decades, including multiple men in operational leadership roles, culminating as chief of staff of the Army, responsible for readiness, force modernization, and welfare of millions of civilian civilians. He was moved in the middle of active conflict involving U.S. operations against Iran, when leadership continuity is most critical. Reporting in case General George's removal may have followed disagreements over Army personnel matters, including concerns regarding withheld promotions. So I question Secretary this: what specific national security risk, mission risk, or leadership concern did General George present that justified removing him in the middle of conflict, or was it removed because he challenged some needed?
As I said earlier, for Secretary's nature removed, I would ask this question to you: was General George following the operation chief command?
So I'm asking you, why did you fire him? Leadership concern, what did he prevent that justified removing him in the middle of conflict?
No, General George served in the operational chain of command.
So I'm asking my question more times, so don't try to fill me. Why was he removed? See, national security risk, mission risk, or leadership concern? Yes or no?
We don't.
You don't have to answer the question.
You don't answer his operational chain of command. He is in operational chain of command.
We're going to
start the war, but you don't know where he is.
It's too late for Washington's time.
Under DOE 1320.4, the Secretary of Defense may withhold proof for denomination after service updation in limited circumstances, including newly identified adverse information, pending investigations, portable information, and questions regarding mental, physical, moral, or professional qualification, incomplete and compliant nomination packages, distinct certifications, or the need for additional clarification from the military department. Several firms reports elected for Brigadier General were removed or upheld after board elections or certification, which is the grounds that to tell officer and what evidence supported the decisions.
Carson just one of the many particular officers we will perform similar reviews, and I anticipate other officers will be removed also.
But what were the grounds for this?
Again, we don't talk about respect of those officers, we don't talk about each other, all serve pleasure for solving for institution that needs to be under and professional execution, and there's a lot of gender and demographic engineering that's going on for reasons other than the focus of what we're doing about so
I did not gender.
You imply every statement that everybody makes.
I did not.
As review all the awards, it has nothing to do with anything other than the performance on the battlefield. They're performing in the
these people are thoroughly vetted, thoroughly researched, and I guess my question is about loyalty Trump or is out its position?
I understand your point. It's up the Constitution and our military utility executing. I'm not sure that it has finest office across the force for Hitler.
But this committee funds weapons, readiness, recruiting, professional development, and leadership pipelines. But no money can compensate for they may lose trust in the fairness of advancement. This fairness, we believe in it. We have always had it system. That's the
No, we have not. Under the budget, we not. It came total engineering, not right.
Did not. And when we consider this request, you must ensure that the spirit dollar are backed by sound instrument, credible leadership, a personal system worthy of those who serve. I yield last,
from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here today. I'm sorry, I was on the floor to represent with this real quick, and I'm not here the majority of this morning. But Mr. Kate, I did want you to know, I disagree with our Joe Bush. I said a lot of hope. I look forward to doing this last. And I mean, it takes 280 votes to something 4,000 minutes, and the NDAA and budget stuff and everything else. We're going to lose some votes. I mean, we're going to have. I mean, we're going to lose more public votes. We're going to have them votes do the thing that we have to do on the Department of Defense. And it's just, I would encourage everybody said. Because we're going to lose public on the bus. General Kane, the Joint Staff, it's a unique role in our strategic direction of the integration services. It's what keeps us up here, Joint Force. I have seen disputes in the Air Force and the Army to Malaysia of this that we needed. His department's made attempt to right size various components. Could you talk about the importance of the Joint Staff and value to the Joint Force?
You veteran, and I'm incredibly proud of the staff. You know, our job is to integrate options, to deliver those options to our national command authority, work with other services. And one area of expertise have pursuant to the 2017 NDAAs as a global integrator, and our J3, J5, J17, J8 all do a fantastic job along with 1 and 6 every day to really bring the totality of American combat capability together into a range of options and risks that we can bring to the Secretary and the President. So they are extraordinary in everything they do, and I appreciate the chance to break on a little bit.
Well, I have watched as the Air Force was paying for it, and that was predominantly used by the Army. In fact, some days if it was a regular indicator, the Army did overcome the Air Force, but and then that led to stand down with system before there's so much to go. And it's dangerous thing. Spent a lot of time in Africa, from this committee work and from history work. Well, Air Base 101, 201, all of you that everyone had in there, blamed it on State Department, and the State Department handled that. How do you intend to handle one is overloading at Nigeria and then to get 101 and 201 back? And I do believe that an apology would go a long way with the country. I'm going to use that, but the ministers are there. And an extra 2 tractors, we asked for. Where will base out if we can't get Nigeria back? And are we looking at 112?
Yes, sir. We're all in charge. So I echo his stuff there. You know, I know Paul Anderson is doing a lot of work right now. And if we're doing a fantastic job along with his Deputy Commander General Brand, I'm looking at the whole requirement across the Western flank for access space, right? 1 and 2 are one of the main things they're considering. I think the key is what are they going to be able to do with the resources they have in a resource environment, to put sufficient pressure on the CDF there in Northern Bay.
Well, minimum relationship, yes, I've been out with OD over there, civilian member Congress. Yes, it does bother me that the press gets all over, but it's only nothing. It's like North Dakota has a post. But I appreciate all you being here. Sorry, I've not been.
No, sir, appreciate their work.
Jim goes back here. I'm from New York to Ryan.
Thank you, Chairman. Head wounds, heavy bleeding, and then just wrapping all over. So bleeding their abdomen, bleeding from arms, bleeding from legs. Sorry, Hex, that's who said that.
That's right.
It was one of our soldiers describing devastating on drone at Portugal, March 1st, Kuwait. As you know, 6 of soldiers killed, over 30 wounded. Secretary, you know the range of the shed 1v6 and way back on approximately.
Depends on but
7 miles. You know how far Portugal is from Iran. It's extremely
It's
over 100 miles. 4 wars started. There was clear intelligence. The trade was high on Iran's targets. Internal analysis assessed sites indefensible from aerial attack and should not be used. You sent our soldiers from 100 system command there anyway. True or false? True or false? True or false?
Are you going to be an answer? Just play that.
Do you send them or not?
We have to pragmatic and defensive countermeasures across the field.
Let's talk about the Z. Prior to attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force should they receive it.
Evidently possible. They did not.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base defense, one survivor who come over from units said, quote, I would put in a none category. From drone defense capability, none. So that's include no counter drone capabilities, no counter rocket systems, no counter mortar, counter artillery, even the basic overhead protection that you and I had 20 years ago in Iraq, and now 6 of our soldiers dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a quarter that's through fortified defense. But then, thankfully, brave survivors come forward to set right straight. One of our 5 soldiers told DBAS, quote, picking a picture that won't squeak through is a falsehood. Another said, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself. It was not a fortified position. Another survivor said, build protection was about as weak as one gets. That's obviously a direct contradiction to what you said at the podium today. Are you saying that these soldiers, our soldiers, survived the horrific attack, right?
What I'm saying is, for the management of conflict, would in maximum defense posture, we moved this record, speaker just got on all over the place. We moved 7,500 troops off the
Stop. You're claiming my
because you yelled at
calling.
Just you yelled
You're
at
claiming my time about these survivors. You just said they said a falsehood.
There's much larger here, including integrated defenses, bunkers, people off the actual they're not part of the target. Move those troops all across the theater, thousands of troops off the bases because we knew what wrong was going to strike. We knew the exact moment. It would be a big moment to think to. And we remember those every single day.
I'm not laying. I want to one quote from survivor of the attack that's on the record. Telling the truth is important, and we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Record tags that those soldiers told the truth. Those soldier braver than you are. They are asking for accountability. They deserve accountability. I'm asking for the same. Starting with you, and as I said hero, you need to resign immediately. I will back.
Get him back because Jim makes us around.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll tell you something. You folks are military once again, and finally you shaded the meritocracy and you dramatically increased the United States ability to check power when needed lethality. And I mean, and as a result, our terms have never been more evident ruled over. Can't mention your own remarks, George Bush. Unfortunately, some of your immediate predecessors were clearly one type of general, they were Democrat general. One of them, even in this case, you take charge rhetoric of the left. I don't want Democratic generals. So for that, I don't want Republican general either. I want American generals. You, sir, are an American general. You know exactly what we're doing. General Joint Chief Staff that know the facts and bodies the role. Serve this republic, the truth, and the mission. And this is precisely what you were doing. And I want to thank you because you remind me of Dorothy Marshall. He was a good American, and so were you. What do you know any nation state that ever needed to do that didn't make it clear about?
First of all, the second comment, Chair, and I agree. I appreciate how you did the job. Usually, when a country pursues at that level, it's pursuing a nuclear weapon.
100% of countries that have reached 60% have then produced a nuclear weapon. And is it true that Iran in the process of building such a swarm of UAVs and sickness once they went a day because they had all the agreed to make a nuclear weapon, it would have been damn impossible for us to them.
And I want to do the president wise enough to understand that at this moment, following the January midnight hammer, now is time to create conventional capabilities. The umbrella we're building of missiles, long short range, cruise missiles, one attack drones, that we're going to use black the country from them to do anything out their nuclear program and rogue out in 6%. Will that be renewed to their attention and something to be done about President Trump that encouraged to it?
President Trump, there's been a lot of quotes that you've been mentioning his words, and I want to mention some interesting. Here's a quote. I will no odds on the table to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, Barack Obama. Iran will never get a nuclear weapon, but however, as they take whatever action necessary, I will never allow Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. All options are on the table. Obama, Harris, and we would fully obliterate Iran. That's terrible to say. Those people who Iran to understand that Hillary Clinton 2008, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Democrats, something coming. They weren't going to allow Iran to nuclear weapons. Some of them were worried. One of them took action. There's 93 million involved in the invasion. It's complicated. 93 million people slaughtered in Iraq. 8% of their country hate their because the regime murdered 40,000 of them gunned down in the streets. They're responsible for 600 American deaths. How long was World War II in India? 8 days. Out here in DC bad.
I had them all out at 365.
Yeah. It's 3947. They were 1,129. And our World War I, which is very quick, was 585. How long have we been involved in Iran?
Just shot 60 days.
60 days. 2 months. And what's the invasion there in Europe sector?
Their conventional aids destroyed. They had 3 aircraft carriers that had none. They had 11 submarines, they had none. They had different classes, they had none. They may have small speedboats at this point because that's what their conventional aids are.
Air Force?
Likewise, destroyed.
And
it's hard for them. The reason why it's a challenge in communicating around ability because their management is unbelievable. Who's in control, how to educate.
We could make very good arguments at serious nature of the action and actually like Iran. So there are good things to consider before doing it. For all the big reasons to do it. Fact of the matter is, these gentlemen, Republican Democrats, we're here now. This is an evil. We finally reach not only the world, the largest explorer of air and ballistic technologies. We need them to win. Secretary John Kane.
Gentlemen, you're back here. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Delusion.
Thanks, Chairman. We have just heard pretty powerful report received Ryan from being vulnerable to in the technical way. Sir, you heard a quote from via CBS reporting. They were willing to talk to the press. Things like we're impaired right defense on the unit. Things like we move closer to Iran to even say fair that was no heart. Your spokesperson now response to that reporting said was not true. You do that? It's calling these guys liars?
I'm not calling truth liars, and I don't know if what you're representing is correct or not. I'll take your word on it. But I know we have every effort possible consistent of scanning sure defense our troops to include moving them off of known places to places where not known and those reforms belong preserved fortifications, theater defense. What our concern is absolutely. It's fair to me that I don't care.
I'm asking the blaster.
You are spared to me that I care about the troops.
Nope, that's not a lie.
That's very serious in every way. Nobody cares about the troops. Nobody cares about our troops. Someone bring all whole.
I understand, but he controls time. He controls time. You get control the rest, sir. And gentlemen,
allowed to answer, Chairman, thank you. My question was clear. They were lost or not. I don't see no answer. We move on. The other part of what your spokesman said, and you just reiterated here, was that I'm going to spokesman. Every possible member and take safeguard troops. And you're going to tell us, unless I'll get a chance to clarify. There's a single additional thing to protect troops or not. We did 6 moved down.
I'm telling you, as a department, we did every single thing at my level and every echelon down to ensure the maximum force protection for our troops. We live in a dangerous world, dangerous place against it. Determined to be the can nuclear, and that requires back risk. And it tragically is case it meant 6 American lost died, others wounded. And we all know that. That's part of the cost. But it does not mean we didn't doesn't mean we didn't get doesn't mean everything possible which we did.
Well, that's clear. What was done? There was all there eventually. There was overhead protection. No threat in that environment. We all hear and over just. There was no protection for head down right. I'm struggling to understand how you and your spokesman answer is every possible member would take. We move on. Mr. Chairman, that's something on a different topic. Folks that don't know you senior military officer are they not have much understanding of your role in chain command outside the operation chain command. You are the president and secretary's senior military advisor. Now that's a very basic thing. What you would expect our candidate in the field to do should the enemy lay down weapons and try to surrender. What would you expect and in the field to do?
So I think I'll back to something I said earlier. Deep respect for your question, but if you're trying to take to a partisan place here, I can't let you do that.
Yeah, I always respect your desires.
I know that, but our officers and instance service members always follow level orders. Protect us for them to do that, and I just I will say no.
Understood, General. Second, I'll give you a chance to best earlier. You had your best confidence, essentially what you hear. No war, no mercy for enemies. That's the end of it. Is your guidance that you expect our troops on our way if there's a foreign enemy surrendering, letting down our officers opposed by the border?
United, but we're indeed trying to take the German to a partisan. That was normally that was previous administration would play.
It's a simple question. I'm asking you.
And which the rules of games are such that our troops have every forward possible.
I'll give you a chance. You've been saying that. Try to Commander, that's what you expect. You're in the chicken. That's a simple question.
My manager knows what the idea is. The definition. I know
Secretary, you're using answer. I think you see one thing that the game is saying. You all know the expectations. We know law. We know what's lawful. I expect our can't understand as well.
There's more.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you for your continued attention to Guam. We wish you didn't leave the word partner, and I'd like to remind my colleague that one of your first official trips as Secretary was to visit Guam, and during your commission hearing, you identified the island as America's most strategic location globally, and this commitment doesn't go unnoticed. I thank you, Mr. Secretary, for that. And as we to our build up for the defense of our nation, Guam, and the Guam, we have many active duties burnout. We also have the Department of War civilian personnel too. And one of our most consistent questions from constituents have been asking us when would the living quarter allowance authorization for War Department civilians in Guam when would be implemented. And recently, you're often confirmed that guidance should be published early May. We work to keep that timeline. But you work to ensure the living quarter allowance will properly incentivize local hires to Guam.
Well, that we stated we stick with this our pledge, and I think reiterate that the amount we're paying on housing and qualified labor, especially unique locations, is usually mismatched because it's staffing and workforce problem that we need to address in tailored nature to those unique locations like Guam, like Hawaii's in Europe. Yes, we're committed to that. I was just that in our budget we got almost $1 billion for Guam fences, and also we're investing in ensuring that critical location you described is part of the umbrella.
Excellent, sir. Thank you for that. Another long-standing request I have for the War Department has been increased support for Guam's power grid. As you know, the one island puts there and together, water, our power, our port, our airport, our hospital, it's all in support, working together with the military. But one of the points for us is Guam's power grid. And all Guam's are owned by the department. Disease to Guam power grid as a military dance upon power grid increases. Do you see either WNN fund or military construction funds being best had for the part to support Guam's power grid needs?
Well, first of all, as we have to about, as you know, we've got 450 million small modular reactors, which is a new approach we're taking. We think need to make our bases 4 billion. There's 1 million American people count on being able to be paired in spaces where they are. They're kind of still kind of these reactors are operating at. So that would be part of what answer your question.
I appreciate that, Mr. Secretary. Also, Guam Power Authority is the only one in charge of the transmission lines. So where the resource, there was some contagion of some new reactors as well. Power Authority will be one transition for transmissions for all the power on dials. Looking forward to working with your office. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Another big concern for people in Guam has the cost of housing. We sought to drop the shares of urban living base in Guam. And I'm impressed by research by joint regional area plans to reduce the reliance on existing housing stock in both north and south of Guam. KPLS, the Department of Housing strategy in Guam will work to keep home affordable, local, and if increased private sector involvement would help address constituent concerns.
About 4.5 billion family housing in the FY27 budget, and we recognize a challenge, and it's like that in each challenge. There's also the bureaucratic construction process, which has been a huge impediment. President Trump has mandated we use the different accelerate different process to deliver those things, and sector bureaucratic action, we look forward to doing one of those.
Sir, and my witness was when we were in Guam regarding Medal of Honor possible recipients that are deserving of this. Guam has never had any Medal of Honor recipients, and there's really a reading that we
like once I recognize members, they have control of the finance. If they want to give a speech, you can give a speech. They can ask questions, they can answer questions. But if you ask a question, I would give witness a chance to answer. But if you choose not to, and the witness recognizes their time, that it all can go back to them. I want to be able to respect each other, be able to maximize the use of time. But everybody has to understand this is the member's time. It's once I read.
Yes, it's that. It's been time. I do you do ask a question. Got all for 2 words. Yes, to fill out your own answer. But we need to respect those process and for the business watching. Thanks.
And with that, we recognize a lady from Hawaii to Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On February 2nd, President Trump said we should go to the vote in 16 places. The Republican and non voting, despite constitutionally primary responsibility for elections of the states. Federal law also draws very clear limits under 18 U.S. Code Section I-92. Military officers are prohibited from employing troops or personnel to place unless necessary to rebel armed enemies of the United States. This is the exception, not politics, not secession, conspiracy theory, armed enemies. Secretary has said you think American voters are enemies of the United States. Somebody has no response.
I think legal vote that every legal should vote yes.
American voters are not enemies of the United States. Yes, agree with me.
I think America's legal citizens should vote yes.
How many armed enemies of the United States have attempted to interfere in the last election? Can you recall that time an armed enemy of the United States attempted to interfere in the last election of the 2020 election?
We just had to debate here a while ago.
Well, 25 years ago. Okay, very good. All right. Well, Secretary said President Trump ordered you to deploy troops polling places during midterm elections law would violate law. I just cited. Would you implement his order? Yes or no?
What Trump indicated the president give unlawful orders and would somehow employ troops as a result of the end of our departments that we've worked on law enforcement very actively 15 months. Changes within a fire for the summer have not come across.
I understand, but it's not a better position that I'm framing on your president and your here. The New York Times, you graded, not worry. The National Guard ceased voting machine in key states after the election. Last I heard you, the last time we had any kind of armed enemies at any high voltage was 250 years ago, talking 2020. So the president, can I ask you, or is your recollection law violate the Constitution and the law? Would you follow the order of the president? Yes or no?
President, you'd like to say the president
it's a simple question. Who would follow the Constitution?
No, the 2024 troop were Joe Biden. We're deploying location 15 states. 2024, Joe Biden, troop deployed whole location in 50 states. Explain one to me.
I'm asking you a question now. You seem to really like Joe Biden. You brought his name up more than many other topics today. Answer the question. Who is beholden to, Mr. Secretary, President of the Constitution?
Very proud of
answer is very clear. Obviously, you take a look at the president and not the people. Let's move on now. Let's talk about the I. Marvin Smart system. Appears to be program on record be used in Iran to determine where we know about.
It's called a MOVE system, not a MOVE system.
Thank you so much for the correction. It doesn't affect no time. The intended with credit killing and this will attack that kills 200 children, which create tried actions like this prove that when trade time and humans for safety, people die.
A maintenance system is a very effective tool. Inside that, we have very prescriptive processes by which we endure as much precision as human possible in very complex field.
So you carry a suit to make sure that civilians did not die in this attack.
I know that there is no tree on planet Earth that takes more measures to ensure that civilian harm, civilian casualties are minimized in the United States at this moment, and that is fact.
Okay, Mr. Secretary, you eliminate the Department of Civilian Harm reduction stuff. You eliminate for a country that doesn't take great effort to make sure human casualties are reduced or eliminated. Do you think that those actions kind of what you just said, would these children still alive if you had not eliminated all of the staff working with the
We didn't limit them. We made sure those things they normally accomplish are at the field level are, and all the processes are every
thing there has been there implementation of where understanding our human dependence on a which thing because almost 200 children died in Iran. So it's our bombing.
You're continuing something investigation not.
Jelly's not fire. This is Jim from George John McCork. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, happy to have you today and really excited about things you've been able to accomplish. I'm going to summarize this senior for finish listening for me. Besides what we've done, I'm going to break down as best I can. Then I'm going to let me answer questions for all since short period of time that the Trump administration has taken over. We've handed over control of Ukraine's destiny to where lungs. A government has $8 trillion economy, it's a $2 trillion economy. That they take care of their own country in a very good way, their own continent. We kept our man, who is really talked about, rained out fire from heaven, talked about being a great state from nuclear and nuclear power. We reshaped the political space in the Persian Gulf. We reestablished a new doctrine of Western Hemisphere. We've basically executed the most amazing race in history, almost flawlessly, that we studied for a generation at least. We reduced senior administrative bill, thank you. We defeated Iran under $30 billion spent with minimum civilian casualties compared to the war. Don't forget that World War II and why we lose 100,000 men placed and 5 months we dropped 3 bombs. War's a horrible thing. I think we executed it as best as possible in a very hard and constitutional environment. That's just something not mentioned because it went abysmal and really sending the military now a surplus just by a change administration. That's pretty impressive. Thank you and commend for your hardship overcome those hardships. A couple things that I want to get into, we talked about in civilization act, something I want to apply all around, but I was in the military as an operational officer and logistics officer. My core and my job is we spend a year. If we didn't spend what happens, we lose, we get budgeting. But those military bills and bureaucracy in America. One thing I came up with this, if you don't spend, you keep our budget like we're paying right now. You don't spend, instead of spending it, you actually have it 49% this year. 49% goes out deficit for the people for being good traders of the money. I see, this is the way that we reinvent from the way we spend money. And I thought I would depend on something like that. We're outside the box. Seeing age values, we're trying to step. Should be a bad part of Campbell put to actually do this thing right. And if the budget, I'll give them go put back and being stirs people money. What do you think about that?
I like very like an idea like that. All right, kind of the same. I was to add, in addition, that was the part of the report. The deals that we're cutting with the private companies on munitions ensure they build plants, they build assembly line, which is exactly what I'm saying. You have on facilities. You're making sure you get money from those facilities and the machines they produce. There's their ownership in that, the rate incentive. Over the entire the department does business. So I agree with that. Pointing at defense crashes, the president has, you need to do your business things. This is not rage of the government. You need to be your role to us, actually. I think we're the spirit of that's in everything to do with the department.
I think it's right in line with what you're talking about business. We have accountability and we have a level program we need to update. One of the things I have a period of time of updating. I think more year I'm going to have to look at how we do things. Technologies are sort of macro general component. I know really bad and also reason the fact that you are still providing University of North Georgia, one of the elite schools, or the PM. Appreciate you guys being today. God bless you and God bless you.
Sorry, I got to say, I remember lecturer at the University of North Georgia, guys. You guys know me telling that, but he is.
The president will be very happy. President of the university, president will be very happy.
Thank you, Chair. Also, thank you, Mr. Secretary, Chair Ken, and Ms. Southwell. 10 U.S. service members, 13 families of revenge. 13 births with among the death sacrifice. We owe remembrance to the families. Just want you to see you, some with you will never forget. There will start families who here today in the room here in the honor and remember flags. Remember the sacrifice, and we do so working at fully captured. Keep the 15E try to because we live also promise we do not event one behind. Such spirit must be extended to those who are killed in action. That's why we rise again today and raise the question of port of and honor and remember flag recognition. Mr. Secretary, I raised with you before, and I simply thank you for the response from the office. Acting Legion with us in this. I rise again today bring this up because we never lose sight of the true cause of war. As we commemorate 250 years in this country, the first call for independence, Halifax County delegates move forward the first issue action district. Our service members are the reason we are here today. They deliver freedom. I believe it would be amazing if we deliver for the families those sacrifices like something to help them ideally by Memorial Day or at least commemorate the families. We'll simply ask if you have any thoughts on how we continue to lift honor those who have indulged in our country.
Thank you for what you want. I think first and foremost, we do right by the legacy of those woos. There's those who are being business for together conflict. I've been over every single time as the president, vice president, and to greet that and back on that. Our department has the Gold Star Task Force, where we've got Gold Star Advocate running from office, working these issues on a daily basis, which is why that's why that we quick got back. These deep in our DNA things we are how we treat a family who's everything now, not just over, but every step of that process is
Mr. Thank you, Mr. Tom here, and sir, where I've been the report of thank you there. I want to Army Debt Command. The senior chief personnel organization playing work in the single university particular. Their own access of logistical challenges. The board connect and until the next rate of leaders. I was asked to think I couldn't breathe from somebody which is actually you could please take a closer look at the impact on the debt. I want to shift the topic realistic in the last one here as a short memo, the non-personal protection Army Department of Property. My son is a full right now infantry training. I don't want to be a Bravo, and I shared a memo with him. He shared with his battle buddies as he response, and he's definitely taking minutes an advocate, and they're really interested in this. My question is simple: how do you plan to provide guidance on the knives and how to plan?
The intent is to make those men and women out there feel they have their economic rights when they're on post. And burden proof is on the man to why they did not, as opposed to burden of proof why you should allow. So the presumptions, the same rights they would have outside the database they have inside for personal protection purposes, our base shouldn't be on freedoms for the armory and the MD. So the burden proof is going to pay.
Well, let's 2 seconds. Ken, thank you again for the conversation. For any final thoughts in terms of any realizations of how dealing with missions in terms of some of the police missions.
Jennifer Louisiana speaks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, General Kane, Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. Mr. Secretary, you stated in your opening statement that one of the foundational jobs that your work is yours forge legal arsenal of freedom. I don't think it could be more accurately described. The spirit that you gentlemen are delivering within the Department of War, the men and women you serve, is notable for an American like me, Army veteran, 65 years old. I don't believe in my lifetime I witnessed this level of birth and hardcore focus that I'm missing out of the Pentagon right now. And I just commend you for driving that. And believe me, you have great deal of support, not just in this body and on the committee, but across the country. Americans that have served, or families that have served, taking over. General, you said you open statement called upon to win war around the world. Those are your words. And we're going to make certain through this committee that you have the support, the equipment, and the funding that you need to call on one war across the world. We expect a lot out of you, gentlemen. We expect you to liberate and secure the entire Western Hemisphere. One of my colleagues brought it out. Sitting down and we expect the positive. We absolutely do expect you to liberate and secure the entire Western Hemisphere. We expect you to drive Iran to its knees and free the world of the Iranian terror threat. We expect you to leverage NATO into an indomitable force. We expect you to sit down back on the seas worldwide. We expect you to drive peace and stability through projection of military power. We expect you to secure transit of affordable, transportable American energy product as an indisputable cornerstone of economic prosperity for the allied nation. That's a lot of expectations. And what you gentlemen have laid out today, as you answer questions, solid. You made it clear. That's the path we're on. Now, as my Democrat colleagues have made clear that after careful study and thorough research of world history, they come to the conclusion that soldiers, sailors, airmen, and marines are safe if they're never deployed in the conflict. You made it very clear that you take your business seriously. We support you. Mr. Secretary, in consultation with your staff, reflective of your goal and your mission and your stated intentions. In consultation with your staff and personnel and readiness, our proposed legislation codify guidance, combat fit standards be rigorous with no separate grading scale, adjusted standards or accommodations, but there be only a single and compromised standard, not to exclude any American from any opportunity, but to ensure we have best, most capable Americans in the most critical positions. Would you welcome this by making guidance in law and ADA?
I would welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for clarifying that. Question about Iran, and I'll give you the final 30 second answer. Does Iran move precipitously towards nuclear weapons capability, Mr. Secretary?
Even after the declaration of Abraham, it's clear that the intention of Iran remained in pursuit of nuclear weapons. And as far as Israel created an opportunity to bring conventional sheep, that's why we talk about missile production and Navy and the defense industrial base, to set them back from blackmail and the world in pursuit of nuclear weapons, because we understood how much they continue to pursue them.
Right. Thank you, gentlemen. Chairman,
Gentlemen, here, the resident from California, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, and thank you for being here today for this hearing. Very important to the nation. Thank you, Mrs. All being here today. Mr. Secretary, the President made an announcement that the state activated National Guard with harvesting active to pay for missions. I believe you made similar remarks as well. We need to see that announcement could brought the much needed attention to this disparity. We agree with Mr. Arnett when Guardsmen are called up for active duty and they really have no choice in the matter for home missions. Often they are receiving benefits depending on status. This is just for decades. This is why earlier this year at Urban and I introduced the Task Force Act, which would address the issue head on. I think this is Ryan put us over the finish line. This thing, the National Fire Field support, the Council of Government report. The other week there's the service personnel sheet here. They supported facts supported. So, Secretary, as a former member of the National Guard, I am asking you today, would you consider supporting and consolidating the 29 duty statuses for military reserve component into a balanced and equitable system that would also help the National Guard receive retirement payments when called up for these federal missions? Would you support that?
Of course, thank you for your efforts on this consent and support these efforts to test from pursuit. For the department, for the groups, is they deserve kind of pay and benefit that are considered that to be true. We look forward to work with your office to take that duty to form like that. Right.
Do that. General King, ask you some questions. Individuals serving the Air National Guard, do you consider reporting these forms against them by this and National Guard?
Well, thank you for stimulating my personal, not the chairman's opinion, somebody who's lived out pain for status with the as a chairman, all personnel into this from prior life who are civilian leaders who do that, but I do think we owe a set of options for our guardsmen and reservists across the force.
Well, thank you both for that. It's something that I think needed done, and I've been working on for years now. National Guard will support it, so I hope you will, like I said, work with us to get that done. OB seems to be our locks. I'm hoping you can push the roll down so we can get this done. Next question, Mr. Secretary. I think we'll do our salary seriously, and sometimes I know you sit here today, after survey, we'll do it, pass it on them. It says here, sometimes we need to kind of protect them as well. And we're at the U.S. for China. I've been out there for 10 months, probably 12 or 8 days. By the time we get back to the United States, I saw things today, getting head back here every day. These people have gone pretty well over the world, that's quite multiple times. But I'm interested, I'm sure I didn't get back when they were deployed. And so, one of the concerns the Navy had, we made this modification, was I heard you that, hey, this is what the Navy out the past 10 months is going to do, is, both in the truth and what concerns did the Navy have with this?
It's a very good question, and I'm to you guys started orders book where I'm looking at movements or asking movements, and multiple times I included forward. And multiple times the operational requirements that was now in SECOM or up to SECOM demand additional action in real time, which through a decision-making process to extension in consultation with the Navy. Admiral Call and his staff, they fully represent range trade-offs and trade-offs. We're really
concerned what trade-offs we make here. I mean, we have to carry in the area right now. How many we really need? It's a big deal for us. If we really need 3 carriers, then you got to knock down another one way. This is going to set back possible deployments later on. It's going to have ramifications down the road. This thing, there's not talking about, service members kept away from their family for homes here. How you miss the birth of a child? You need for the extend them in another 4 months. We need this consideration. We can make these modifications. And these issues are being made when you do this stuff, right? And for actually making these decisions.
Thanks, Chair, and you too are. With us today, say, hey, I really appreciate your running war ethos and the prize of our military, merit of performance, how you win, it's how you save lives. And you love our military. Come out today and say, we really support you and your team, what you're doing. General Kane, your combat being in the middle and being apolitical also saves lives. Thank you all the fellow presidents who live gas would agree that somebody's on the battlefield, whether they're male, female, black or white, Democrat, Republican, independent, whatever, all Americans, everyone on the team, and put a different side. And work as a team, we can turn the impossible to possible. We can numbers will win. So I want to thank you guys support our troops so they can best fight. The war makes us better, the secretary, as you said, but it's incredible what you guys did. You just have with missions in Ukraine, Honduras. I don't know, you have military who has been able to successfully do something so complicated, but it talks to the unity and teamwork of all this joint force, how they together. I got a lot of questions to try to ask. $1.5 trillion budget. In the budget, I'm going to echo what Jack said about USOCOM. We are often deployed to deploy, and we see done more with less, and we don't plan. And we won't be that way for us in Congress. We want to be that way. Just take a look at the budget, see if we can calculate that. Also, I want to talk to you guys about solid rocket motors. I know that Secretary will know this budget. We picked a particular company, we put a lot of money in, it's a great job, do a great job. But what is your plan to also have other companies come to the table to help us with shortfall with solid runners? You're right on SOCOM, but we will absolutely work to look at that. Solid rocket is a critical component to go fastest runner, get caught up as quickly as you can, get incentives. You've also learned on multiple means that just one option means zero options when you're tough. You know, who's one is not. So we need multiple avenues on that. I really look forward to finding out companies can do what. Thank you. Okay, National Guard, about Cap Drone with FIFA out, Super Bowl, anything you want. Have you considered heavily, you consider train National Guardsmen, send them to Drone so we can come back and train law enforcement, we can increase our ability to protect critical infrastructure.
Sure, for sure. There may already been a please me I want to come back to. I know Title 32 forcing advance all domestic things are on the horizon here with America's 250 are looking at range capability. So if you okay, we'll get back.
When Ukraine, who this is, you know, they have 6% rigidity. They say they have enough to blow bombs. Even 6%, is that enough? Make every bomb. They just anybody have a strategy? I wouldn't want to take my classified, so yeah. By the way, World War II, our Congress was in a close briefing and learned the reason the Japanese had sunk any U.S. submarines. It didn't, or submarines go below 250 feet. So we went to the media and told them that we start losing submarines and losing American sailors. So let for all us in Congress be careful how we thank you for considering that. I would say this, if it had a nuclear bomb, we kill 100 people potentially, thousands of people potentially, or millions of people potentially. The history shows what the legal potential is in nuclear weapons. Happens in higher than that, even if the radically of the regime, a lot of them to use it and give a sense of the threat. Well, I think the threat is a great way. I commend President Trump for having fortitude and the Secretary of War and the Joint Force to stop this threat for the world. Also, December the H-64 Afghanistan operations as a result and everything else has been very effective in carrying drones. I'm glad that NDA for keeping that program going. And I just saw they're going to keep the 8 program. And good friend of mine said, long live Hawk. But there's ways we bring some of the warhogs back and or there are capabilities to replace the Warhawk. I think there anything to do with the Warhawk.
From Illinois, Mr. Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Kane, on behalf of Suffolk Stewards, thank you for your service and leadership to our military and to our service members and veterans that I see in our committee today. Thank you for your support, our great country. I hear from your officials in our bringing on the Hill, and because I live in Nottingham, now hear from neighbors at the grocery store who are worried about our munitions piles that are now down critical levels, and they shared one other for war. Mr. Secretary, first of all, talk to us about the need to renew munitions stockpiles and how it happened the munitions stockpiles be completed.
First of all, I know that we bring issues to this committee. It's not something for health for any of the members here, and it's also a topic that this is something that publicly discussed as far as any shortfalls that exist. I would assure you that there are not shortfalls that exist in our ability to exceed fish around the world. The reason we're investing in this space $1.5 trillion to make sure the greatest countries in the world, which have fallen behind for decades, are running faster than ever before, give us 2, 3, 4 quickly and patriot fast and breeze. Every other state is so
why we're hiring people at joint missions meant for no cause, but just how they're higher or they're service similar.
I would have a look at the particular commands of that, but have been places we haven't been enough missions and people enough in the Department of War find someone else will.
Joint missions, man. I mean, you're prioritizing missions, yet you've got 50% of joint missions coming to Iowa. Let me move on.
Missions are not missions. Missions are the ones that are periodic and gains in progress in 5, 3, and 4 star in charge that move things any faster. Our job is to
how we get on. We don't have joint missions, but move on. But said Army Sand Command. You tell me why firefights are Sand Command. Now is the time we should be bringing our soldiers every heat of stand they get.
Because that's what the start before the company trade was acceptable and being had been.
Do you think it's acceptable to hire veterans from where they died to make they're 20 on top of the country and they're doing it exemplary?
Great performer will always job of the war. We have maritime and things. We're good for all that serve. We create patriot pipeline. Service members get into different industries and actions and consider that as a second career. So lead into that service members as the workforce of the future.
And this is me. I mean, that's me. The other thing I about the ability to work for it. I want to go follow on Congressman Norris' questions of what you terminate collective bargaining deals. That affects hundreds of thousands of hardworking OD employees. So many of them are veterans who honorably serve our country. You decide if you work hard, you do the work, keep job. That's not what's happening. You let it be done tax efficiency.
I think that's that question. I'd love to clarify. I fundamentally believe the Department will not subject collective bargaining full stop.
So people should be able to fight for good wages, being true.
The Department is a great job providing benefits for folks.
There's a lot to read the record, so you can look these areas in eyes and all that. How does reading cost long-term civilian work actually maximize efficiency? Do you have any comment on that?
There are many examples of good parts of manufacturing. Our strengths limit the hours, limit the ability of leadership. We're providing vehicles to pursue, and I don't think we should those.
Okay. Well, I want to do the round time. The men of our forces. Please go forth with the attacking the round that you hear before this administration took step has allies turned away and American citizens objecting. Who would right even if you had to do otherwise? Mr. Chairman,
Jim, you bet. I recognize Jim Ball, Mr. Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, General Kane, and Honorable, we'd love to just thank for the opportunity to be here for continued push for the warlike ethos, from making sure that the reality for both sitting here, all rallies on that field were getting out. I asked the Chair for your sincere level to instrument my D14 push and done 3 to keep my wrong start, other time medals and decoration. Also, I was a document provided by the Army in 2024 that also authorizes vets and verifies all battle or awards, as well as a document by Paul to the former Special Forces member and takes the slogans that was all dead and back down. But Mr. Secretary, you know, you're pretty familiar with the ideas of mission. It's telling yourself. I apologize for putting them to double correct record, but it's necessary. I also know that I will keep files for you. I, the Department of the Army, was released by the Army the same day as your so it takes on the actual website itself, people to look at it. Here it is. Testimony for the you have here today. As Jerry President Trump's $1.5 trillion investment in international defense is set to reverse a year of apathy. Our defense trade has faced time, especially small innovative businesses and need a solid man sitting up the War Department ready to buy Americans. I with myself, I'll be in Florida, so we want to learn and for it to do things like wanting to deadly quick, around the world like doing hard work. But I want to just say, Secretary, that can you detail how the war has eased half American business contract department?
Question that has been core to our mission is the recognition that we have a problem at a previously manifested now the problem is. That problem is our bureaucracy, our product that's been blocking competitors and protect existing mines. There are great times for great products continue to support them, but still in our freedom, we need more than fire, more than just the entire network of small, medium companies treating the U.S. manufacturing supply base delivering weapons ahead of schedule and under budget. They don't only have business, but all commercial business. And we need some to quickly adapt because there are multiple options. So our acquisition, transformation, speech, and them direct, we rolled that out. Our leaders will go out there with hard hats saying, you are part of the workforce, you have access to our warriors, changing the entire dynamic, say, you shouldn't have to sue the department in order to get a contract department. We're opening the doors of business loans at Sir or you or Office Street Capital, I think it is today. $20 million, it's $7 to $200 billion. So the companies can invest in these others. We have capital to do it. It's not our balance sheet. So we businessman, deputy executive war should be a national asset for what we understand how he works. We're opening the our department in historical ways ethic. And I know manufacturers can see that.
Thank you, Judge Johnson. Thank you for due diligence, making sure task force come forward and we'll sit apart more of her time. And 20 with clean audit, so that the administration was never able to do. Need before that, do it. A year, if I'm not mistaken, Secretary, to do clean audits.
That is right. And this is not a thing this now. We've been doing it for 15 years and interly involved just to join that forward. You are going to have an audit as part by 2028.
This is what's on you, our Secretary of War and General King. We're on you as well, Air Force. Share the last take out from ships, bombs, bullets, and double-based entire need per. Even these markers strengthen as warmer small business. I understand how boldness, good contrast, and move for speed, which we need for warfare. Mr. Secretary, you detail how the department have moved to promote diversity in our defense industrial base. Well, we'll consider fact.
All right, every act is open to provide room to intrusive.
Thanks so much, Mr.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for being here today. You're here before trusting $0.5 trillion to Defense Department. The large war increases over two. While I will recognize your budget has a clean increase for pay and quality of life, the increases are outweighed by the rising cost of living and demands ongoing inflation on child care, education, medical care, and other quality of factors. Just like other families, the soaring cost of gas, groceries, housing, and shelter have left elderly families underwater. Yet the government continues to put other priorities like a $0.5 billion war waste on Iran and steadily full of Kid Rock ahead of improving the lives of our and their families. It's equally troubling that the department received a historic $1 billion last year, including $9 billion under H1 for improving troops' quality of life. But the conservative measures they have, and that talk to 7 big their capacity. Standard gets run down school, lack access on base child care. Here's an example. Bring most recent visit to Wisconsin about severely on the infrastructure, specifically an elementary school that is in need of a complete rebuild. Secretary Higgs, as far as said, that quality for all warriors is a critical component of providing the warrior ethos. In a video you said social last November, said places where war wives reside need to be safe, full, and clean. In your opening statement, you said quality of life for answer is but when it comes to true quality of life, I feel that it's more all about tell you out there that's not wants to arrange for anything safe, comfortable, clean, and have heard from service members about any improvements since you assumed this role. Secretary of Defense, take any accountability for the new quality of life concerns you expose military service members and have face under leadership.
I appreciate your attention to the matter of quality of life, which is incredibly important and reflected in the budget. Historic amounts in nursing, from housing, and from the Burt Development program. This budget surpasses even the Museum Department in fighting time, to include replacing and eliminating all poor failure. So we've seen those folks. We've gone with our task force, the big initial, and now we have pins out behind it to make sure it's clean and quality. But also, where they need to rebuild and replace. The budget starts with doing that.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Secretary. The next photos you've seen, the next was the Irish report I received are improved conditions of Blueberry and a quality improvement because this has gone far too long. I love you others, all aerospace, all developers, on these critical stages for many years, and just recently gave earlier our airmen women just 9 days of funding healthcare by troop shells. You had no choice to resign from your job as a citizen when son was spot and be scared and punish grabbing experience in healthcare and ever said, good luck if you specialize care. Rural takes much more and rare points are booking on app. So $1 billion a day on world war leaving our service member to drive is not America. It's brave. Secretary I voted for $1 trillion to defend budget last year, and I've yet to see the whole time home. Serving members back home said nothing but progress or improvement my way. With 30 Secretary, we could send me until this ever does this going to improve the quality of life. I'd be somebody.
We will do whatever we can. Doesn't meet with us. Just bring access to the member has some quality life. It's been there. She's seen there. I've seen recently, and it may not have no decision. This grades fit, and hopefully it's just fix that time.
Well, thank you, Secretary. I will discuss next time faster. It's not speed of light. It's time travel. I don't know what it takes, but it's not a hard line. So I appreciate your attention to this issue. We have got to get it done, and we're not here again next year. This is the improvements that haven't been done within today. So let me be clear. The for 6 years under administration, both of the partners, billions of taxpayer dollars. This committee is continuing to work in bipartisan fashion to support troops and families. And I'm constantly the top to your families, including you, sir. The department is doing a decision to address these housing policy crises that are needs. I hope the committee uses that. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Secretary, for the work you're doing. Over the past decade, Bitcoin has evolved from French into national security. Iran has managed Bitcoin as a whole for granted the straight 4 months. North Korean cyber-actors never did, and ransom campaign China's BFT stockpile substantial holdings as a strategic reserve. Just last week, they commended power said the Bitcoin to retention for power rejection and noted that no becomes bringing out the point never further that mission. Secretary, you share the opinion that Bitcoin's tools project power and are the main point of the initiative for the U.S. secures strategic intent in Bitcoin and best China's digital Ethereum.
I guess my shorts would be yes, along the news of Bitcoin potential. A lot of things we're doing aiming toward our classified efforts ongoing start hard. I do provide a lot of different areas.
I appreciate that. May I share you. Thank you for that. I also wanted to know about our operations in Curve, how it's going since they run war and how has occurred in a partner to work with this last months.
I think fair to say that both states have done a nice job grading air defense specifically, and then provide access based in a fleet. Part one, the UAE, Saudi, they live the threat Iran. They could act with hard, but although they prefer what we need here.
I also appreciate the job that their men are doing there today. Bless their ones a lot. We really appreciate the work you and you'll back you for doing.
Chaplain brings Blake from New Hampshire. Good.
Many witnesses for being here today, and one being again right to it. My time's limited on $1.5 trillion budget request. Mr. Hess, you testified and testified today that you will be accountable for every American taxpayer dollar comes to the department, where it goes and why. That's really since it's been pointed out, the department has failed 8 audits. The department remains on JO's high-risk list. Inspector General last year alone identified billions of dollars that have been put to their use and question costs is thing that raised red flags. So this is a crisis right now. The accountability of where dollars of the American taxpayers are in the middle of a cost crisis. Where's this money going? I want to ask about your war in Iran. And Mr. You testified here today that $25 billion is spent. I just want to clarify that is money that taxpayer dollars that is already in the war.
$25 reflects the cost of the war, right? We already spent dollars in munitions like that. Factory cost is extended that total.
How much of that has gone board munitions? Is that the munitions that have been spent to date?
Yeah, it reflects the munitions spent in the operating costs.
Can you give us a breakdown of those costs are?
We'll teach you about that as a detail of the costs.
Yeah, my concern here is, Mr. You've tested repeatedly. You're going to be accountable for each and every American taxpayer dollar you spend. You're going to be accountable for rationale. Here you are 6 days in, your war was on. You can't give us an answer on a breakdown, American taxpayer dollar that is spent in order of choice. That's what Mr. You right? I did or not you
How do you write down for your benefits here?
Well, I'd love for you to give us the breakdown now. Was this budgeted cost or was something the department planned for in advance? Since you appropriated $1 trillion last year.
Department of Contingency Operations will tell me this budget.
So it's not budgeted for. My opinion here is, and Joe, you testified to this, we understand, for you to do your jobs, you need Congress to pass it. For us to do our jobs, we need you to get the details and to be accountable to our taxpayers. And so I gotta say, it's an extraordinary direction that is here. You can't account for billions of dollars that have already been spent.
You entire staff. Just even public health. I don't have munitions left. Every single number.
You testify, American taxpayers need to know their dollars going. And as you say, you can't provide us a basic answer, the simple question you should be able to answer each and every American.
Asking a question and answer that you already have.
Oh, I'm asking you for a breakdown. Where you will be accountable for every taxpayer dollar. You do not tell us any $5 billion in taxpayer funded funds fund ways in Iran. I look forward to getting details from our witnesses after this hearing because the American tax need to know. Mr. Jackson, can I ask you, you know what the average cost of gallon gas in the country on Bureau 20?
Well, where you live in California,
$0.83. Do you know what the average cost of gallon gas today?
Sure, California.
$4.13. I guess, Mr. Jackson, you said you've got crack economic teams looking at impacts of the war on American taxpayer and answer this question. That's shock on very American. Ms. Jane, I'm going to come back to something really important for my class today. You testified to an important and broad principle of American law that our members will love foreigners and full zoning, right? You agree with the statement, quote, the military won't follow on the force. Sure, do you agree with that statement?
I'm
not actually quoting you earlier, Mr. from 12/9/16. I appreciate on record clarified the important principle of American.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Secretary and Chairman King. It's always a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to fall in line with the Chairman's earlier statement. Whenever we want for 5 minutes, I'm going to give you all a brief debate from Confederate. I know you story. It's important to me. And I'm starting with a post-citation. And it's a very point of personal privilege for me to do this, but I can ask you. I'm going to start with a post-citation for the Medal of Honor Award for Silver Star. Service class Thompson Grasso distinguished himself as gallantry and deputy. But beyond Hall between September 29, 2015 and October 2015, while serving as senior communications start operated Hatchet Alpha 133 at Stopper Base Birth Special Operations Task Force Afghanistan in support of operations. Suffer class was part of small special forces element seized Kudus, a provisional capital over 300,000 slaves from Taliban. Alabama still went. The U.S. Special Forces element based in Pearl before 2000 confirmed Taliban affairs. On December 29, facing Taliban and on News area, First Class Rail established sniper watch in the air traffic control tower. With any fair and urgent free practice, First Class was safe between each hostile and air team, successfully clearing the Airsburg. On September 30, Eddie less than bushes on some committed the First Class so fleet descended his vehicle while it goes to test and fire to engage birds and shield on the way. During 1 hour, under withering fire, district his own safety, maneuver and kill zone 8, complex and ambush, saving almost 5 fast patrols teammates, 1 man per and air charter. First Class Rail get on heavy gun fire dismounted direct the element to the compound. Enable the mail to say other company fleet fire stand positions. Proper first through fourth, guard first anchor defense the compound. Absorb heavy concentration of fire. Repeated second involve heavy gun and rocket roll grenade fire for distances close to 15 meters, replaying dozens of mini attacks. On the first rocket grenade rightly position, inflicting a dramatic injury. Beating disoriented and goes stabs out sleepy time the teammates before returning to his post. From their still and bleed flies, can you swim attackers? Attacking dead Navy vehicle 90s, holding the enemy temporary fire. During the swing after public attackers position, he eliminated all lost civilian operating bridge. As the fight war on enemy began, throwing grenades that come from this building. First aggressor ran lost grenades back. Then established clear website and exposed stable his command, following a digital ethics scene tripping bolt sitting 15 meters from his zip. When part forces were dively engaged, that's such a mission said he knew out government safe under devastating fire slide position and hold accurate fire under advance. October 4th, he unhesitated stepped the end of sight, sure the fight preparing by a rocket program to two beats. Throughout 130 hours of ringing sleepless combat, suffered classic triggerers, waver dedication to the team's complete regard his own life. Sure reach her coups, zero friendly cell old nation. As the severe intense told the elements of belief through a tragic injury with indomitable will and lethal precision inspired those around him. By Thomas Bradley's heroism and selflessness are keeping the high church and military service and were great credit upon himself as the United States Army. I ask you to direct the British ARC for a decade span board class Grasso's packet. I know things to be true inside his packet because I was there. I'm here today because as one of his 5, he rescued of the near ambush. Grateful for the story. Thank you.
Well, but and love to meet the other side.
Thank
you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to I saw Jennifer providing nervous and on. Also, we can talk about the 1 million. Just remember we have the dollars opportunity to together. Every base that I do nationally in the same military is in Ireland. I insist on being This is nursing here. No, I'm sure you may still on that days. As whole we talked today, warning around to thank families of teams members we've lost in so far. Korean the specific firing of number of people were sacked died besides 600. But I wonder with quality issues. A number of members of the team providers actually for it, and members. You said last year and you said I thought progressively further than ongoing to walls. We do need to get to zero. That funds upwards. I appreciate the budget have for as London which we agree real cut year over years. I want you to actually talk about how you're going to drive that will result in zero via flatline.
I'm going to be mad at 5%, but it's not flat, but we make it that. And I'm thinking about doctrines. How do we want to grow and make it?
We're all thank you. I moved Ukraine. I don't agree with McDonald. You know, with old press 4 million appropriated serious assistance to Ukraine, despite public voting. Ukraine has perhaps more than any other ally for us in the Middle East. The hardest security that they have generated from war with Russia, they are staying and drone that wars in the Middle East. There's I'm current about 100 million. You please let the community know swing along Ukrainian people when they connect the 100 million in creates a passing Congress by partisan last year to be a list and put on contract. Congratulations to defend Ukraine.
So the department recognizes that former was located in European capacity building and that is released.
As at least uncovered released yesterday.
How do you try it?
Not a contract release to go down there.
We will be possibly for it's heard. And will have to be on the ground in Ukraine.
That doesn't what they buy money. I'm going to take the young community boys funds pursues.
I'm going to make fun from including King today. I'm going to stay on our ally here. It's clip right for Mr. Few. This includes global kit or drop in as phrases siring Mr. Secretary. I did California for allies. The president did not file allies abroad or Congress for you tour. He has repeatedly paraded and belittled our no allies. I'm interested in policy in our strategy from so I'm actually posted in Roman.
But interesting in personal endeavors, which the people for concrete taking on their nuclear.
Okay. What have you from specifically requested of an ally parts for Russian industry? Tell me, according to if it's peace and specific questions allies.
But us, as a have reached out to a variety of mechanisms to pulse our international, not just in Europe, but in the Pacific as well, to see what capabilities could be brought there. And there, this is largely, we much trade they offer to energy, commerce, and treasury.
But we didn't participate with house, but we
have.
Okay. Can I ask for something another idea that's brought today from military but not a policy product? What would require of our members to actually eradicate any Iranian nuclear threat? Can you help that in that?
There's such a wide range of options in there, all the way to classified. It'd be much one. We always blur the full range of options. The associated resin play to do things that we would be asked to do. There's
can't be pronounced, but I know there's
one time that there arises this member via for minutes.
Thanks for minute. Secretary Sith Romaine and Being today. Rarely solve rolling out 0.5 million. A lot of special thanks to her with the board to put this budget final path for an information on rolling. Straight as know, the invasion in DA is getting this space and legal next again their foresight. Now doing against skilled workers in regions from manufacturing remain underutilized. Cover working in all communities, rest of the staff workforce, the work strategy that most integrating partnerships, improving school entry plans.
And look at you find out the one thing today, and it was workers, whether it's schools, there's the big pipeline or any more trades when that could be the first in our intro.
Excellent. For you work my team, sure as absolute department, if it's knows the best workforce, might often wishing out. Also, yes, we are ship prices as part of the President Trump bid for a larger fleet. But they large all of shipbuilding industrial sector shipyards, such as in the race in Ohio and Pacific regions, to help capacity, these are over shipyards and cut down backlogs.
Yes, including in launches where we work partners have different capabilities that we step timeline on shipyard that are in our country. You want $65 million in spotted shipbuilding, a lot of those capabilities.
Just the flat recommends for that tenders other supports. Well, for production of shipyards.
Absolutely. In fact, some of those cities, some of them in the Free Board, UFVs, UV, you need the same capabilities you would for shipyard, or you invest in shipyard. Specifically catered to more capabilities can be scaled fighter, sure.
Secretary Executive General King, Met Department have made support for New York City Launch Cruise Missile, and President Trump's source for the number of expended capability. For perspective, what specific defense problem is looking at solve their capabilities now? What would we assume if that capability is absolute?
Men provides it's already multiple layers of political deterrent aims it has there, so that great much enemy or even newer people or not. And there's kind of leverage required defense, required deterrence required. That it's under everything you do. So more actions on that, the actor can't count for only for us.
No, we mentioned a little earlier, continue to modernize the full range of triad. This is another tool in that regional normal, so it's something of sort.
Thank you. As well on the program, so the important thing about future launch nuclear system with survivability, movability, and potential hypersonic
yes, and we are.
Thank you. Secretary joking, only bottlenecks and expanded details based ranges. Too long range time, that's slow feeling, a big conflict men. Of the department to expand and modernize this thing terror.
$5 billion worth of investment. I'll say we have entry, and I said the question, when we were you, how are you? I think almost every income and limit timeline is created, so we're trying to that open a lot more.
Thank you. Brad has a King, then the image put you become business resource center. See what work being done out was the end, Warfare, and her arm catch with that was impressive.
You know, guys, they're white from your performance.
Thank you. Secretary General King, her thank you today. In research today, past few bill change leaders of any DD points testified their 420 possible appreciate their president and assist to control the time they've to South West. I want to start testifying this that the custody cost of $5 billion. In March, the first week of the war cost $11 billion. So it's right to say the following 7 weeks cost out $14 million total, or $2 million per week.
Yeah, it was tested with the out of the gangs, what else you need to use.
Okay,
that's the war.
Right. So it also says that $25 billion includes cost of munitions supplies, right? This is for the okay. Okay, I'm confused. That's the cost, and the cost to refill those costs would be more than $5 billion. Am I right about that?
In the state of the using webs.
We're using current base cost. Right, pretty surprising that yes, if will be $200 billion. I would like playing that game, but
it's not. That's
what we report. So good to hear this. Mr. Hurst, take my phone.
I'm sorry, Vice.
Do you take your phone? I say that yes. James, sorry, can you take my phone?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to discuss unless the section of the administration is discussed and also the administration of state and using unlawful smile. There is what the policy for signal official UAVs. Therefore, it is allowed that your spend is not allowed to have say your
Mr. West said it is open budget review.
yeah. Okay, well, you got so therefore must be permitted.
I gotta go back and look at the official file. I'm talking about my personal loan. I'm not actually sure. I'll go back though.
Okay. As an FBI cash tall, may click out and threat hackers targeting single officers in the government, particularly for targeting images of intelligence that you've been granted for use from officials. I hope that it is not official policy that can have signal on your from I would love to get a response from Department of now asks about some time in never ratings. I want to talk about helicopters. Mr. Secretary, I want about the helicopter that's over Kiev, 28th. Investigation was on the Hunters Foundation began leadership. Report review completed on March 5th. Terminated via social media. Did you personally write information review? Okay. Now, the president said he probably shouldn't have been, and I did take a look at it. Did you talk to the president before terminating the review?
Really way to talk about.
Okay, before that means you did talk to him. Confirm means you confirmed the president's civil rule leadership of Mr. Secretary, you self-found the need for higher standard and higher accountability at your agency. Means fine a dash process of public standard. How's handling the initiative review by 100 air leadership accountability? I thought that, Chairman.
Back to my earlier comments with the important role of staying in the middle. What we're looking to do in my with you for your as a parts question, I think it would be appropriate to answer that.
I think it's actually a fundamental principle of accountability in our commitment, and I think it's the wrong decision. I'm close to saying, just you start here by poll sizing. I want to quote, poll after poll shows the American public does not support this war, and to providing every day we are all resigning our institutions. Our constituents our constitutional duty, and state we are politicizing it in front of Congress, and every member it has to yield back.
The chair is Mr. Schmidt from Kansas Finance.
I'm Chair, and I'm Claudia Witts for your day and questions. Senator, let's start with you. We'll all talk today. We're going to do some shut down with the Department of Homeland Security because folks at the Avenue, I think he's made progress today in this area. It's necessary, as mentioned, for the administration to companies with the in order to keep data running and bring not at full speed. Your part and the role in the ongoing operation of the data. Things not.
Well, I would amend this. Yes, I'll say we work with that to do like the start of December, and the others through there for during the lockdown. Work with Lord for day one, and they just do check out local for countries. So I mean, it's funded in the meantime, pack country, pack home. That's what we're doing with that.
Very good. Generally, ask you if more of the Secretary Burn. We was following first all the done, all the development and pushing curious self-reported activity back that we the might involved in Kansas just so we didn't self-reporting. We still trying to find out where we're all not inflated and answering a couple weeks and we got it was sort of part of the rest one section. It's unsatisfactory when you're trying to do a job, you're out where we're simply whether we need to do it and if you expect them. And you take the provide information, you also mission you tell us seriously that was
just trying to make sure the situation you're talking about get things together and figure out what broke on there.
Very much. Coming up to you in talking Kansas who employed or in four folks who deployed. I'm under the impression that particularly hospital and portion of these are high out of cut activity might be what hospital when folks come for cut injuries or related PTSD. You have will is watching they say that Russia. I think you're in particular or the ways of help somebody help you not be bring forward some of this portion in particular.
Well, I know all that's frequently, there's really out for research on that. But I've got to abstract and identify also many of those data in time by return to me. So that doesn't mean all the effect, which is so will keep me back through.
Can I follow on with that very much? Respect particularly guard personnel to deploy. And even kind of their roles, they communities are from military posts, communities don't have health care with maybe two posts on standing for post threat. Is there two thoughts on things like doing to certain application the minimum?
I think based on identifying front identify and the ability to those are under that part my responsibility. What practically made more stupid whether they have form more address or not. Don't tell me back there during every section where the military facilities are part.
Thanks, Secretary. Here's what we're hoping that from folks. Last question to Spokane. When you're last Secretary talked about cooperation between the health agency and the DHA and sort of trying to do it over the hospital or committee and we're set as an active lobby and causes some water between the I'm very excited. Very good pattern. The reason I raise this huge day, some folks in the and community all the Tim Turner who's on board to Europe, I believe in is you call through about to leave for a different time. We think sign for leave.
The Chinook consistent grant from Delaware Finance.
So I want to Secretary Seth game heard being here today. You know, I will honor this the Army Reserve, the liability, goal, and ultimately people here. My folks would represent claims who are wrongly terminated or racist discrimination. How to Secretary, I would room trying to prove that youth grenades and military roles wouldn't have to bar or bar. In 6 months, you have more than a dozen military leaders. You later handle permission of more. Your staff, Secretary of the Army. That is not mine.
Yeah, you told the President, sorry, Secretary of the Army, that the President would not stand back from the Austin military defense. But, you know, despite all this, we mean very bold that you and will better and will dedicate their lives to entire country. Here, asked $1.5 trillion. It's a huge budget, and I don't think sure that you have the ability to mention it. Takes that. You would agree with me when I say that one of the most qualified people in every position in the military. That's what? Yes. And Joe King, who wants you. You know, I buy this concern about firing Judge George. And what I therefore want from you is you ask the President for his issue if you fire Judge George. His responsibility for the community fund to help her now. Ultimately, more than what discussed. He would actually make it. Waiting for that. And when you make this in the Judge George, did you suffer just there are multiple accomplishments over years. But you and Secretary how could we should. So I agree with you. And for the record, we agree that Secretary agree with Mr. I think we're the Secretary and just change guns for them. In fact, it was so good. I dropped the set to Ukraine. You know what President is here. I'm for the President pledges that he moments to advance all securities and that are sort of it.
Recently, Secretary just testified in front of the operation that he used games of 2 million 2 authors from permissionless to check operations. Games would ultimately remove. Did you or him break names?
No, we million.
Why?
Because we actually intervention well reviewed there was high under 197 off the rules specific to this administration. All of the officers of the may be removed in order to ensure the leaders in the service. I will consult regardless of you may for this.
Oh, you're the Army began transformation initiative. I'm all for modernization of the systems that lead in a way that purpose is ready, including activating medically way block at one training today. Levels. Recently, our senior army officials to slow down Army transformation initiative, specifically as it related to issues to commit down ATI's legislation.
There are multiple ways in society to review and ensure we not forget the gaps inside the Army today. And for the future budget relax, ensuring we have any operational gaps in the Army.
Mr. Secretary, you're putting out this bill slide, and you talk about arsenal feet, arsenal slide, talking about ICE, man, for $1.5 billion. Already on the ONG, here's he, so you are if promote in this committee.
The Chairman, this is Colorado.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Secretary, the Department's $47 million request in place for a new $100 billion space operations facility should be paid for. Constructed this facility would national security missions, Golden National Defense Office, intelligence and security. It's just how the space command corps military warfare moves over 800 high-paying civilian jobs. The whole department meet with the private sector to recruit and hire high-skilled talent. The position, the department work with personnel with county and the colleges, which shows the British administration, by the way, need growing of the space force.
Well, first, I mean, it's usually I say on the note in the deal with managers. You have time to let the next retail action for the bank, and usually in from back to you action. So I welcome to ensure that the forces out here and considering forces which is of this subject. I mean, of where I yes. Okay, Mr. Secretary, sometimes hearing nice on the media come to the oversight. Sometimes we just there's a little bit of it, and overacting. Would hope that bound we're on in a lot. You know that President Biden military operates. I support him. I will hear before the operations because it's important to the minimum of the military. It's important to support and relieve. And he makes a decision, which is true. I hope that we'll look at my career travel and say that I choose what support who the party was in the White House, based on whether it's best for our national security. And I hope that some of my colleagues who don't pull that same standard would introspectively look at what one of them has been not said, Reagan. I think there's a lot of information. I want to give you the opportunity to correct that. Appreciate that. We are working to have President Biden ensure that he's military arms. You know, they say we do, they're pursuing, and we know that we have opportunity to do something about it. Boy, I can shield the business so often, ever can that. And out in section from a bad rate, puts of the response. The fact is right in front of all talk with courage act. You know that's done. He gave us years of they're not talking from day one. Students sure they're under what you did business program, they're so yet can lady and straight to have it's done raise, they build stability. That's what we're in the whole talk about. Serve them overwhelming military victories. We've never seen a campaign like the loss of the Great Air Force. The rest of us to pull in the battles of that and now one the day and once the night to leave on that is a candor you face get out today. And so in a season in a very strong way with the blockade, we'll sure when it's on the deal set deal on friendly terms and sort of on for the win. That's Marital seniors, every board is what you're running down, getting playing around. They had the president's least military using out. We've had strict successes. And we do go ahead and get sure that's prepared to. We're trying to deal with them quick. Just talk about endless for war. What's all right? What is now in Iraq? That's not this. This is a sweet mission. There's some U.S. actors are doing it in a short fashion. I supported President and I supported President Obama. He opposed and Iran would do was there to do that. I would support what the same. It's not acting about the president. Thank you.
The chairman is Mr. Bidman from Virginia Finance.
Earlier, I talked flexible and mobile. So you can figure out how many visible taking it's just I heard the question. So going out and zero and you hard to answer those questions. I'm sure you are both you can answer some of the questions and now we're at war. I don't put oil today.
I don't know where it goes. I'm very brother.
So those 100 yards.
Well,
looking at Brent. No base was day 4 day 4 war.
Low, you're saying to me, the energy one is
Thank you. So $60 don't know where the two angry. By the way, obviously we paying the true loss and be sold American. Now, I never want how wide is proposed.
It's about 12 miles.
2-4 miles, but actually, is now.
And
you know how many barrels of transit is or moves baby or
the exact number you can over 100 tank usually or 101 they would transport.
So 20 barrels a day and right now we're at 1% production. So it's not even you're not going to be well with the chief situation. So good questions. Were you aware that a shocker that with them like those radars?
Of fire department prepared like possibly just as something new
which way don't appreciate early told Ms. Bolton that this aspect of risk and put it out every and then we just was a did on the risk and had the first week that ever last and the ship were that critical. And so I want to have you see play now. In 2 months we hope for revolution work continuing. We found an updated report. One of Rose well is unable to transit and there are people in the campaign significantly more. And you also said this is people to vote for. But actually many people voted for comments to get into major war. They voted for low prices, and this is exactly opposite of that. So look at this. President Ward described is correct.
President for use Ron have what? So very good petitioner. Very people President Ron.
President Ward right. Is that
which are you
right on right?
Oh, of course. I mean, he can. He
sounds like you're like I do this and sounds pretty happy.
I trying to do. There's no decision on this.
So if you're somewhere after you follow the learn some year, turn back for your our first army soldiers being considered and were killed by Iran strike. Take any to be full death.
They're going back for second
because all claim off that practice bid on the Jews president want to make back. Did older is president.
I think the medium some best.
It's actually soldiers and our you would make so you true has said
I'm excited to organize standard with finance.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Secretary, Sue King, first time different recast I do. I have to be very clear. I say entire life trained for others for at war. And you see and so my colleague our champion had involved in endless war of morass. And I've had Matthew Marside T2 of practices. And I know you have instituted a specific lower activity event suicide injunction with my radicals. I want to keep for 2 months to not harass me. Why I get started? And the difference between institution and previous institutions because of background and as you out there and King, you understand what it means to fight to win. And did fight win and Afghanistan for win or out. And it's helpful to have more than there's going to have to be every branch of including poker, Navy, that's morale of men and women in Department of War are discarded transportation is essentially higher than ever been. And that's from leader Darden, President Trump, when we do King and New Year's Day. And what some colleagues use is is that how you win. It starts with men. It's just through humans are working harder. I want to say that environment. I want to be a war, but ironically war in the United States before 47, and those that are responsible for killing me and my brand. This is not some sort of political argument. This is the President Trump. But you, Secretary of War, and CCS, and maximizing what you're doing in a war that will take care of us. I've all times appreciated the Americans, especially in this post-battle here, sort of war. And it war for 5 months. That shows his war. We're going to do it. I have to speak. Trust your judgment. General King, trust your judgment. You're coming here. We're for tremendous amount. I understand there's nothing that this requires and for that what chose to do good stuff. And right now, we have that, and there are a lot of crap lists that you also just afraid to say it out because they'll crush by after 30, and that is right. So that, we need to okay, Mr. Secretary.
I can do that. Thank you very much.
You're also patty.
Mr. Bill. Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, I don't represent you can't simply there's no president which causing question of role in accountability. And so, has there ever been any time that you did with president's war or anything in general?
Conversation we had.
I disagree with the like the choice of high and even this in it.
I never really discussed that with the major.
This seems to be everything secretary, that's not used for secretary. And he needs going to be there. It's actually, it isn't, there's a solution that's necessary serving countries both the president. So you never thought out privately, or publicly, no, that's done. Have you never said birds? Tell me about every third president and so you.
I don't lay the conversation.
You said, Mr. President, I'm wrong about this, wrong about that. You can't even that. Yeah.
You can scan if you want, but don't lay the conversation. Energy for.
The war actually did change. You see that, right? Getting out of that. Because one, it was a man that we knew don't have to have not been lit up as far as I'm concerned. There was Jing, Trump there when things started war out free in the hand with your take. He also said so in January was on the way. He ran slowly in the street. You still being the
you did it from the beginning, support President Rap and done.
Okay, so let's talk about what else he said. So about November today was a meeting with the yes called Patrick of his not in the jet change not about the strategy means definition of owning it for war, not in it for war while hating and then here's my guess. So I don't know over my feeling home. Mr. Tim, what's decisions she designed to jack good at okay?
It's the match made called left or
she just clearly military jet takes
believe mentioned this no
because I'm just trying to figure out what kind of necessary value we're looking at that is when just let the president feels this like we talk about vision, whatever talk about just about finger because I think it's very period that's evil judgment. We represent the district and the American people. So my next question is the problem that I'm saying is that continues to negotiate with us. So we told that the months for over days now they didn't show the day move and now they have lived in this different moves. I remember in June after the decision they were like outdated. But we never responded to that. In fact, Trump even said he knew that and he was allowed to do that.
All the clear as and you around there Apple Vasil nothing.
But he struck out right back and he see out. He said it.
The president has me being this under Congress.
Well, allowing other to hack us that.
One thing, team for discipline and for being involved in that period. Thank you all. Mr. Secretary, what effect did it or not?
As you know, sir,
it's why for some retires war for your scientific war. It seems like keeping itself matter of intellectual advances I have in the military. Why are there other books that hire stuff?
The Bush had that on springs based on mostly from their wars. Now, any just how powerful and safe they tell has been. That's you need full arguments. We include the empire you downtown and it was flagged from this. Now, other places are violent in that, but there's still some world ways those back clear flat. We are very weak in the and we're president comes to on maybe there are ways to keep the capability flat on that for who want to
Thank you, guys. So, as GA some super sometimes old school, we have just when you know, the active doctrine, the full frame, the kids got what's like rifle, and from the preserve. I don't know, you know, too much done from this come here and use it. We're about killing me, and you know, I'm gonna focus a little bit too. Actually, as well. I was soft side. They're dressed in cozy thousands of affairs. I wonder if we is wrong and see some interactivity. Are we flipped to there?
People have arrived and people survive that could reform. It case can be doing.
I would love presidential social be there all over obviously. The current Shakespeare. This is about under $18 million to the overall account system. We know profit recommends are eating and you versus your faith, you know, send you think this is a month is that we was on with Ron seems like more difficult.
No question here. Close to the new government and the congress. I'm going to be a couple time. So it's not in the public work. It's not about those. You money saying we asked to quarterly. But it's here. We asked to and one all right. We lost direction.
Right. That true.
Here as Dr. Noe.
Thank you, Rainbow, for listening to this presenting stuff. Two questions. The excellence and probably work with our members to read say that for those volunteer uniform country. I'm going to direct military action arriving for every American. So you know is not started by civic area of the people in the country. Introducing these operations around the world, close to economies, and war and rent on taxpayers and dollars. Are the times of culture to the people that offer. I mean, the first 6 days will cost $12 billion. Well, in the United States of war fighting, exit of the number. The initiatives failed, apparently, to come to their people are, and we are at war, and experience keep it bill. The number has, for coming there, and then clean our January war, some of the 2000 that card. Congress, I think, was appreciated, or foregoing parliament, so we are due. I read my concept of frustrating the work in war, and understanding our is that like war, and they may end up this war caught more than the initiative are being for American people. If you look at past conflicts, we went to war when mentioned that when cons all the people to pay more. From the country generated war, and America paid to pay for war. Concept to settle made men more and leaving country $1 into every American suffering concerns of war in Iran. Clean people forces in home danger gas now and war doesn't end. These almost dollars again. It didn't control price every customer pushes how us people you have for as was I think as well in the war. I'm not saying that the Iranian is Lieutenant James Green has killed people as he told over the case. I think to be the best get at to go ahead and control of the their ex New Yorkers and a multilateral including Russia bill there's a long forward to it and a war as that's where how she's war for the nation. I'm seeing that it wouldn't have to do with the action that Iran had to closer to him was the only when you were a big country and I wonder not put this before talking about actually so let's ask this question. Of course, this kind of this war is just 6 days before, and this other weird the times of the previous going out of the fact that people please workers come have big savvy but we just not get process squeeze from up so case us whether or not it was deal the minutes deal closing for him late
well happy record gentlemen I'm excited here guys remember look man
also have to care for cookies here the passion on both sides learning something more this may work in dirt when we saw salt came and overwhelming contact shift from the back yeah a lot of the deals that we all usually take 6 days from but go that's me yes says that less no or two was told the last of started with an idea visions and still you on that contemplate with the video we have you have in the head how you get to is we will all you matter in the world there remember there 2000 and we're going to I'm not what this little gigs I think then was so I thought so we're out through and off to nature how is we're in the actual something for us about us so we will hear on the watch chamber long by purpose from wars it's the first democracy and getting a look on the rock curve get that you can have important necessary the deep start we have to and chance this in their experience by doing foundation so for any conversation I think again
thank you sir thank you and a great job to answering what I said this is a story but it was by centration we are in unstable globalization story and this is being known but of course the requirements to have to meet everyone for a minute this is about peace assurance this budget will help us have peace my colleagues and all the same what we talked today the story is and with that you've been here